directors and all. I apologize that we didn't get the memo out early enough, but you will notice some in the audience having some nice floral attire. Today is all about a message of hope. On that note, while we had a lot of bad news yesterday, town of Breckenridge is under a winter storm watch from Friday to Saturday. So we're looking at Miracle May coming back. We are excited. My friends at the River District wanted me to inform all of you that it has shelved its work on the conceptual demand management market structure working document to align with the CWCB's decision to pause the feasibility study on demand management. I also, many of you might know this, but the Bureau of Reclamation announced its first round of funding for aging infrastructure through the bipartisan infrastructure law, and over $1 million went to the state of California. Arizona received a large part. Colorado had two projects, Grand Valley at $5.3 million and the Fry Arc at $1 million. And when I read that press release from the Bureau, it was a nice moment in a water plan workshop Wednesday to light the fire that, you know, we have projects in the state and work together to figure out how to get them applied for and get some work done in our state. The Colorado River Connectivity Channel update, again, as many of you probably know, but it cleared its final hurdle. The NRCS released a finding of no significant impact, or FONSI. Construction is slated to begin in June of 2022. And I love this quote from John Andrews, who is the state conservation engineer in Colorado. The NRCS is thrilled that we can combine the Waters and Programs Funding Authority with all they have done over these many years to ensure that the community's vision for a healthy, thriving Colorado River becomes a reality. And so on, again, Workshop Hope Wednesday, I thought that was a great quote from Mr. John Andrews. And with that, I wanted to kick off something for the workshop. I can't let Director Cicada be the only drone guy on director's reports. So some work being done in the basin. I know many of you have seen this. These are enclosures and data loggers associated with the Water Conservation Project that was kicked off with the grant from the Colorado Water Conservation Board in 2020 that we continue to study. The aftermath of this, though, is that we continue to work on a local level to figure out how to interseed and plant additional forages within high altitude irrigated hay meadows that are more drought resilient. We have a number of test plots. I was trying to tell Commissioner Greenberg yesterday, and I think we're in the 30s of test plots of different forage planting and different techniques of getting it in the ground in what we consider sod-bound conditions, trying to find forages that will thrive a little bit better under, or I should say adapt along with our changing climate. And then this next portion of the video. So I'm down here on the flat checking out our little strip of experimental planting. My scientist is helping me out. Dr. Cabot was a little out of control that morning. My other scientist.
Dad, could you get me a piggyback?
Sure. For this video, let me get a little bit of this planting. So all the more mature grass that you see is obviously last year's, but when you get on your knees and start looking at what's going on down here, have a lot of young of the year stuff coming in. I'm quite excited. Can't identify what it is, but we're about to find out.
Dad, could you give me a piggyback?
Only if you say what kind of scientist are you?
A dirt scientist.
It's a good day to be a dirt scientist. We're figuring it out. Working on stuff. Look at all these things. They're coming in everywhere. See what they are. So my brief director's report, in conclusion, my mic drop moment, my 4-year-old knows the importance of being a dirt scientist in the Colorado River Basin. Good morning. We were told to be brief. I can keep going.
No, that's great. I was just waiting for more cute scientists on the screen there. Okay.
We're going to get some today.
All right, we will move on to Director Hawkins. Is she online with us? Good morning, Celine.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you. Well, first of all, I was incredibly disappointed that my best laid plans to be in Breckenridge with you all were totally undercut by my 4-year-old getting sick and our carpool family getting sick. So very sorry I'm not there. People are mostly well now. And I just have to say, Paul, what an incredible video and family. Thanks for sharing that with us. I'm going to start my report as I have in nearly every report in the last year by reporting some losses in our water community. Just wanted to extend my condolences to Don and Jody Schwint and the Lee family. It's been a really, really tough year, and I'd really love to have a director's report where I'm not reporting the losses, but I think it's an important thing to do. These people are foundational to our community, and our hearts are with them. I also loved, Paul, the idea of starting the meeting with hope. And I think it's a little hard to find in our basin right now. We've had 2 fires start in southwestern Colorado in the past few days. One is burning largely uncontrolled just outside of Pagosa Springs. Another one started just outside of Durango. There's been incredible first responder and firefighter responses. But I think it's fair to say that everybody's pretty on edge about fire season down here. And in part, I don't know that you all across the state have been experiencing this, but the wind and dust that we've had has been relentless for the past couple of months. It's sort of, a regular occurrence for the sky to just be yellow and red with, just relentless winds. And that's what's driving some of the incredibly large fires just to the south of us. And with that sort of wind and dust, we're seeing our rivers peaking really early. We're seeing our snowpack decline. And so it was really striking to me. I was over on the Dolores River the other day and drove back past what looked like a largely empty reservoir while the river was flowing at nearly 2,000 CFS. So I think it's sobering, and I think that we're, preparing for another tough year in the Southwest. So I will turn to my glass half full part of my report. We have just an incredible water community down here that's really starting to advance both planning and project work. Seeing really exciting work coming out of watershed and stream management planning processes on the Mincus, the San Miguel, the Animas, and the Upper San Juan. We had a stakeholder meeting with the San Miguel group, and we're probably one meeting out from having our approved project list. It's been a multi-year process and just incredible to work with the community over there. And we're starting to see projects come in for roundtable and water plan grant funding out of some of these processes. I think the other sort of glass half full part of the report is that while I think we're really struggling with wildfire risk and water use in this basin, there's a lot of energy to talk about solutions, especially at the local level. And so I'm really excited to have some folks from my basin joining us a little bit later today to talk about what they're seeing, both the challenges and the opportunities. But I think that, we're tough and we're resilient in our basin. And so I'm really excited to see the kinds of solutions that we want to test down here, because I think we're ground zero for climate change and ground zero for a lot of the risks that we talked about yesterday. So I desperately hope that I will be with you all in person in July, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much, Director Hawkins. And I think I speak on behalf of the board that our hearts go out to Don and Jody. That's tragic news and never anything we want to hear. I hope we get through the next year without you having to report any loss or without any of our other directors having to share that. But thank you. It's important for us all to keep them in our hearts. Any questions for Director Hawkins? Okay, thank you so much, and we'll see you in person hopefully next time. If not, we're coming to your basin, so you're not going to be able to avoid us down there. All right, Director Anderson with the Gunnison, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I got some slides, but maybe I'll kind of reverse things. I usually have some personal comments, and I'll make them first today. I was lucky enough to figure out how to reserve some campsites in Canyonlands National Park. So the first part of September, I'm going to spend a week on the White Rim. And I'm going to go to one place high on the list is to go to the confluence of the Green and the Colorado. I'm traveling with George Etchart, whose father pastured sheep in Canyonlands prior to becoming a national park. His partner was Lathrop, and there's a canyon named for Lathrop out there. So looking forward to that. Next slide. As usual, I put the drought map of Colorado up, and I was looking at the statistics. They aren't here, but the severity increased in every category in the last, since in the last week at least. Tough sledding in some places for sure. Next slide. This is the Gunnison Basin snow group. As you can see there, it's difficult to see, but we're all but melted out. At least the lower snow is. It's down to something like 20%, if you will. That's not the case with the high snow. None of the passes, the four-wheel drive passes, are open yet. Engineers and Black Bear, they're still closed. There's a lot of snow high. I would predict that Ridgway will fill. I'm curious if they will test the new fish screen there to keep the smallmouth out of the Uncompahgre River, but time will tell there. Next slide. We had a Gunnison Basin Roundtable meeting Monday, approved 2 WSRF grants, one for a Granville Headgate and Water Optimization Project. This is in the Crawford area. This project has been ongoing for some time. This will essentially complete the work there. The short ditch has been problematic forever. They have really struggled with just going out there and putting Band-Aids on the ditch for years, and it's situated as typical coming out of a stream where the bank above them's creeping in on them all the time. So they need some help, and this is to put some engineering behind it. Another good project. Both of these were in our basin implementation plan. The state water plan grants, we continue to struggle over there with the use of the state water plan grants for the reservoir maintenance, and I understand that, and that's passed us. And but we have learned that we need to highlight, it's an ag project, the multiple benefits of those projects, and we're up to speed with that. And if you take both of these projects that we've talked about here, the Grandview project's running through the Mancos Shale, so obviously that's going to reduce the salt and selenium loading and that. The short ditch, they do not have any mechanism to control the flow literally control the flow in that ditch. So with the new head gate there, they'll be able to control that, take the water that they need and leave the balance of it in the stream. So obviously a benefit for that stream. That basically concludes my remarks this morning. I would stand for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, and congratulations on the campsites. That's pretty exciting. I know
Yeah, I'm
how
very
they
excited.
can get- You should be. That's a good time of year to be there, too.
Yeah.
Well, we'll look forward to the November's director's report where you show us.
I could probably spend a half an hour
I
with
was
that,
gonna
but
say,
I'll minimize
We
it.
might need to just give you some extra time now so that you keep that in mind while you're down there. Any questions for Director Anderson? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on. There she is. Good morning, Director Trick. You have the floor.
Good morning. Hope you can hear me okay. Nice to see you all. And just wanted to say congrats to Director Boucher for his appointment and welcome to the board. I hope to be able to see you all in person soon. And also congrats to the reappointed directors. And in the North Platte, we've had a relatively cold spring. There's been some good storms in April that came through with some precipitation, but we have also had a lot of high winds recently and more noticeable than usual. So as we know, that contributes to a lot of evaporation. So hopefully that's just an anomaly and not the new normal, but I guess we'll see. But most irrigators right now, including myself and our place, are trying to get ditches turned on and get water running. And hopefully the colder weather we had in April means that the bulk of the runoff is still coming. Reservoirs are filling, as I may have mentioned a few directors' reports ago. The Walden Reservoir was basically completely drained in 2021 and outlet inspections took place. So we're getting that full again, which is great because it was kind of nerve-wracking to think that if we had a really, really bad spring that we may not be able to get that reservoir full, but it's filling now and close to being at capacity. And just another quick thing that I wanted to mention about the North Platte, and since we've been talking about compacts lately, I just wanted to briefly cover and introduce to people who may not know how we up here in the North Platte were unique as far as what governs our water uses. So our basin is not governed by an interstate compact, which a lot of people may not realize, but we actually have a Supreme Court decree, which essentially limits the amount of irrigated acreage that we can have and use in the basin overall, and also limits the amount of total storage overall on an annual basis. So we're kind of different than everybody else in the state, of course, as you may know in more ways than one. But also it may not be well known that prior to the Colorado River Compact, Delph Carpenter actually did attempt to negotiate a North Platte Compact, but agreement between the states of Colorado, Wyoming, Nebraska was not able to be reached. And that's why we have a decree, is because we were unsuccessful in getting a compact done for this basin. But and I've also read from sources that it's lessons learned from the Supreme Court's decree in the North Platte and on the North Platte River was one of the main reasons why Delph Carpenter thought a compact for Colorado, the Colorado River, was very important, since an application of the strict prior appropriation doctrine between the states on that system would not have been good for Colorado. So a couple of things there that maybe people may not have known before. And hopefully at some point in the future, I'll be able to get a little bit more in depth on the topic of our North Platte decree. and maybe have some slides for you at some point in the future in a different director's report. And just lastly, in roundtable news, as we saw yesterday, the project for the Owl Mountain Partnership infrastructure improvements came through that recently. The last board meeting was on April 19th. The next meeting date has not yet been announced, but stay tuned for that. And just lastly, I know that she may not be listening, but I just wanted to personally recognize Deb Heaney, who was our local NRCS rep here, and she put together a lot of those WSRF infrastructure projects with Owl Mountain Partnership that we have funded over the years, including the one that we saw yesterday. And Deb is retiring, and I just wanted to recognize her great work in the basin with these projects, putting them together, managing them, getting everything coordinated. It was definitely above and beyond effort for her that was a great service to us, and we will definitely miss her help with those projects. And as you know, we don't have a whole lot of outside help here for grant applications or grant coordinations. And so we will deeply miss her when she is no longer working with us. But we know that she'll still be around and still be able to give us a phone call every now and again if we need to ask her some questions. So I just wanted to recognize her. I know she's probably not listening to this meeting, but thank you very much, Deb. And with that, I'll conclude my report and take any questions. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Director Trick, and thanks for the background on that. We'll look forward to seeing the slides at a different time. Any questions for Director Trick? Okay, well, thank you so much. Looks like we will move to Director Sakata in the South Platte. Welcome, Director Sakata.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also wish I was there and apologize for not being able to be there. And I also really need to apologize for not being able to attend the roundtable meetings like I normally do. I really miss those activities, so I apologize for that. But this morning I want to start off with just sharing something that I recently found out. On Sunday mornings, my parents like to watch the televangelist Joel Osteen. And it's kind of funny because they always try to tune in right at 9 o'clock because he usually shares a funny story with them. But it is kind of interesting in observing them that, within the next 30-minute program, I don't know whether they're closing their eyes really to contemplate the message or whether they've fallen asleep. But I've learned from that probably in presentations, it's really important to put your key point right up front, the key message right up front before everybody falls asleep. So I think my key message today is that I really want to take the time to recognize and thank all the countless individuals. And I started thinking about this. It's really thousands of people, volunteers across the state that really help us guide the state's water policy. And that is just really amazing. And that includes all of you, my fellow board members. What an inspiration it is. I think just like this televangelist program, where he puts the cute story up front, I think it's great that we have the director's reports right up front on this second day, because I've learned so much from each of you, from all of your reports, and what an inspiration it's been to be on the board this past year. But unlike Joel's program, I haven't dared to fall asleep in the rest of the day, because it's amazing the great work that the CWCB staff is doing and our partners across the state. And I think it's mainly because, as I've observed it over the last year, it's because we all understand that it's about the people. It's not about me. It's not about you. It's really about us. And that's what makes moving forward so exciting. So thanks to everybody. That's my key point. Thanks to everybody for their unselfish dedication to the important work that we're doing. Speaking of dedication, the South Platte Basin, since completing the BIP work, has been working hard in conjunction with the Metro BRP to see if there are things that can be done to advance collaborative projects more efficiently. As all of you know, the transition from to hybrid meetings has been challenging, but I really am optimistic that it's provided a venue for greater participation. Back in the end of March, I was able to attend the Western Watershed Summit held in Grand Junction, and I think appropriately titled Before the Fire, Protecting the Water Towers of the West. Director Gibbs was one of the key speakers there. I really appreciated his comments, and again, always learned so much from him. It was really an informative conference to me, and I would even suggest that if in a future agenda, if there was time for the CWCB to invite Matt McCombs, the new Colorado State Forester, to come visit with us about the work that he's doing. As a side note, it was really, as you guys know, and we've all talked about this before, it was so nice to meet in person, to visit with new people that I had the opportunity to meet for the first time, and to visit with old friends like Nancy Fishering that was part of the program. Just like Jayla Poplington said yesterday, it's really exciting that we're getting to open things back up. Well, as you've heard from Commissioner Greenberg, conditions around the South Platte Basin and agriculture in general are a pretty tough situation. There's so much that us farmers and ranchers don't have control of. I started to think about this as like, really, we have control over very little, whether it's the weather or markets, the input costs. But I think that's partly why we choose this lifestyle, because we never know, quote unquote, what excitement is going to be, we're going to be faced with the next day. And I think we partly thrive on seeing how we can meet those challenges thrown our way. As several of the other directors have mentioned, this spring has been extremely dry and windy. So I have to surrender the drone footage competition this month to our new director, because if I would have tried to fly my drone over the springtime, it would have ended up someplace in Topeka, Kansas, I think. Firsthand experience with how dry it is here. One of our irrigation canals, which normally goes into sections, usually we start curtailment on July 4th. But this way, this year, May 1st, we are already in sections, which is just really shocking to us. And now, although Director Burchett is really excited about the snow, and I am as well, that's really a huge challenge to us vegetable farmers and other crops in this area with the threat of frost conditions this weekend. There are a lot of veggie plants already growing out there, and even crops like winter wheat, which are really in a critical stage right now, that if we get a long frost or freeze over this weekend, it could really be tough. I was visiting with Bart Miller yesterday, and we were reflecting how, it's pretty easy for a residential person to go out there and throw a blanket over their flowers to protect them. But to give you some perspective, and it would be simple to put a coffee cup over a plant to protect it. But to give you some perspective, in our onions, normally we plant onions about 150,000 seeds per acre. And typically we grow about 400 acres of onions. That would calculate, I would need about 60 million mugs to cover each of those onion plants to protect it over the weekend. So not really feasible at this time. Other reports out, I reached out to Deb Daniels with the Republican River Conservation District, and she wanted me to relay to the board that first and foremost, she wanted to express a huge amount of thanks to the CWCB, the Colorado Department of Ag, and in particular, Commissioner Greenberg, and the administration for all the support that have been provided to them. Their board met yesterday in Yuma, and top of their discussion was going to be how they were going to develop that program to encourage that permanent dry up of irrigated acres that they need to do. They need to meet 25,000 acres of dry up in that South Fork zone to keep Colorado in compliance with the Republican River Compact. So no easy feat, but I know they're really dedicated to meet that. I reached out also to former Director Jim Yon, and he reported that his projects are going well, and that fortunately all the lower reservoirs on the South Platte filled just before the South Platte River went on the call. So he feels pretty fortunate. With regards to the South Platte River Compact, just like many of us, they're just monitoring Nebraska's efforts and anxious to see what the feasibility study for the construction and operation of the Perkins Canal will be. And as well, everything's very dry in the lower South Platte. Well, in closing, I'd like to share with you what I have posted on the wall here next to me on my desk. We affectionately call my father's don't do list. I think all of us, we probably have parents that have a don't do list for us, right? Well, my father has a don't do list that he always has tried to live by. And it goes like this. It says, don't just look, observe. Don't just hear, listen. Don't just talk, say something. Don't just work, be productive. Don't just set goals, achieve them. Don't just live on a title, continue to prove you're worth it. Don't just tell the truth, live it. Don't just love, have respect and honor with it. Don't just make a promise, follow through with it. Don't just pray, have faith. Well, thanks again for everybody, and thanks for all you do in our water community.
Thank you so much, Director Sakata. And now you're gone. We don't see you anymore. But that was excellent, very moving. Thanks for sharing that list of your fathers. There you are, with the rainbow in the back. That's so nice, too. It is continuing the message of hope that Director Boucher started off. And his dream of winning the drone contest, I think, probably has come to fruition now, so that's worked out for him. Any questions for Director Sakata? Commissioner Greenberg?
Thank you, Director Brown. No question to say, but I just want to recognize, and can you all hear me on this mic? Okay. I just want to recognize the producers who have given their updates this morning, Director Sakata, Director Boucher, Director Trick, Director Anderson, and of course, all the rest of you about to give your updates who represent so many producers in your basins. Just deep respect for you all as individuals, for who you represent, for living out there, facing the wind every single day, and also coming in here to share your stories with the state. Thank you so much for the work you do in the field, but also the time you give to serving Colorado. Can't say how grateful I am to serve alongside you all, and I think this is the story we try and tell about the leadership that is inherent in our agricultural community in Colorado. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, Director Felt, you're up.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll start by saying every other month for the last 14 months, I think, I've had the experience of recognizing this real affinity for this man I barely know who's out there on the Eastern Plains trying to grow onions. And it's just been an amazing part of this CWCB experience to me. We've only been in the same room a few times that I can really remember here, but every 2 months, I'm just like, wow, that guy is something else. And it's amazing how the parallels I can draw in my own life to his. So thank you, Robert, once again for your great words. And I guess I would say that as a fishing guide, I am often struck by the parallels to agriculture in terms of that lack of control, certainly over these pea-brained animals that we pursue, but also the fact that the only reason you would ever go out there and plant seeds or go out there and try to trick fish is hope. And so, or optimism. And so you spoke to that well, and I appreciate it. I can't really get into Paul Boucher's mind why he would want to be both a farmer and a fishing guide. Truly got a weird streak in you, buddy. But anyway, the lack of control, the power of hope, and I guess the understanding, too, that we all intuit and internalize that on some weird level, and maybe this is what's driving Paul, adversity, in a way, is really where it's at. Because that's where so much of the growth comes from, and that's where the learning comes from, and the improvements and the advances. So I know that everybody today is speaking about adversity. I don't want to dwell on that. We have it going on in our basin too, but just keep that in mind, I guess, that this is what's driving us, I think, to make really big strides, both in our whole Colorado River Basin question and then within our state itself in learning how to help one another be stronger and better at what we do and hopefully provide for a more controllable future. I wanted to mainly focus today on some great visits we've had to the Arkansas River Basin from folks in DNR and particularly CWCB. Back in mid-April at the Upper Arkansas Water Conservancy District Board meeting, I think we had invited Becky to come and talk to us about Colorado River issues. And instead we got Amy virtually. And so as I realized that, I thought, wow, this is a test because Upper Ark can be a inhospitable place to walk into sometimes. It's not that it's a bad place to be at all, but it is, it's kind of a group that can be, that just says it like it is or like they feel it. And so I was concerned. It's part of my nature to always worry about people feeling comfortable, I guess, in situations. And I was worried. I will just tell you, Amy knocked it out of the park. I think the board was left with few questions they could ask. And the ones they did ask were kind of peripheral. She really laid it down in terms of both the big picture and the detail on what's happening on the Colorado River, what CWCB is doing, what Becky and her team are doing. And I just want to thank her for that. She really, I think, corrected some misperceptions that were going on in our board. And just really appreciate her stepping into that and nailing it. At the very end of April, we had the Upper Arkansas River Basin Water Forum. I don't know, we're around 25 years or so of having these. We had it in Salida. It migrates around the basin. And we had some great visits from DNR, including our kickoff keynote speaker, Dan Gibbs. And I had the opportunity to introduce him. And he did an amazing job, I think, of communicating the insane complexity of what is in his portfolio and that he has supposedly got a handle on, you know. It was like a guy spinning a bunch of plates right out of the gate in the steam plant theater there. And I think he really did do a great job of both conveying that complexity and madness, but also, you know, tying it all together with a common thread that a lot of which had to do with watershed health, forest health, and looking ahead, protecting our water resources for the future. Next up was Becky Mitchell. She was on a panel about Colorado River issues and with several other folks. It was really good content. People were very, very happy with that program. They learned a lot. But I think for me, at least, the most important part was right at the end. I think it was sort of wrapping up, and Becky kind of grabbed the mic. And I know, people do crazy things. She nailed down those key principles that drive her negotiations and her strategy for Colorado River policy and negotiations. And I can't recite them. I should have written them down. But she laid out those 5 or so policies or strategies that we've all heard before, and did it so concisely and so just looking you in the eye that it truly, I think, generated more confidence in that room. There was around 180 people there. That, you know what? We have great leadership. We have a great team working on the Colorado River issues. And I think people had an increased sense of confidence that actually we can improve this situation, and Colorado's going to lead the way in doing it. And I think we all heard over the last 24 hours that that is indeed what's happening. So I want to just call out Becky. She really had an impact on the sense of where we are in the Arkansas River. And then the last person I want to talk about here is on day 2, the keynote speaker was Chris Sturm. And basically that whole day was pretty much devoted to watershed health type issues. It was a weird irony or twist of fate, I thought, as I looked at the program and realized that our Upper Ark General Manager, Terry Skanga, was going to introduce Chris Sturm because, Upper Ark's definitely been a place where we've raised questions, legitimate questions, I think, about just what are the impacts to water rights, potentially, with some of the watershed health projects and programs, and trying to find a path through that. And so when I saw this, again, that since I always have how do I make this all work? I was just I talked to Chris about it. I'm like, man, this is like a minefield. I don't believe this. Well, he met with Terry that evening. They got to know each other and made a plan for the morning. And I could just see as that day started, like, wow, this is going to go a lot better than I thought. Chris did a fantastic presentation. It was both really insightful, really informative, but also really funny. Probably no surprise. And he really set the tone for that day. And as I looked down, I was sitting up in the back, sort of steep theater seating, and I could see Terry in the front row nodding his head, and maybe not necessarily agreeing with everything, but at least understanding it. And it just, to me, was a really emblematic moment, I think, of how important communication really is. Sometimes we talk about it, but there really is a lot that can be accomplished when you pull people together and you have a great set of speakers and a great sort of content to present. And it was, I think, by everyone's judgment, the best forum we've ever had in 25 years in terms of content, presentations, and just the vibe. And so I want to thank Dan, Becky, and Chris for coming down and really, in many ways, I mean, I don't want to shortchange anybody else who presented, but really doing a lot to set just an amazing tone and kind of open people up to be receptive to both their message and which I think was a message of hope in a time when we're feeling adversity and a lack of control. I think people walked out of there feeling more like we can do something about this, and we're going to. So thanks to all of you for coming, and that's all I'll say.
Thank you. Thanks for sharing that experience. Any questions, for Director Phelps? Okay. We'll go ahead and move on to Director Brody. Number 4.
Thank you, Director Brown, and all my colleagues. Thank you all for your great reports. On the theme of hope, I think when I read the news, it's sometimes difficult to have hope. It's difficult to have faith in our democracy, as some of us were talking about last night. But part of what gives me hope is being in the room with you all and being able to engage in seeking solutions, talking about challenges, and then coming together to figure out how we can all work together as states, as basins, to try to do something about it. And so I'm excited for our discussion today. We could move on to the next slide. So one quick project update that I wanted to provide is that we have started construction on the Gross Reservoir Expansion Project. This project was 20 years in the planning phase, believe it or not. Speaking of adversity, we encountered many challenges on the project, which we were thankfully able to overcome. And this project started construction in early April of this year. The reason I wanted to bring it up is that, number one, it is identified as a priority project in our current water plan. And number two, to me, this is an example of, in a lot of ways, how we become more resilient and how we implement projects in a sustainable and resilient way. There are 3 purposes for the project, and 2 of them really relate to that need for resilience. As we know, in a era of climate change where we have persistent and prolonged drought, storage is a necessary part of the solution. And expanding existing storage, from our standpoint, made a lot more sense than building a new reservoir somewhere else. And part of what we did in the planning for this project was to try to figure out how can we do it in the most sustainable, least impactful way possible, recognizing that any project of this size and scope is going to have impacts. But we built a lot of design features and also partnerships into the project. For example, the 5,000 acre feet of storage for environmental flows, which will benefit South Boulder Creek downstream of our reservoir, was an important element of the project, I think, both for us as well as for the CWCB and the surrounding communities. Similarly, we're doing a lot of habitat restoration on both sides of the divide as part of the project. One addition to the project that I'm personally really excited about is we're going to do a biochar pilot with Boulder County that Denver Water is helping to fund, and we really want to experiment with the material that we need to take down in order to build the reservoir to figure out, is biochar a feasible and promising solution? And more broadly, we're reusing as much of that material or putting it to beneficial use as we can. If you wouldn't mind going to the next slide. Another key part of the project for us is engaging with our community and those impacted by the project, both so that they are informed about what's going on and also so that we can listen and figure out how can we minimize the impacts on our neighbors of again, a large construction project in a fairly remote area is always going to be impactful, but how can we be responsible neighbors and really minimize those impacts and make sure that we're doing whatever we can to mitigate it. If you wouldn't mind moving to the next slide. Also on the themes that we've been talking about at this meeting of diversity and inclusivity and also sustainability and resilience, I wanted to share with you an update that we have recently adopted to Denver Water Strategic Plan. And you'll see these themes of, again, both resiliency, sustainability, and also diversity and inclusivity threaded throughout the plan. You can see right there in our vision that our vision is to sustain vibrant communities that value water for future generations. So that is really what drives us. And again, in our mission, we really want to be a leader in not only delivering clean water, but also operating and maintaining a reliable and resilient system and protecting the water resources of the West. So that is really core to the work that we're going to be doing over the next 3 to 5 years under this strategic plan. The plan also outlines 4 key values. And one of those values is that we embrace and promote an inclusive and diverse culture where all employees play a role in speaking openly, listening to understand, and suspending judgment. Because we are better together through our unique backgrounds and perspectives, we intentionally seek multiple points of view to ensure the best possible outcomes. Now, I personally believe that we should value diversity and inclusivity just to be good humans and good to each other. But as Denver Water, we also recognize the importance of diversity and inclusivity to make the best decisions possible. And given the challenges that we face going forward, not just as Denver, the Denver community, but as the water community, we need everybody to bring their 100% selves to the conversation. We can't overlook anyone. We need everyone's best ideas. We need to be able to have open and honest conversations. And part of that is recognizing that we do better when we are willing to listen, debate openly and honestly, and consider other points of view. So other objectives that support that goal around inclusivity and diversity, we have several objectives. One is to develop and grow practices that value and draw strength from the diversity of our people, so our employees. We also specifically call out that we want to promote diversity in leadership by addressing systemic, cultural, and organizational barriers to hiring and career advancement at all levels of the organization. And finally, with regard to our community, we specifically articulate that we want to build and nurture relationships with the diverse communities we serve. And again, that's both communicating our message, but also listening to what our community needs, what they think of water, how they value the resource, and how we can collaborate and partner. On the themes of resilience, we recognize that we need to be part of the solution, both on the mitigation and response to climate change, and also in helping to slow and hopefully eventually stop the frightening path that we're on. So those objectives include advancing environmental stewardship within our operations and also within our capital planning. So as we think about new projects in the future, we also want to optimize operating efficiency and increase sustainability of all new and existing facilities. So how can we do what we need to do in as efficient a manner as possible? We want to partner with our customers and with our community leaders to advance both public health and water conservation. And to me, those things go hand in hand. And finally, on the prevention side, for the first time in our strategic plan, we're specifically calling out that we want to expand our clean energy and green infrastructure portfolio. So we need to do our part to slow the trajectory that we're on and hopefully eventually halt it. That includes things like the solar production we have on our new campus. It includes looking at ways to electrify our fleet. We're going to be trying out some of the new Ford electric trucks as soon as we can get our hands on them. And, we're really looking at, each of our facilities and the properties that we own. Denver Water is the third largest landowner in the state. So we think we have a lot of opportunity partner with our electric providers as well to think about how we can operate together perhaps more efficiently. And, again, I think, I'm looking forward to discussing with all of you later today how we can all be part of that solution, whether you're in ag or municipal or industrial. I think there's room for everyone to do our part. So thank you.
Thank you, Director Brody. That's continues our message of hope, and it's great to hear about the progress you're all making in Denver. Director Dutton, are you ready?
Ready as I'll ever be.
I'm sorry, I didn't ask if anyone had any questions for Director Brody. I apologize. Okay.
All right, I have some slides. Spoiler, they're going to start sad, but they're like everywhere, there's good stuff too. So I just wanted to start with, of course, the graph that shows SWE, or the map that shows SWE across the state. And for those of you with as terrible eyesight as me, the Rio Grande is at 2. We are at 2% of average right now. So it's pretty concerning. This was the update from just a couple days ago. And so yeah, you can just see the southern part of the state. We're in a pretty rough shape, but it's just wild to look around the basin up on the mountains and see the snowpack looking like it usually does in late July. So definitely, we're all pretty nervous. We're all pretty worried. Next slide, please. This shows the gauge, the Delnort gauge. The Delnort gauge is the upper index for the compact, for the Rio Grande compact on the Delnort. Geez, okay, get it together, Heather. It is at Del Norte on the Rio Grande. And so this is the gauge we all live and die by. And so what this is showing is that peak runoff has already occurred. It occurred on May 8th. It usually occurs on June 8th. So I got word last night that one of our ditches, the San Luis Valley Water Conservancy District, has the majority share in a Trans Mountain ditch, and we were able to get it on Monday, and I got word we might have to turn off this week. So that's pretty concerning and pretty depressing, pretty worrisome, just obviously for farmers and ranchers, but for those of us trying to run augmentation plans and trying to, work with Director Ryan's office to be in compliance with rules and regs. We're really, lucky that we had some water in storage, and that's always our policy, is to have a couple of years water in storage, but worried we're going to have to dip into that low year storage. So yeah, just didn't want to pass and pretend that everything's all great. There's a lot of concern and a lot of worry happening in our basin right now. Next slide, please. But I did just want to highlight some really exciting things or some nice things that have happened since our last meeting, and some visits from the folks in this room. And so, of course, the Rio Grande Compact meeting was on May 6th. We had a lovely reception on Cinco de Mayo. So obviously, I think I told you guys there was going to be a taco bar, and Director Ryan can attest that it was a lovely taco bar. Thumbs up for tacos. There was a compact meeting in Santa Fe a few years ago, and one of the engineer advisors was like, "Thank you so much to the sponsors for last night's reception. It was an opportunity for some high quality social interaction." And so I always think about that with the compact, like, let's go socialize. So it was really nice to see everybody from the other states where, those compact meetings have been on Zoom. And so to get to see people from up and down the Rio Grande was very exciting. Of course, Director Ryan and Craig Cotton represented us very well, and Colorado looks like we've got it together at those meetings. And so thank you, Director Ryan, for your leadership there. It's also pretty exciting. The head of the commission is Hal Simpson. So it's kind of nice to get to see Hal, see him around and get to have that experience. And it was just a really interesting meeting, super exciting to hear what people have been doing up and down the river. And I was really struck by the new state engineer for New Mexico, Mike Hammond, who we've all known for quite some time and are very excited to see him in his new role. He made a point of talking about just what a worrisome year it's shaping up to be, but then by noting that we're very resilient people and we know what to do, we know how to get through this stuff, and we will. And so that was really nice to hear, and kind of like, yeah, I guess we'll figure it out because we have to, which is what my grandma always used to say. Wanted to also highlight the City of Alamosa levies it's been an ongoing issue. Actually, one of the first places I met folks from CWCB was at a levy meeting over 10 years ago, almost 15 years ago now. And just really wanted to highlight the flood section and Kevin Houck specifically for coming down and being part of that meeting. We had a great conversation with the Corps of Engineers and talking about FEMA certification, and the city really has some momentum to try to get their levies in compliance. So I guess spoiler alert, the levies are not, they're not in good shape, and they don't meet the Corps certification. And so it was a big opportunity for Kevin to share leadership and to really help people figure out what the path forward is. Of course, Alamosa is our most populous city in the basin, and so pretty big deal that we make sure our levees are functioning and that people are safe. They expect that they are, and so we need to make sure that the levees are working. And I thought it was really special and really neat that one of the representatives from the Corps was really calling out Kevin, and he said, "You guys are so lucky you live in Colorado, because in Texas, the state doesn't show up. They think it's a local issue." And I just thought that was really neat, that just to recognize that the state always shows up, especially on this issue. And so thanks to Kevin, and kudos for that. Also, just wanted to thank Russ and Matt for coming down to talk specifically with me about water plan stuff. We had a really, really great conversation and just a lot of energy around, what kind of edits we can make, and how can we really all just work together to make Colorado's next water plan super, super meaningful. So thank you guys for that. Also, thanks to the loan staff, Kirk, Matt, and Cole for making time last week to have a really great conversation. We have a lot of projects in the hopper right now to try to bring, our water use and supply into balance. And so had a great conversation with those guys, and Cole went out and braved some pretty epic San Luis Valley winds. I think he probably got a facial from that sandblasting. And so just really thank you guys for showing up, because these are important projects to us, and it meant a lot for you to be there. And I would just end by also thanking everyone in this room that was part of the effort to get the aquifer bill passed, Senate Bill 28. This is a huge deal for us. And this is, it's the most pressing thing in our basin is figuring out groundwater sustainability. And so all of you guys recognizing that and going to bat for us to help get funds to figure out ways that we can reduce our groundwater use and to have a future where we're sustainable. It's just really huge. And I just sincerely thank you guys all for everything that you've done with that, because it just means everything to us. And this is a huge opportunity for these rural areas in the state, for these two areas struggling with aquifer sustainability, to have this incredible infusion of funds. So thank you. It's really, really important. So that concludes my report.
Thank you. Yes, it's a great progress down there for you guys. So enjoy the bill signing coming up soon, right? Any questions for Director Dutton? Okay, well, that leaves me. So I don't have any slides today, but I just wanted to give a few updates on what's going on in the Yampa White and Green Basin. I'll start with the White River. So as many of you know, the White River folks started an integrated water initiative just a little bit after the Yampa started its IWMP, and they are getting pretty close to completion. They've finished up their diversion and riparian health assessments, and now they've moved towards outlining how they'll be implementing their goals, and really having also just reviewed water plan updates with staff. Their goals are very much in line with the goals of the state in the water plan. And so I don't think that they're repeating, but I look forward to seeing the projects that they prioritize out of that work that they've done, and congratulate them on the progress that they have been able to make, especially dealing with a significant algae bloom issue that they've had on the White River. And hopefully some of that research is now being peer reviewed by USGS, and we're hoping to see some results that allow for some rehabilitation of that really beautiful stretch of the White that can come back to life without some of those painful blooms that have been occurring over the last decade. In addition, they had some bad news on Taylor Reservoir up in the White, different from Director Anderson's Taylor Park Reservoir, of course, that they'll be needing to replace, I think he said, 100 feet of penstock up there. So they're forgoing hydropower and having to scramble to get things moving along in that area. So we might be seeing them, actually I assume we'll be seeing them come in for a loan to deal with that issue. And in addition, they will be going forward now with permitting on the White River storage project that has been in the works for, I think, probably going on seven or so years. So that will go into the NEPA process soon as well. Moving over to the Little Snake, which isn't defined in my basin in title, but is very much a big part of our basin, both in its contribution to sediment, which really defines our sort of quote free-flowing river of the Yampa at its confluence, but is also a very important agricultural area that spans the state of Wyoming, just above our border and into Colorado. They are the recipient of an RCPP out of NRCS, and so it looks like there's going to be a substantial amount of conservation easements being put into play with those dollars that are going to be coming down from that. And so that's a pretty exciting move. And the reason I mention that too is that some of those dollars will be going to some ranch land in the Green River Basin. I have heard recently, so just really looking at that, keeping those lands in conservation forever is a pretty neat thing for that area. So we're looking forward to hearing more about what those folks are up to there. And of course, we continue our progress on the integrated water management plan in the Yampa Basin, and we're getting real close to submitting a list for the roundtable to review of priority projects that we hope to be able to start checking those boxes with hopefully some of the severance tax dollars that we're seeing come through, along with all the other projects in each of your basins. And we've had a lot of really good conversation, of course, and look forward to seeing how Chris Sturm's stream management planning that has morphed into, basically entire basin planning will really look in our valley, especially post this plan completing. And that's something that we'll be spending some time talking about, is that this is not something that we'll shelve because everything in it is going to need to get done now. And so we're looking out at a 10, 20-year time frame of actually seeing these projects come to fruition, given the changes we're experiencing with the climate and also with our transitions in our communities. So it's stay tuned for that. I'm excited to update you and throughout my term, and whoever's behind me will continue updating that board as well. So we were asked by Russ to talk about resiliency and projects that we think are scalable across the state, kind of in line with the conversations we've been having on resiliency, the resiliency toolkit. And so I want to share just something that I think is going to have great success in my basin. And it doesn't have a project name. It really is the culmination of the 2012 water year, which we are mimicking now, unfortunately, in 2022, is when we started working with the Water Trust and doing some releases out of Stagecoach for River Health. And of course, throughout the past decade, we've seen that we've needed to release more water more frequently since we had that rough water year. And as we've noticed in the water community, we've had legislation passed that has been centered around some of the issues we experience releasing water out of our basin, or out of our reservoirs in the Yampa, that this board went through the criteria and guidelines for last January. And so given that we have a mechanism to be able to continue to release water 5 out of 10 years, we continue to do that, and we continue to look for funding and partnerships on what that looks like. And so over the past few years, we have gotten together and worked with the Upper Yampa Water Conservancy District, the Colorado River Conservation District, and the owners of Elk Head Reservoir, which include my employer, Tri-State, and the City of Craig, and Fish and Wildlife Service with their Nexus and endangered fish pools there. And of course, Colorado Water Trust has been a great convener as well. And then most recently, we have the additional funding source that you all have heard me talk about in the Yampa River Fund. And so I'm remiss to, of course, not mention the Colorado Water Conservation Board that has also contributed staff time and funding to the releases. Just at the last meeting in March, we approved that ability to expend money on releases in the Yampa Basin as well. But what's notable is that we've worked together to create a kind of a remanagement of the 2 reservoirs that we have access to in the Yampa. And we've been able to do that, acknowledging that we need to use our storage in a different way than we have in the past. And in our basin, we don't have any Bureau of Reclamation projects. And so we really don't have any subsidized agricultural water. We have water that was built, storage that was built, and the way that we operate in the Yampa, especially as high mountain operations in ag, there isn't money to spend on purchasing water that makes the production of hay viable for our producers. As soon as you start tacking on those extra expenses, you quickly start to see that being an operator up there is just extremely difficult. So instead of just releasing for fish, we're trying to release for agriculture to stave off the calls that we're experiencing now almost annually. And we're kind of implementing a learning by doing in that, in the face of the problems that we have. And I think it's really been a great collaborative effort. This year, we're going to be convening here in about a week to talk about how we foresee these release structures working and how we can complement our releases in the upper basin with the releases, and that would be Stagecoach Reservoir, with the releases out of Elkhead Reservoir, and how we can work with Division Engineer Light to make sure that we're doing everything on the up and up, and how we can make sure that we're recording and measuring these flows and the benefits to both our producers and to the fish, and frankly, just to the overall water health of the river. And then start to move forward with what this is going to look like on an annual basis. And I think that it's important because we're taking what we have, and we're going to use every drop and do the best work that we can to benefit all the users on the river. When I first started working in water in the Yampa Basin, there was a lot of talk about just building new storage. And we really moved away from singing that song and really looking at just how can we use the resources that we have right now and do the best job we can. And so I'm looking forward to seeing what comes out of that. I'm just really proud of the people that continue to spend their time thinking about this, in the evenings, bouncing things off their neighbors and their family members, and looking at how we can all be successful and viable 5, 10, 20 years from now. So I wanted to share that, and I think it's in the vein that we've been discussing of hope as well. In addition to the Yampa Fund funding that work, both out of Elkhead and Stagecoach, we're also funding the Craig Water Park, which is not like the Denver Water Park, but it's a whitewater park in the city of Craig, and that's been a really exciting project. And kudos to the city of Craig for sticking with the really tough processes that go into creating a whitewater park, and I think it's just going to be a huge asset for that community, and so we're excited about that as well. Like all of you, the snowpack in our basin is rapidly declining. We've had extreme winds, we've had warm nights, and we've also had red dust all over everything. I don't know how it's ever going to come off the roof of my house, but it's currently off of my car. You'll see that same dust in Canyonlands when you're down there. It's the same color. The Bear River went on call the earliest it has, mimicking 2012. That's the upper part of our basin. And with that realization, it is clear that we will not fill our reservoirs in that upper part of the basin this year, which is unfortunate, of course. But I think that's the juxtaposition between the hope that I gave you with some of this reservoir remanagement and the realities we're living in, and the coordination we'll continue to work on as we deal with this reality. a note on hope. So I've been thinking a lot about state of affairs in the world and in my personal life, and on this, the work on this board, which, I'm very grateful to all of my fellow board members and the staff who show up here, not because they want to have their names in the paper, even though I teased Director Boucher about how popular he is, but because each of us really want to do the best work that we can and have our water users and people that don't even realize they are water users feel represented at this level, especially when all we read about is crisis along the Colorado, or fighting between states and just the long-standing chaos that can kind of back our water history, right? So thank you all for showing up and for your messages of hope today. And I just wanted to say that, sometimes people say, oh, it'll all work out, it'll be fine, and we think of that as hope. But I think the thing that defines hope is that you have the skills and you work on your skills, and then you have the willpower to get up every day and tackle the problem in a different way. And to Director Felt's point earlier, I feel similarly, crisis is all over with our water problems, but every day I wake up and think of how we can do things differently, or how we can approach a problem in a way that may show us success. And so I think that is a different way to look at hope. I don't know that everything will all turn out great, but every day, if you keep trying, it keeps you away from that sense of hopelessness. So that's what I have to say, and I'll take any questions if there are any. Otherwise, we'll move on to our fifth graders. Okay. Okay. Good morning.
Morning. How are you?
We are good.
How are you?
How are you?
Good. Great, thank you.
Thanks.
My name is Lennon Berg. I'm Logan Zastowski. And I'm Cashin Fayer. We are all fifth graders at Louisville Elementary School in Louisville, Colorado. Our community just experienced the Marshall Fire, which was caused by climate change. The 1,200-year-old drought in the West has concerned us about the impact it has on, 1, who gets water, 2, what decisions get made, and 3, people who do not have a say in this process. Thank you for letting us speak with you guys and have a say for the future of our state.
In our unit in ecosystem restoration, we examine the different perspectives of how people in our state use water. From this unit, we have an interest in how different stakeholders have a voice in this issue. I believe it is important for this board to take into account the needs of both municipal and agricultural water users. You, as the Colorado Water Board, have the ability to bring together both of these consumer groups to discuss their regional water needs and the importance of collaboration. We need this board to step up and figure out how all of these stakeholders will use less water in order to make sure these resources that we so desperately need do not run thin. Together, we can all preserve water in a way that secures access for the many generations to come.
We would like you to encourage you to make a proposal to cooperate with other Western states. We need to get the governors and legislators to develop laws around water restrictions. For instance, each golf course uses around 300,000 gallons of water per day. Also, Native American farmers don't have enough water to feed their general population. In addition, we care about the biodiversity in our region. We would like you to work with the other states to preserve native plants that use less water. This will support the availability of all plants and animals.
They're on a field trip. Okay, but who's in the classroom? Tiffany, we're having a presentation on Zoom right now.
Okay,
sorry.
Okay.
Thank you.
Colorado is one of the driest states in the USA, and because of this, we need to deal with climate change for the sake of the upcoming generations. Colorado needs to be the leader in making the right policies for water conservation. If this water board doesn't become the leader and make difficult but substantial decisions that we need for our region, then our future is in peril. Being a leader means working together to solve the water scarcity issues and avoiding high water expenses and water inequality. I'm willing to cut down my water usage to conserve and protect our state's water. Why can't Colorado be the leader in solving the region's problem? Thank you for listening and your time.
We want the water board to be a regional leader, coordinate with other states and bring together cities and farmers to recommend laws that reduce the amount of water people use in the West. Thank you for your time. And I have a question. What do you think is the future for our state in the upcoming generations, considering this ginormous drought we've been in?
Thank you. I just want to make sure that I heard your question correctly. You said, what do you think the future of our state is given the
huge drought we're in?
The huge drought we're in. Wow. Well, first of all, I'd like to say thank you for your thoughtful suggestions, and I'm really excited that when we are retired from these positions, that gentlemen like you will be sitting in our seats and be passionate the way we are about our water future. So we'll do our best to leave you with as much water as possible and as much collaboration. I think the future of this state looks like hope. We've been talking about it all morning. And sitting around this table, we have the state engineer. I don't know if you can see Kevin Ryan over here, the director of natural resources, Dan Gibbs next to him. Paul Boucher is a rancher up in Kremling, if you know where that is. Director over here. He's out of the Gunnison Basin and used to manage water resources down there, and now brings people together on the Gunnison Roundtable. Over here you have a Director Brody, and she is the General Legal Counsel for Denver Water.
That's cool.
And next to her you have Director Mitchell, who's also the Commissioner of this Commissioner for the Colorado River, and currently working with the states downstream from us: Utah, New Mexico, Wyoming, Nevada, Arizona, California, our sovereign nations, and the country of Mexico. And so we thank her for her work, in addition to managing this agency, the Colorado Water Conservation Board.
And I have one more. Sorry.
I live outside Steamboat Springs, and I work on power issues and the issues that we have in the Yampa Basin. The Yampa River is one of the last free-flowing rivers in Colorado, and also a tributary to the Colorado River. And then next to me is Director Feld out of the Arkansas Basin. He's both a county commissioner and a fishing guide, and he sits on several water boards as well. And on the other side of him, you have Director Heather Dutton from the Rio Grande Basin, where she was born and raised, and she runs a water conservation district down there, and has done some just magical work on the issues that they face with both groundwater and surface water as they work through being a signatory on the Rio Grande Compact, which is another drought-ridden river. And on the other side of her, you have our General Counsel, Jen Neely, who keeps us all in line, so feel good about that. And then certainly, last but not least, on the other side of her, you have the Commissioner of Agriculture, Kate Greenberg. And, she's been traveling all across the world to open up trade out of Colorado as she deals with animal health and the drought that we're experiencing here, as well as some of the mental issues that we have as we all face and our farmers face, just how hard things are. So that happens, both on the ground at an ecological level, but then upstairs, it can be real hard for folks too. And so we want to get these problems solved to make everybody's lives easier. And maybe you can see, and maybe you can't, that we have Director Sakata who's from the South Platte Basin, and he grows onions, and you've probably eaten some of his produce down in the South Platte.
Cool.
You also see Director, there he is, Director Trick, who lives in the North Platte over in Walden, Colorado, right up by Wyoming. And she's, I think, 5th generation Colorado rancher grass hay operation up there. And then also Director Celine Hawkins, who's down near the Durango area and works on the San Juan and San Miguel and Dolores rivers in that area, as well as with tribes for the Nature Conservancy. And the reason why I tell you all of that is because I want you to know that the diversity of the board really appreciates your comments, and we're doing the best we can. Unfortunately, I can't answer all your questions, but if you stick around, you can hear us talk about the water plan update, which tries to get to some of your questions, and I think gives us all a little bit of hope that we're going to be able to manage these. We certainly can't make it rain, unfortunately, or make it snow, but we take these concerns very seriously, and it's just awesome to see you three thinking about it and bringing your suggestions to us. And I think we have a few extra minutes if any of our other directors want to say something.
Yeah. We had one more question.
Okay, well, I'm gonna ask you to wait real quick, and I'm gonna have Director Brichet address you. Oh, okay, well, he's gonna cede his time to you. Go ahead.
Can we start?
You sure can.
Okay, thank you. Since we're in a 1,200-year drought, what will it take for us to take action considering climate change is not going away and is a crisis?
Severance tax. Well, I will partially answer your question, but I wanted to let you three know how inspired I am in your comments. And the reality, I think, is that if every 5th grade student in our state had that kind of energy and passion towards water supply, that would be one of the best ways to respond to climate change going into our future. And I give you my specific promise and guarantee that I will step up, and I hope you guys follow up with us to ensure that we are doing that.
Yeah.
Would anyone else like to attempt to answer their questions? They're really good, by the way. You've wrapped your arms around our what we call wicked problems. Okay, great. Online, you'll see Director Hawkins, and she has a comment for you.
Yeah, following up on what Director Brichet said, I'm just so impressed that you guys have identified a really cohesive list of priorities and questions. Exactly what we've been thinking about on the board. We've been talking about how climate is affecting the basin, what we can do in Colorado to make changes that increase our resilience to things like wildfires, but also to our water. I also heard a really consistent theme about how we all need to work together, and we've been talking about that, but I think we needed to hear it from you. I think we need to step up and do even more. And then I think the question of how we're going to make the world a good place for you all to live in drives all of our decision making every day. I'm a mom, it's something I think about for my son, who's a little younger than you all. So just wanted to let you know that we hear you, we're thinking about these things. These things are driving our decision making at the board. And I hope that you guys will come back and keep asking these questions. Thinking about it, we're working on it, it's hard.
Yes, thank you for answering our question. Thanks.
Wait, we have one more. Director Brody would like to address you too. Do you have a few more minutes?
Yep.
Okay.
So I too want to thank you. It's so inspiring to hear all of the great research that you've been doing and all the great suggestions you have for us. I also am a mom of a 5th grader. And so I actually have a question for you, since this is a problem that takes all of us working together, those of us in leadership roles, families, kids, all across the state, we can all be a part of the solution. So my question to you is, what advice do you have for other students and their families to help be part of the solution?
Well, my advice would be just to
stay inspired, and if there's a problem, fix it. If there's a big problem, go and try to fix it.
Yeah. And thank you, Viola Barish, who just said in the Director Barish, who just said in the chat how that she thinks that what we did was really great. And I just wanted to say that we feel like all your compliments really help us move forward and make us want to do this even more.
Yes.
Because the way that you've made us feel like we did a good thing for the Colorado water, like did a good thing for our state. So thank you guys too.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, we have one more. Director Felt would like to say something too. Here he is.
Morning, guys. I was thinking back to when I was in 5th grade, and it was in 1976. (1976).
Oh gosh, she said 1990.
Now, I mentioned that to you though because 1976 and 1977 were really dry years in the Western United States as well. And in my 5th grade year, we were very short on water. We had water rationing in the town where I lived. We had to put bricks in our toilet tanks to take up some of the space so that we wouldn't flush as much water every time we flushed. We curtailed our watering. We went through we took a lot of steps that hadn't been taken before because the problems hadn't been significant enough to require that. And so when I think about that experience and how often I go back to it in my mind, and now here I am sitting here today, 46 years later, and looking at you guys in a classroom that doesn't look that different from the one I went to, I realize, you're looking at some of the same questions, but I think you're looking at it from a much more helpful perspective. You're really looking at the big problem, not the little problem of, how do I only use this many gallons a day? But you're talking about climate change. You're looking at the statewide challenges and the different. I read about your study that you did as a class, how different professions, different businesses, different stakeholder groups have different challenges, and we all have to pull together to try and find solutions that address all those. And so I'll just finish up by saying these problems have been a long time in the making, and the solutions take a long time to be fully realized. And so what we're working on today, most of us at this table, certainly me, won't probably finish. It's going to fall to you. These are multi-generational solutions that we're working on. And so it really isn't ridiculous or sort of out of line to encourage you, because in a very short period of time, you're going to be graduating from college or at least high school and figuring out how to apply yourselves. And these problems are still going to be here in some measure. So I hope that you'll continue to focus on this and think about it and be ready to step into our shoes soon, because that time will come for you quicker than you can believe.
Yep. And then one more thing. Do you think we need the rest of the state to be aware of our water shortage and to mandate people to use less?
Well, I would say that that's a great question, especially for you folks in Louisville, but the rest of the state is acutely aware of the lack of water. Most of the rest of the state does not have the modern piping that folks like Denver Water have just replaced your lead pipes, and we're struggling too in the rest of the state, and very aware, especially since our agricultural stewards probably feel it the most every day, going out and realizing what has happened with the climate and comparing the records of generations that came before them and the wetter years to where they're at now. So it's always important for us to communicate and act as a united state. But I think that I think that the rest of, it's important for you all to know how much the rural areas of the state are on board with this too.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you so much for giving us your time today. Yes, it meant a lot to us. Thank you. Yes.
You guys are great. I hope you have a great day and tune in anytime to our meetings. We're on YouTube, so.
Okay, okay. Yeah, now that they're on YouTube, we have to see them, don't we?
Yeah.
Totally. I don't know how you've missed them. And Paul's gonna be there. He was appointed by the governor.
Well,
All right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so
guys so
much.
much for your time.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
Thanks a lot.
Bye.
Oh, well, that was great. My favorite part was stay inspired.
Yes,
We're-
and fix problems.
Fix the problems as they come up. Yeah. Fix it. No, that was awesome. Thanks. I don't know. So what staff member made that happen? How did this happen?
Viola.
Oh, what? Viola. Thank you. Oh, is that you?
Definitely.
Awesome. I was wondering who that was, and now that makes sense. All right. So we're going to go ahead and take a quick break before we come back and wrap up the rest of our meeting before the workshop. So we'll see you here in, let's see, oh my gosh, we are on perfect time. See you at 10:25. forward on our water plan update with Russ Sands.
Russ has a new look. Good morning. This is Emily Zmack, Interstate Federal and Water Information Section. First, I just want to note the fifth graders are a tough act to follow. But to their point, I look forward to seeing how Colorado continues to be a leader on tough issues like ginormous drought, and then what we're going to do about it. I loved the quote, if there's a problem, fix it. And I also wanted to note before we get started that you have beers on your table. Apparently there's a story there, but you'll have to wait until I'm done. But don't worry, it's only two slides, so it won't be too long. So thank you. So as you all know, this board has committed a significant amount of time and resources to the demand management feasibility investigation over the last few years. And I think as a product of those conversations and discussions, you've really been a leader in driving forward the demand management conversation in the Upper Basin states. And that work and your discussions brought us to today's workshop, with the need to look at other tools in the toolkit to help Colorado's water users, especially in challenging hydrologic conditions and uncertainty about the future. Demand management was and will remain only one potential tool, and it's a very constrained tool. As you know, it can only be used to ensure ongoing compact compliance and requires agreement and coordination among the Upper Basin states. It's also dependent upon storage in Lake Powell. This board has recognized how important it is to look at what we can do within our state to increase Colorado's water resilience without relying on other states or Lake Powell. So as a product of that, today's discussions, ideas, and topics in the workshop are specifically Colorado focused, not interstate. But nonetheless, a lot of those topics, especially those that came up during the demand management investigation, are very Colorado focused. And that information can inform next steps. Some of the examples that come to mind, and as you may remember, I formerly worked on the demand management feasibility investigation as a consultant, so I'm very familiar with the work done to date and had conversations with many of you about things like the importance of looking at solutions with communities, of monitoring and verifying the water within our state with precision, and of providing transparency without infringing on individual water users' privacy. So building on that foundation and all of the good work done in the demand management feasibility investigation, the discussion going forward will focus on Colorado matters, but some of those ideas may have legal questions and issues. One example of this is the New Mexico Strategic Reserve. We've heard your request to learn more about that, and we wanted to let you know that the AG's office is looking into it, and you can expect to hear from them at the July board meeting. Other ideas that come up today may have other interstate implications, and so we'll continue to closely coordinate as the water resilience work unfolds. Before I pass this over to Russ, and then I think you'll finally get to drink those beers, I wanted to let you know that we do have Amy Ostick with us virtually, so you can direct all your hard-hitting questions to her. And until then, thank you for your time.
Thank you. I just want to be clear to the board, you may not drink the beers. Under no circumstances will you drink those beers until 5:10.
Yeah. After the meeting, there's nothing
You can drink
against
that
the
warm
beers,
beer all the way home, but you cannot do it here. I mean, also not while you're driving.
Well, yeah, it was almost sounding like we had to drink them, and I was going to be like, I have a firm not before noon policy, so like, are we?
Also a good point. There's also other firm rules, but I think the message is received. Sorry for the folks online that don't have to be tempted by that. Welcome, Russ.
Hello, Russ Sands, CWCB staff for the record. Yes, we figured between the kids and the beers that it would put you in the right frame of mind for a very long workshop. And I'm going to talk you through just a little bit of the background of some of the conversations we've had, kind of the journey we've been through, both the physical journey. I've gone across the state from Brighton to Silverthorne to Durango and back to meet with those of you that wanted to meet. And I think a common theme is just really understanding that a big focus is really on Colorado. I mean, that's the whole point of the water plan is what are we going to do? How do we mitigate Colorado's risk? There are big, massive challenges that we have to face. What were they? The ginormous challenges, I think we heard, that we're going to have to face no matter what happens with the Colorado River. And I just remind you, I think we showed this slide before at a previous board meeting, but we have up to a 750,000 acre foot gap annually by 2050 projected in the technical update. And that's, anything happens out beyond that, it certainly exacerbates our issues. But the point is that we need practical drought solutions today. And they represent kind of in that cone of uncertainty as we look at scenario planning and we look out to that worst possible future. Anything that we're doing that advances us when we take conservation steps, that's putting us down the road of the right steps that we need to take that make us more resilient under any future. And I would call out again in the 5 scenarios that we have in the tech update that are referenced again in the water plan, really that difference that we're seeing that drops that gap by about 300,000 acre feet is a real strong investment in a water conservation ethic and about a 10% reduction in conservation across the state. It's not a silver bullet. We can't conserve our way out of this, but it's a piece of the solution. And it's a big piece we need to continue to focus on. As we look at drought resilience, and I've talked with each of you, I think one thing I didn't hear was, as we've cut the water plan down, was that we needed to make it longer. I think we heard to kind of keep it even shorter yet. But there was a big piece of feedback that you gave just about the urgency to act. And I think we took that to heart and have really tried to embed that in there. And of course, that is what we're doing. I think we also heard very clearly that having seen the water plan draft, that this concept about a drought resilience toolkit needed to be in the water plan draft. It needed to be an action in the plan. I think there's an acknowledgement there too, that we need to do some kind of stakeholder engagement around this to kind of unpack what is drought resilience, what does that mean for us, and where do we want to head? And I think we've got some good direction on ideas down that, and we'll talk about some of that today. We need to continue the strong connections to water plan grants, and the desired projects we want to see was a huge piece of feedback. And the water plan focus is really just an acknowledgement of how we do this together, right? There's pieces that we can do as an agency or with larger partners across the state, but a lot of this, it is growing that next generation, I've heard a couple of times today, I think Director Boucher and I were talking last night, I heard Director Brody talk about 2 decades worth of growth, to do something, two decades to see a change in a reservoir project or to see how we can make advancements in the state. And we are growing that next generation that's going to take a couple of decades. And so that urgency is equal parts what we can do now and how we can invest in our future and increasingly in inclusive ways. And I really like this, something that Director Mitchell said yesterday, but we can't lose sight of how we can make a difference now and here. And I heard a lot of the conversations about hope and uncertainty, and I think that is the through line in this resilience conversation. So elements that we've talked about as we've heard about, this toolkit conversation, I think, maybe break out into these 3 areas. There are the elements the board is going to continue to explore, and I think you just heard some of those from Emily Smack, but there's specific topics I think that are still in that interstate or have strong legal implications the board will want to or need to wrestle with. As staff, we're focused on and coordinating with you on getting the water plan out, and of course that will have this drought resilience toolkit element in it. And then there's the public component, and the public component doesn't have to wait, by the way. I mean, we want grants to come in. We need people to take action today. But certainly as we roll out the water plan, we really hope that we're going to get more engagement and really want to build some energy around that. So this piece that I think we've heard numerous times from each of you, we've heard it at IBCC meetings, we've heard it around the state, or just what are the local examples? What are the projects? What are the case studies that are showing the way forward? What are the things that we should be scaling? What are the things that maybe we could replicate that are going to put us in a better situation? And so I think one of the things that we're thinking about, and I'll be working with our team on, is on June 1, kind of in advance of the water plan launch on June 30th, we are going to have a share your story kind of project online. We're really hoping to get that feedback and have people, in addition to comments we might get on the water plan, we really want people to take action. And in lieu of action, at least share the stories. If you've already done something that is making a difference, help us with that, right? And let's curate those stories and show those. And maybe that can be something we can engage with the board. We can talk about how that might look like and really bring this forward as we're developing the water plan as a kind of a compendium piece that would help highlight these areas of focus across the state. We're not the only ones thinking about this, right? I bring this up because there's a few things I want to highlight. I think that they make for a good model of how we could think about things. But in this 10 Strategies for Climate Resilience in Colorado document that was put together by a lot of the ENR groups, the whole goal was this report seeks to bring light to potential for investigating and testing and scaling up projects that build resilience. We're thinking very similarly, and one of the things I like about this a lot is this kind of graphic that they have in there, and it talks about, on this spectrum of experience through emerging and theoretical being stuff that's not proven, it's that bleeding edge. These are the projects that we don't necessarily have to wait on. We may not have all the answers, but we can start exploring in this space. I think that that's kind of a good analog, and taking from that a little bit, I would say that as we're thinking about the water plan, we're thinking on a very similar spectrum, right? We operate in this kind of tried and true, proven project space. On the other end, we have that cutting edge, unproven pilot research space. And as an agency, what we do, our programs are really built around this experienced area, right? Where we are building what we're pushing forward, operate in this space, and then we take advances in that as we think about where we can put new tools, where we can build support, where we can advance research, how we can partner with NGOs or other communities to move things forward. And the big way that we kind of do that and really expand forward is through studies, frameworks, convening groups, and support tools. And one of those biggest support tools we have is the funding element of that. And so with funding, we can engage our partners to really help us on this whole spectrum, right? We have a lot of grants, and you're going to hear a lot about this good work that you funded today. But we have a lot of grants that come in and help us with the tried and true projects, and a lot that are really pushing the boundaries and helping us think. And it's a feedback loop, right? As we get projects out there, we test something, we see what's working, we bring that back in, it informs our programs, and it informs our next steps. And we do that scaffolding that Kelsey McElroy talked about to help our stakeholders, help us advance things in the state. And that partnership is how we advance. So again, in the funding bucket, state, there's maybe a few elements of that I'll touch on really quickly. It's just that when we talk about partner action, that's got a big gambit, right? It's a range. So we think about individual actions people can take. If you're not a water rights holder, you live in a metropolitan area, investing in water conservation efforts locally on your property is not nothing. Like, that's the step that you can take that's immediately available to you, and knowing where your water comes from, how, if you're using more water, that could lead to buy and dry, being connected to local foods, being connected to the environment, understanding how all that connects us through the economy and through greater resilience is a key piece. And that's, I can't stress enough, that's not for nothing. I know that the Water 22 campaign, for example, had taken, I think, some initial flack for, was that what's gonna, save us? No, but it's all the things combined, right? And personal conservation ethic is a big piece of this. Local collaboration, how we work with our communities, how we work with our counties, the municipal scale, at the municipality, or just the water provider scale. There's a lot that we're doing that is being done that we can still do. And then at the state level, we are really operating on that especially from our lens of how we can support with grant funding and the tools that we create. Of course, we can also partner with other agencies, and we've done that. We've been really working hard, and I want to give a big shout out to folks from CDPHE, DOLA, CDA certainly have partnered with us on many aspects of the plan as we've been drafting, and others, CPW. We've had many conversations, and we'll continue to have those as we refine a draft. But I very much like this framework for helping us think about how we lay out this duality in the plan. And this is a slide you've seen before, and I'll maybe take a slightly different spin, but we've talked a lot about this, about the water plan occupying two spaces. It's an opportunity for us to partner, and it's on some level, it's also this opportunity for a strategy for CWCB. And another way to look at that is the water plan sets this vision for Colorado of what we need to see and be to be more resilient, where we want to head as a state. And our partners are a big piece, as I just walked you through, of how to get there, through grants, through local collaboration, and individual action. And it's all of those things. And it's not, I think we've seen and learned, and the water plan sets that up. It's not one thing, it's all the things and how they come together. And then there's the agency actions that we can take or collaborate on with other partners to kind of advance tools and frameworks that are going to put us in a good position. And, I can't underscore that enough. I'm recalling that I had a conversation as I was traveling around. I tried to pick up and see if I could meet with other people, and I met with Dan Amastis from GOCO, and he talked to me about Chris Sturm's project and the fluvial hazard zone mapping, which I know Chris is going to speak to a little bit in a second. But he talked about how that was a game changer, and they're trying to embed that into local code. Like, that's the kind of work that you are help supporting across the state. And it's critical. It helps make our stakeholders stronger. It helps advance things. It helps give them something to launch off. So our water plan is framed up. We've talked about this, but just to hit on it, I want to make clear, especially this number 4, these are the 3 water values that are in the original water plan. And if you read through them, I won't belabor them because we've talked about them a lot, but you'll see each of these kind of encapsulate everything about Colorado that makes Colorado great. And that fourth area is really the definition for resilience that DOLA came up with through a public stakeholder process that we've kind of adopted as, yes, this makes sense. This is talking about all the same space that we're thinking about in the state. And these four pieces come together and we need a way to organize. So we organize around our water values and they drive us to action. And so it's kind of using ACT as an acronym. We have our 4 action areas in the water plan. We have this Colorado vision, what in each of those areas we want to see, and then these tools for taking action. So here's what that looks like in a little more detail. We've got the actions for vibrant communities, robust agriculture, thriving watersheds, and resilient planning. There's some detail under there you can read. Each of those will have a kind of a visioning statement about what we want the future to look like, how we're going to be more resilient, what we need to see to have and maintain a strong Colorado. And then we will lay out the tools that we can use. Some of those are the ones that are very familiar to us, whether that's investing in forest health or whether that's ATMs or collaborative water sharing agreements now, or other tools that we have, and then how we use those tools to take action. And again, kind of divvying that up between where we really need everyone to help us move this project along, how we realize the water plan, how we realize this future vision of resilience, and then what we can do to support those efforts. I would just make the note that drought resilience is at the heart of the water plan. These are pictures that I kind of show when I'm doing the intro and just remind people that the water plan started, it was born out of everything that we do as an agency in some ways was born out of 2002 drought, the Hayman fire at the time, the biggest fire in the state at the time. And it's still at the heart of the water plan, right? We've got now our 3 biggest fires in the state all in one year. We had the Marshall Fire. We've got, record lows in river flows. We're seeing these kind of dire conditions. And as we think about, and we've heard a lot and talked about this new aridity, and this is the new normal, and things are certainly getting warmer, drier. That's the trend we're seeing. But these deep drought years create new challenges. And to that message of hope, I like this. I'm stealing this a little bit from Greg Fisher at Denver Water, but they also create new opportunities for us to explore, to bring people together and invest in how we're going to work together to make this better. And that is the heart of the water plan. So for today, we've set up this workshop to really organize this resilience discussion around those 4 areas, because again, one of these areas can't fail or the entire state fails, right? We need to bring all of these pieces together and work to see how we can provide these multiple benefits, multi-purpose projects that are really going to uplift the state across these sectors. So we will be organizing the workshop today around that. We're going to highlight examples of these projects. I think you're going to hear some good work that you funded. I think you're going to hear some new ideas of projects that are out there, some ideas that might be more on that kind of cutting edge that you're going to be asked to wrestle with. And I think some strong partnerships. I kind of would push back on sometimes I think we hear from different corners that we're siloed, and if anything, we're a integrating agency. We talk with DOLA multiple times a week, and CPHE and all of our sister agencies at DNR, DWR, we talk with constantly. And we do this together, and we know how important it is, and we've been leading good work and partnering with forestry. I mean, this is how we're going to succeed. So we're not just asking everybody else to do that, we're leading by example. And we hope that today's discussion is going to ignite this conversation that will continue. We can't forget we're about to launch this water plan out there. We're going to have a big public push around that. We're still trying to nail down this July event around the board workshop where we could bring more people in to talk, maybe have it be a little bit more free-flowing than today, but maybe have some deeper dive conversations based on where you want to take things after today's discussion. We've got our future board meetings. We'll be out in the community a lot this summer. We're really trying to get around the state. And then we're going to have a lot of online forums and opportunities for people to engage, including this story sharing concept. So with that, I will take any questions that you have. Thanks.
Thanks, Russ. Appreciate it. If you get a chance to share those slides, they're a little small. Even
Sure.
with my glasses on, I can't read it all. So that would. Awesome. Okay, so in case folks didn't hear that, they are loaded on the Google Drive where we find our board packet info. Are there any questions for Russ before we get started? Anything online? Okay, great. Thank you, Russ. So are you going to bring Amy up now?
Yeah, we're gonna introduce Stacy Bowe, who is our facilitator for the day.
Okay, got it. Here we go.
Thanks.
Sorry. Height issue. Hi, everybody. Thanks so much. I'm Stacy Bowe with Strategic by Nature. It's good to see you again. I saw most of you at the January workshop. I'm just going to go over quickly our agenda for today and talk how we're going to manage our 15 speakers that we have for you in the rest of the afternoon, and then frame up how we're going to manage the discussion. So as Russ mentioned, the staff has designed a really dynamic presentation series for you all, bringing ideas, examples, and partnerships to the table so you can see them, react to them, and hopefully inspire ideas from you all that can be then incorporated into the water plan and into how you're going to incorporate drought resilience into the water plan. So we're going to start off, we're going to hopefully be right a little bit ahead of schedule so we can move our lunch break to 11:45. But we are starting with community resilience, and then we'll move to agricultural resilience, thriving watersheds, and resilient planning. And after each of the presenters are going to get 10 minutes or less if they're sharing their 10-minute time. And I'm going to be sitting over here at your table, flashing beautiful cards to tell them their time is up, and also intervening to the remote people just so that we can keep on our time schedule. At the end of each section, we'll have time for board discussion, and I'll talk about what questions we're looking to you to answer during that time. And if we don't get to the full discussion in those half-hour segments, we have time at the end of the meeting to kind of just really wrap everything up and make sure that you have every opportunity to say what you need to say to help provide guidance in moving the water plan forward. So our meeting agreements, which usually I do with you all, but I'm just going to tell you today and hope that you agree to them. We want to hear from everybody, so I'm going to do my best to spread out the conversation so we do get to hear from everybody in the room and online. Obviously, being clear and concise, you all are very great at that, just making sure we don't need to repeat what everybody's saying so we can keep moving through the dialogue. The schedule expectations and timekeeping are very strict, so that's why I'm here, is to help you all stay on track. And like I said, our discussion format, we're going to kind of carry the discussion through the whole workshop. And really what we're looking for is your engagement today. So whatever we can do to support that is what we're here to do. And these are the questions that I want you to keep in mind as we go through the presentation. So the first one is really what reactions, thoughts, or ideas come to mind in terms of drought resilience that you see after or as you're going through the presentations. That's really what we want to draw from you. And then also, what does all that mean to you in terms of how it's presented in the water plan? Is there anything that is striking you on like the importance or other ideas that you want to make sure are brought forward in this water plan? So with that, I'm going to move us into our first section, but does anybody have any questions on the agenda or the format? Okay, anything online? Okay, great. So I'm going to move over to introduce Kat, and after Kat, we'll have John Rearing from Carollo Engineering and Nathan Elder from Denver Water presenting, and then we'll move into the board discussion. So this one is framed around vibrant communities. So Kat. Good to go? Okay.
While we're waiting, Kat Weissmuller for the record. As my slides are coming up, I'll just get going in the interest of time. So I'm here today to talk with you all about water resilience as it relates to vibrant communities, the action area that we have in the water plan. Holistic urban water management is really essential for creating vibrant and resilient communities, whether that's on the Front Range, the Grand Valley, Eastern Plains, or in our small towns and mountain towns. As I've heard Director Brown mention, the need to really make sure that we're looping in our small towns. So recognizing that, I want to talk today about some of the work that CWCB has funded in recent years to support water resilience in vibrant communities. I want to talk a little bit about what we've heard through the scoping process and how we're incorporating those thoughts into the ideas that we're thinking about for the water plan and the actions that we're thinking about for the water plan moving forward. It looks like my slides are coming up here. Not quite. Yeah, we could do like interpretive dance if needed. I can go on without them too. Okay, great. All right, so the first project that I want to talk about is sort of a feature project, and I would put it in a category of something that's kind of tried and true when you're thinking about the spectrum that Russ showed, and that's the Colorado Growing Water Smart project that is led by the Sonoran Institute. CWCB has funded it through multiple water plan grants since 2017, and the program consists of a 2 to 3 day workshop where water planners, land use planners, and elected officials come together to create an action plan for integrating water and land use planning. The program provides training, ongoing technical assistance, and other resources that allow communities to align their growth and development with forecasted water supplies. Since 2017, this program has trained 52 communities, representing 62% of Coloradans, over 3.9 million people. The Growing Water Smart program has also been awarded an APA Colorado honor for sustainability and environmental planning in 2019. And what makes this program especially impactful, in my opinion, is that it really empowers policymakers and leaders. Graduates from the Growing Water Smart program often go on to work with Water Now Alliance and Western Resource Advocates Project Accelerators. They also tend to join the CWCB and DOLA Water and Land Use Planning Alliance, and there's growing synergy and relationship building between the Growing Water Smart program and the Basin Roundtables, which fosters connection and partnership and really helps to build knowledge bases to respond to the risks presented by drought and climate change. And now I'm going to talk about a number of other grant-funded projects or programs that I would put more out on the other side of that spectrum, in more of the theoretical kind of testing and validating technologies. So the first is a Sustainable Water Solution Pilot Project. This is a project that CWCB has funded through a water plan grant, and it's with Greater Water Systems, Uponor and Finn leak detection systems. It's a 40-home pilot project in the Denver area that is the first of its kind, incorporating gray water systems, leak detection systems, and high-efficiency plumbing together. And the goal is to really make this a standard practice for new construction, because it's really the most efficient way to build new homes for maximum water conservation. So this project was funded, as I said, in part by a CWCB water plan grant, and also was done in partnership with Denver Water and Lennar Homes. The project's major takeaway is that it'll really validate water conservation capabilities of these technologies together. It'll also serve to educate Coloradans about water-saving capabilities of gray water, leak detection, structured plumbing, and real-time data to integrate into their conservation efforts. So this is a really cool project, and I put it into the category of kind of pushing the boundaries and learning more about how we can do things better. The next project I want to talk about is the South Platte Regional Opportunities Water Group Feasibility Study. It's really a mouthful, but you probably know it as SPROG. It's a great project, and CWCB helped to fund and explore this through a feasibility study funded through the WSRF program, through a statewide grant and also grants from the South Platte and Metro Basins. And this project concept is a really unique model that can offer a template for regional level coordination to help our water go further and to support diverse needs. The concept really envisions multiple storage facilities and conveyance infrastructure strategically positioned throughout the basin and operationally linked. And and the infrastructure network would store unappropriated native flows, as well as reusable supplies, water derived from ATMs, and deliver that through demand gateways to meet diverse municipal and agricultural and environmental needs. So the thing I really like about it is it's a good example of creative and flexible approaches that help our water go further. It also helps to maintain the vibrance of our communities, both large and small. So I think that it's a really great example to look to. And then the last thing I want to talk about is the Colorado Water Loss Initiative, which is not a grant-funded program. It's a program within CWCB. It's really important because water loss through system inefficiencies and leaks continues to be a major issue in Colorado. Some estimate that up to a third of the identified gap in the technical update might be partially attributable to water loss. To help address this, CWCB is running the largest voluntary water loss training program in the country. We use AWWA's M36 methodology for water loss control and management, which is the national industry standard. And it's gone through 2 phases thus far, training 53 providers in the first phase, and then in phase 2, training 65 providers, both at the entry-level training and in a more advanced training. So these are some really great efforts that are being funded by CWCB. And now I want to pivot to what we've heard during the scoping process. And I know you guys have heard a lot about this. We've talked about it before. So I'm going to touch on it fairly quickly. But some of the key themes that we heard and that we're integrating into the actions we're developing for the water plan draft are, 1, the need to better institutionalize and integrate water and land use planning. And this is really about better linking up the disparate disciplines of land use planning and water planning, both in policy and in practice, and creating a cultural shift that really helps solidify that. The next thing that we've heard a lot about is the support for increased outdoor water efficiency. And this could include a number of different elements, among them turf retirement, turf conversion to lower water use landscapes. It could also include ways to incentivize high efficiency, high density development. And then the last thing I want to touch on is the need for better and more consistent data. And that's on both the supply and the demand side, as well as in terms of methodology for quantifying savings. So these are the major themes that we heard in scoping that we've tried to translate into actions in the water plan, and I'm going to share a couple of the things that we're thinking about. So 2 actions we're considering in the water plan are defining and benchmarking and institutionalizing water-saving communities. So this is really about setting a clear vision of what a water-saving community is. We talk a lot about conservation and efficiency, but we really need to set the vision, and communities and towns need to better understand what's feasible and what they should be aiming for in policy and practice. This can be achieved in part by identifying targets and savings targets, programmatic efforts, controlling system water loss, as I mentioned, and integrating land and water use planning, and also incentivizing sustainable water consumption. So the CWCB is exploring a framework that would include target metrics and definitions for these communities, and would look into solutions that could really help future-proof our communities to build additional resilience into municipal operations, planning, and management. The next thing that we're considering for the water plan is really improving statewide spatial data for both supply and demand drivers, and some of our upcoming speakers will be talking a little bit about this a bit more. This is really important. We have a lot of these tools now, both on the supply and the demand side, but they're really mostly integrated in a regional scale. What we're looking to do with the water plan is take those tools, explore new technologies, things like ASO, which I'm sure that Nathan is going to tell us all about, and really explore how to do it better, how to scale it potentially to a statewide level to really use that data to better inform our water supply analyses. I think with that, I can kind of wrap it up. The only thing that I really want to touch on is that these actions that we're considering have been discussed deeply. We've been working closely with other agencies, sister agencies, to vet the ideas, and we're starting to feel pretty good about the fact that we're integrating with those sister agencies and really thinking in a robust way about building resilience in vibrant communities. So with that, I'll wrap it up and hand it over to Stacy to direct to our next speaker. Okay, perfect.
Thanks, Kat. All right, I forgot to mention that we're going to save our questions until the board discussion portion. So this is like rapid fire presentations, then all the questions. So next up, we have John Rearing with Carollo Engineering. Excuse me.
Great, thank you. Director Mitchell, members of the board, thanks for having us in to talk about these projects. I'm excited to talk to you about a few spotlight projects focused on water reuse and One Water, essentially drought resilience in action. I want to commend you for the work that you've done to really help advance these topics through the support that you've given to these projects. I also want to give a special shout out to Kevin Reedy as a real strong advocate for taking the state water plan and matching that up with local opportunities to really implement it and bring it home with action on the ground. So I'm going to talk first about reuse and then One Water. And both are really linked to drought resilience and both important components of having a drought resilient system and a drought resilient community and state. Starting with water reuse, I tagged that here as drought resistant. Sometimes it's mislabeled as drought proof. It's not a drought proof supply of water because, of course, it depends on water being there to generate wastewater, which then you can reuse. But nonetheless, it is drought resistant and can be an important tool. And different types of reuse are prevalent in the state, but primarily non-potable reuse right now. So typically from a water resource recovery facility, that'll get discharged to a receiving water, typically a stream. And then in some communities, that water is reused for non-potable purposes, irrigation, industrial uses, and so forth. That's often referred to as a purple pipe system. So that's historically where we've been. There's been those systems since the 1960s in the state, but now where we're evolving to is potable reuse, actually recycling water for potable water supply. And that can happen a couple different ways. From a effluent discharge that can be then taken downstream, you can recover that water, those reusable water rates downstream, recover that, treat that, and then put that into your potable water distribution system. That's what we refer to as indirect potable reuse, or IPR, because it goes through that environmental buffer. But what's evolving now and what the board has supported in the last few years is moving Colorado forward in making direct potable reuse a reality for our state and for utilities and make that an available option. And that essentially skips that step of releasing it to the environment and then discharging it or recovering it again. And rather than discharging it, recovering it, take it straight to an advanced purification plant, and then you've got potable water that you can distribute. So that's DPR, direct potable reuse. On the One Water side of the equation, on the One Water side of the equation, you'll see, there it is, drought resilient strategies. Because when we talk about in One Water, it's really recognizing that all water has value and that different sources can be put to use for fit for purpose uses. And so, reuse is one example of that, but it's one component of that. Stormwater, rainwater, of course, you're familiar with where those have evolved in the last few years, but all these sources working together really complete that One Water cycle, and particularly in the urban environment where we can manage it a little more directly. Now, the Colorado Water Conservation Board has been very instrumental in advancing potable water reuse in Colorado. So zeroing in on reuse for a moment, going even previous to 2018, but in 2018, there was the Water Reuse Colorado DPR project. That really set the framework for regulatory structure, knowing that we're going to want to have DPR regs in place in the state. Also public outreach and a communications plan, kind of big guiding principles for how to do the communications and outreach that's necessary with any kind of reuse, but particularly potable reuse, and also some of the technical elements that need to go into direct potable reuse projects. That was supported then in 2018 also through CWCB funding with a DPR demonstration in Denver, actually purifying this at a small scale, 5 gallons per minute, but demonstrating the technology, getting outreach on the ground, tangible outreach, and then having purified water that people could sample as part of that. Moving forward to the last couple of years, last year and this year, the Water Conservation Board also supported DPR regulatory development, the detailed version of that. You see, I've put October 11th on there. That's a key date. That's when the Water Quality Control Commission is set to have a rulemaking hearing on DPR regulations for Colorado. And that really then opens the door and makes that a reality for utilities to be able to implement it in the state. And then the Pure Water Colorado mobile DPR demonstration was first launched in 2021, in June of 2021. It was deployed to Colorado Springs utilities, and I'm going to talk about that next. Honestly, the coolest project I've worked on in 30 years in the business. This is essentially paying it forward for years to come. I mentioned that a DPR pilot that was done, or demonstration that was done in Denver 4 years ago, that was a one-time fixed site. By having a mobile demonstration, we're able to take this to communities around the state, not just one time, but for years and years and years, and different places, so that we can not only advance things like public understanding, but also the technology and how it can integrate into different utilities' water systems. So you see the trailer here. It's a mobile trailer pulled around by a pickup. It's the envy of all our neighboring states because it is a really cool thing that we've done here in Colorado. Unfortunately, for those other states, there's a number of utilities very interested in using this in the coming years. And you can see we branded it with the Pure Water Colorado logo and the flag. While it's been down in Colorado Springs at the J.D. Phillips Water Resource Recovery Facility, Colorado Springs Utilities did an outstanding job of getting the word out to the public, hosting tours, hosting media events, and so forth. The picture here is a Colorado Springs Utilities staff member giving an overview of water resources and how reuse fits in, not only in Colorado Springs and Colorado Springs Utilities water system and their portfolio, and where DPR could fit in the future, but more broadly too in the whole state water system. And so that was a really good educational benefit that they promoted. And then getting a little more technically, half the tour was outside talking about those water resources, half the tour was inside, showing and demonstrating the technologies to purify this water from water that's now today discharged or used for non-potable, taking that water, purifying it to drinking water standards. And we found this was extremely effective. We had a number of people, including one reporter, who walked in and said, "I'm not going to drink that water." After taking the tour and understanding the technologies and the monitoring that goes into it, afterward, that reporter wrote an article. She tasted the regular tap water side by side with the purified water, said I couldn't tell the difference, wrote it up in her article. It was a real success. And that media extended not only locally and regionally, but also nationally. The Associated Press came out for Media Day late last year in October and took video, wrote an article, and got Colorado's name spread all across the nation about the great things we're doing with potable reuse. And kind of a cool thing for me, my mom actually took the tour that day and she was in the video, so now I got her in national news. Never expected that. The other thing, you all saw the cans of beer, and very intentionally, these are not intended for you to drink here today, but rather for you to take home. They're warm, so take home, refrigerate them, share them with a friend, and talk about the importance of water reuse and how potable reuse can fit into meeting our future water needs in Colorado. So I encourage you to do that. That was an initiative spearheaded by Colorado Springs Utilities. A number of different breweries in the Springs brewed beer like this one that we've got canned, made hard seltzer, made sodas that they shared at public events. So a good media tool as well. And so that's the Recycle Amber that you've seen now. Shifting. It's 6.1 ABV, and then our friends in Oregon coined the term effluent by volume. It's 100% effluent by volume. I want to shift gears and talk about the Denver One Water Plan. This is really a model for collaborative, multi-benefit water management. You see the logo on the left there and the agencies that are involved. It's essentially everybody that's got a role in managing water in Denver. So the City and County of Denver, multiple departments, Denver Water, Mile High Flood District, the Greenway Foundation, Metro Water Recovery, and importantly, CWCB. And again, Kevin Reedy's been an active player in that. The Denver One Water Plan was finalized last year. It's online. If you Google Denver One Water Plan, pops up pretty quick. Encourage you to take a look at that. We're now in the implementation phase, which has also been sort of supported by CWCB. That model for collaborative multiple benefit water management really builds on the state water plan goals. And you can see the 5 goals listed there, very much consistent with state water plan, promoting institutional collaboration, multi-benefit projects and programs, community support, resilience and climate change preparedness, and implementing integrated water management solutions. Also part of this was linking land use planning to water use planning, and that's something that Kevin brought to the table as well. We've formed now the One Water Leaders Group from those agencies that you saw a moment ago, and we call them the OWLs, and the OWLs have set their priorities for 2022, focusing first on One Water project opportunities, so on-the-ground projects in Denver where we can put One Water thinking into motion and help achieve these goals, and also policy and process, some specific implementation actions more on the policy level that we can essentially help build One Water thinking into policies across all those different agencies. And then later in 2022 or 2023, we'll build more on some of the metrics and other collaboration and coordination topics that were documented in the plan. And with that, I'll conclude and be happy to discuss this during that portion of the discussion.
Thank you so much. All right, next we have remotely joining us, Nathan Elder with Denver Water.
Hey, thanks for having me. I'm just waiting for PowerPoint to load. Can you guys see it on your end?
Yes.
All right. All right, now I can finally see it on my.
We're all set now. Thanks, Nathan.
All right, thank you. I'm Nathan Elder. I manage the raw water supply section at Denver Water. Been working with ASO since 2019 and following the technology since about 2013. Could we go to the next slide, please? So if you're not familiar with it, what is ASO? It's Airborne Snow Observatories. It's the most accurate measurement of snow water equivalent that we have. Basically, small airplanes track over an entire watershed in a grid pattern, and they're measuring using LIDAR and spectrometers the elevation of the ground surface without snow in late summer, and then during the snow season, when the snow's on, they measure that surface again, and the difference gives them the depth of snow. And then the spectrometer measurement gives them the spatial extent of that snow. This technology came out of NASA's JPL lab. They've been working on it since about 2010, and in 2020 it was moved into a full program out of JPL. The technology advanced where it was no longer experimental and now accepted as pretty much the best snow measurement technology that we have. And then what you can do with this information, you really get that watershed scale understanding of what the snowpack looks like and how much snow water equivalent is contained in that snow, so you can help water managers make water supply and operational decisions. Next slide, please. So this is an image of the snow on data, or from an ASO flight April 18th, 2021, so last spring. What you can really see here is that spatial coverage of that snowpack. Before ASO, we really had point measurements from SNOTELs, and those are good, and we still use those, but ASO is really a climate adaptation technology. As we see climate change and that snow level increase in elevation, some of the traditional statistical relationships we have between those SNOTELs and the amount of water that's going to come out of that snowpack start to break down. So this really gives us, again, that watershed-wide deep spatial understanding of the snowpack, and which leads to runoff in the spring. This does have a little animation, so you can move to the next slide. And then what this technology does is for us, again, really increases our ability to more accurately and precisely manage our water resources and plan for inflows and outflows of our reservoirs. We've had great success with this. 2019, 2021, and then again this year we have 2 flights in 2022. We'll go to the next slide, please. So then what is CASM, or Colorado Airborne Snow Measurement Program? So this began in 2021 with a grant to study ASO expansion here in Colorado. It's a 100+ member work group, and we represent all the basins within Colorado and a lot of different sectors of water. This year, we're in our study and foundation building year. So we've taken local funding matched with grant funding from CWCB, and we've really expanded our airborne LiDAR data access across the state. And we're going to use this to develop case studies, demonstrate values, and work amongst state entities to coordinate this and build this program. We really see this spooling up in the next few years with the growth period, and then eventually becoming a sustainable program that takes matching funds, state funds, federal funds, and has statewide measurement of our snowpack that is important to all of us. Next slide, please. So thank you very much for the 2022 grant. That was $1.88 million. We received 37 letters of support for that. And our goal has really been to expand flights within Colorado. So on this map, you can see in the blue, these are the flights that have been or will be flown in 2022 with snow on. We've already seen some good impacts of those, especially down in Southwest Colorado with the snowpack melting so fast this year. Gathered some really good information from these flights. The tan color this summer, we will have snow-free flights. So we'll have that good base data on which to next year expand our program to have more snow on flights throughout this area. And we've used this funding, to expand that flight coverage to areas of the state that hadn't seen it before. Up in the Yampa, we'll get that snow-free data. Some of the upper Front Range areas, again, snow-free data. And we hadn't flown the Fraser, Granby, or Willow Creek basins in the past either. And then it's also going to help us conduct stakeholder data workshops and program coordination. So it's been really fun to have these meetings every Monday afternoon, coordinating all across the state of how are we going to plan to fly these basins, whose snow melt is melting faster, who takes priority, what's everybody really looking for out of these flights. It's really been a great group. We'll go next slide, please. And then, so the future of CASM, we really like to expand further. So we've, after this year in brown, you'll see that we'll have that existing snow-free data, and then we plan to expand to get more snow-free data in the green, and then we'll really be able to have flights throughout Colorado, a really high level, precise measurements of the snowpack over that entire watershed. And, again, this is a really good climate adaptation strategy to really understand our snowpack that feeds our rivers and provides the water supply that we all rely upon. So thank you. And again, thank you very much for grant funding this year, and look forward to your questions.
Great, thank you. All right, well, let's start with any questions we have for the presenters.
Are you calling on people?
Yeah, great, thank you. Director Boucher.
Thank you. Nathan, thanks for the presentation. What were the dates of the 2 flights this year? I'm curious.
So we had one April 19th, and then the second one is coming up next week. So we're really interested to see what the effects of this next storm is going to be. So, in our watersheds, we've seen snowpack melting rapidly. So we're going to get an idea of what this next storm does for us.
Yeah, that's great. The message of hope this morning, it's Miracle Mace snowstorm this week. So
gosh, hope so.
As far as format, if we have questions for John, should we keep with Nathan now, or should we?
You can, yeah, whatever questions you have, go for it. So if you have one for John, go ahead.
John, how many owls are there and who are they?
Great question. So the owls are the OneWater leaders that essentially evolved from the core planning team. So there's representatives from each of those different agencies that I showed you. We've got kind of the base owl group, and then a steering committee of management members on top of that. We haven't met with them yet. So the base, or the core owl group that's meeting monthly right now, is about 12 people altogether representing each of those different agencies. And then the broader group is 25, 30 or so, but we haven't met with all of those just yet.
Perfect. Thank you both.
Thank you. Other questions? Go ahead, Director Felt.
Question for John. I'm wondering sort of where we are in terms of adoption or sort of people being open to the direct potable reuse, and what here's a sort of place to put this. I was saying about those 5th graders that we heard from earlier, and seems to me if every 5th grader was visited by your trailer, when the time came, when they were adults, they'd probably be totally ready to adopt this. But I wonder, are we at a place where you can go, hey kid, have some direct potable reuse, or is it kind of like, no, you need parental permission or something like that? I'm not really clear.
That's a great question, and there's no doubt that kind of the level of acceptance does vary with age and kind of background of people. So where we're at, we're trying to make this kind of a gentle slope, right? So it's not a steep thing, right? We're starting now. Yeah. There aren't any DPR systems in the state of Colorado yet. There's one in operation in Texas, been there a few years. A couple more coming, like El Paso is coming soon. But there aren't any here. So we're trying to make that a gentle slope of learning and being accustomed to it. And so to your point about 5th graders, absolutely. We very intentionally reached out to a number of different school groups. Colorado Springs Utilities did a great job of hosting all kinds of different school groups at a range of ages and school ages as part of this, starting last June and continuing on until now. And it was interesting to hear some of the feedback that we got, particularly from the school-age children. Some of them reacted essentially as if questions like, you mean we're not doing this already? So they're already there, at least some of them, right? And not frazzled by it at all. They think, of course we would do that. Why wouldn't we do that? And so it's an important part of that. Absolutely. I certainly hope and expect there will be a day when people do accept it readily and we don't have to worry about it as much, maybe even to the point where people expect it rather than just accept it.
Thank you. Good, Director Brown.
I just have a question for all the speakers. Well, maybe it's twofold. So what are the biggest challenges to meeting the goals of your projects? I wrote that one more specific to CASM and the time frame that they gave us, what success looks like, and then also how can this be presented in the water plan that ends up assisting each of you in forwarding these goals across the state, not just in and for the Denver metro area.
Nathan, would you like to start?
Yeah, I think really the one thing that's going to help us reach our goal is funding. We don't have funding past this year. We really appreciated the grant for this year, but we'll have to continue to figure out ways to fund this program. We've modeled ourselves after what California has done. So theirs started out as individual water operators and water providers banding together, combining funding, and then pushing that into a statewide program. And that's really the goal of what we hope to do here as well.
Follow up on that. So in approximate numbers, in order for this program to be statewide, can you just ballpark an amount of money per year that you would need for this program?
Yeah, I think it's going to be, close to what we had this year. That snow-free data only has to happen once a year. If we have a bigger area statewide, I think we're going to be closer to 2 million required funding every year. When we can get more basins, we get more savings by having the planes out there. A big cost right now is getting planes from California to Colorado to fly. And if they can spend a week here instead of just a few days, we can really get a cost savings there.
At some point, would that be planes that Colorado owns instead of using California's planes? Or does it, I'm sorry, I know nothing about planes.
So the planes are owned by ASO Inc. But it could, if they had confidence that they have more flights in Colorado, they could purchase planes specifically for Colorado, and they wouldn't have to fly back and forth.
Okay, thank you.
And Director Brown, I was going to speak to how we would integrate that into the water plan. And that actually was a piece of the action that we were talking about with spatial data. And I think I rushed through it a little bit, but on the supply side, it's really looking at going beyond the snowpack, the soil moisture, and really looking at ASO and scaling that statewide. It's also looking on the demand side as well. There's a lot of regional work happening. Dr. Cog has been doing that in the Denver region. We're looking at both sides of that and including that as an action in the water plan that could then, be funded, start the ball rolling to inspire grant funding for projects that might support that. So,
thanks, Kat. John?
So, Director Brown, I'll split your answer into the two parts, one about potable reuse and second about one water planning. On potable reuse, we think about it in challenges in three groups, primarily regulatory, outreach, and technical. And we're making good progress in all three of those through the projects that I walked you through. So I am really optimistic about that. Also, once it gets down to the implementation level, it needs to be viable financially relative to other water supply options. And of course, there's also limits on the reusability of water based on water rights as well, which can hamper the ability to fully optimize that. In terms of one water planning, you saw the different agencies that are involved in the Denver One Water Plan, and they're doing an outstanding job of working together, yet still historically, they've got this kind of built-in mode of working independently and in silos. And so some of that still kind of sticks, in our MO, if you will. But I can't say enough good things about how they have banded together, that OWL group banded together to work together towards these common objectives and really take advantage of the interconnectedness of their roles.
Thank you. Dr. Gibbs.
My question is probably a little bit but some of my notes have linkage land use planning with water use planning, CAT, water community resiliency. So big picture question, like what are we doing when I think of, I used to be a Summit County commissioner and just thinking I don't know, Greg, when you were elected, I remember CCI had some type of training at their winter conference on, a big part of your job is going to be land use planning and get familiar with master plans and community development and so forth and know your codes and regs. But for a lot of people that get elected, that's very much kind of a foreign concept in many ways. And you really learn as you go. And then on top of that, once you understand your master plan development codes and so forth, then you have like a 1041 issue that pops up, which is totally similar but different in many ways as well. But I'm just curious, what are we doing really to work with those key decision makers, those, water district, like a water, Denver Water or any water district and decision makers around the state to really look at these key elements of land use planning, water, and so forth. And I don't know, I think there are a lot of great opportunities for staff of municipal and county and special districts, but I worry about some of these key, like county commissioners, municipal electors and so forth, that I think there's a lot of work to be done. Because I know in the fire world, I know Angela will speak a little bit later, who works with me at the DNR, but we're just constantly talking about this nexus between land use planning and wildland urban interface codes and so forth. And obviously there's a big nexus with water with that too, but there's just so much work that needs to be done. And I'm really worried about that.
Thank you, Director Gibbs. That's a great concern and a great question. And I think the action that I talked about in my presentation about institutionalizing and benchmarking water-saving communities is a piece of setting that vision. And then, as we've talked about with the water plan, it really sets the ball rolling for both CWCB and our partners, both stakeholders and agencies, to take action. So I think like the Growing Water Smart program would be a great opportunity for local leaders, county leaders to be trained up on the integration of water and land use. But I think that going beyond that, we really have to have a cultural change around that to really see those two things as linked up integrally from the beginning, not after the fact. Which is something that we heard through scoping and something that we're trying to really set the vision for, and then put some pieces in place to really inspire people to begin trainings and begin educational opportunities to train up those people who are making the decisions to really understand how all the pieces are related.
And Director Gibbs, speaking to the Denver Water Plan, I think it's a really good example of how we can make things work differently than they have in the past. So very much to this concept of marrying up land use planning and water planning, just having those different agencies and different departments from the city and county of Denver in meetings with Denver Water, with Metro Water Recovery, that begins to facilitate those connections a little more directly. It's not that they didn't happen before or that they couldn't happen, but it was more opportunistic. This more institutionalizes that and gets them sitting in the same room, even entities that you wouldn't think of as water-related entities. For example, City and County of Denver Community Planning and Development Department. Well, we're getting them engaged in these decisions so that they can bring it to the neighborhood scale as well. And we're also doing things on the policy level. For example, the City and County of Denver are now building on the Denver One Water Plan, is moving forward with ordinances or an ordinance to create mandatory setbacks from waterways like the South Platte River, so that you can't build a 10-story parking garage 5 feet from the banks of the South Platte, but rather we have some setbacks for these community amenities, recreational trails, and so forth. So bringing those together and getting everybody in the same room at the same time, talking about these projects and focusing on specific projects really helps us then build those bridges between land use and water use planning.
And some of those key decision makers are also part, like, for Denver, like, Denver Water Board members, for example, like they're aware of this as well.
Absolutely. So one of the things that we did very intentionally as we were working on the plan last year was to make sure that we had support all the way up and down the management chain of each of those different agencies and entities. And so each of them had their CEO or mayor sign off on a letter that's on one of the first pages in the water plan saying, here's our support for this. Mayor Hancock signed it, Jim Lockhead signed it, Mickey Conway, all the CEO level people or mayor signed that, indicating that support. And then we're also making sure that we have regular report outs to the management structures of each of those organizations so that they're aware and can support it.
Any other questions, Director Felt? And then I want to go online to see if we have any questions there. Okay, great.
And I wanted to follow up on the last question, so I don't know if yours is, okay. Okay, so, just to follow up on One Water and kind of what does that look like going forward? So I've been at the city as staff, working on wastewater, stormwater, parks, all those sort of related issues. A little bit of land use planning, but not as much. And now at Denver Water, I think a big challenge in an organizational structure as large and diverse as ours is that each agency, even within the city and county of Denver, has its charge, has its mission. And to me, what this is really demanding of all of us is that we need to reframe our missions as one more integrated and cohesive mission around this sort of integrated planning approach. So just as a follow-up to that One Water plan, we had a team at Denver Water just last week look at, what does this look like, at Denver Water? How would we, bring those goals and objectives into the work we do? How would it inform our own planning processes, our own decision-making processes? How can we better integrate and align with folks at the city, with folks at Metro on those shared goals? I do think that management piece, getting those organizational leaders involved and invested is critical to sustain the success of an effort like this, because staff needs to know that leadership is behind it and fully supporting it. Thanks.
Thank you. Director Felt, then we'll go to Director Hawkins.
Sure. Yeah, Director Gibbs, just a couple follow-ups to what you were talking about with sort of the county level and trying to strengthen that nexus between land use and water planning. One, I thought I was really excited in the draft plan to see the proposal for these water security roadmaps that would be at the county level, 64 of them. That's a big, you know better than anybody how challenging that is and how diverse those roadmaps might look. But I think, it is important for us to remember where we tend to look on the basin level. Land use decisions really get made on the county level. It's truly a subdivision of the state. And to start bringing those land use planners into the discussion of the water plan through water security roadmaps that are designed per each county, I think is a really, really excellent step. I think it has tremendous potential. And then you mentioned the land use planning instruction or classes through CCI. You may remember last at the winter conference, we had Becky come down, some other folks to talk about the Colorado River Compact. We've got Russ coming to the summer conference and a bunch of different folks in water management, from water supply to NGOs to agriculture, including Jim Yon, actually. And then also Commissioner Chandler Henry from Eagle County, to talk about the water plan from that county perspective and how do county commissioners engage with the water plan and sort of integrate it into what they're doing. So I know you've only been out of office a little while, but I think there's actually a lot going on that is moving in the right direction to make this discussion more relevant at the county level. And so it's exciting to see.
Thank you. Director Hawkins?
Thank you. And I had two questions, if that's okay. The first one is, first, this work is great, exciting, loved it. How do we need to think about rural, urban, and tribal communities where we may see sort of a doubling up of less money to work with for planning and potentially less sort of money at the household level to be resilient to drought. How do we need to think about resourcing planning for those communities? And then I have another question after that.
Great. Who'd like to go first? I'm going to put John on the spot.
Yeah, that's a great question. I don't know that there are easy answers to that. One thing that popped to my mind as you were asking that, though, is essentially the opposite, is what's the cost of not doing these drought resilient strategies, and making sure we're aware of those and thinking of those, because certainly things could be a lot worse, right? If we're not doing drought resilient things, then of course there could be economic impacts. There could be a need to go to further flung water sources and so forth, and those will all be very costly as well.
Kat, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, thank you. That's a great question. And I think in some ways it ties to our resilient planning action area in a really meaningful way. That's where we sort of house our work around equity, diversity, and inclusivity. And that's where we keep our principles that came out of the Water Equity Task Force. And one of the things that we've thought about as we've gone through that process is putting those principles into the water plan is a way to really allow grant funding to latch on to some of the wording, to the thoughts we have around, and the Water Equity Task Force had around building more equity across the state. So I think that provides a bit of a jumping off point for grant funding for those communities to build resilience.
Thank you. Director Hawkins, your next question, but we're going to hold all other questions for the end of the discussion so we can go to the lunch break after this. So you're up, Director Hawkins.
And then my other question is, we have some communities down here whose physical supplies have been at risk because of drought. I'm thinking in particular the town of Mancos and the town of Dove Creek. So, where are we at in doing more with less? How are we doing on reductions in per capita use? And what do we need to be thinking about given the state of things across the state with drought?
Kat, you want to take a stab at that?
Thank you. That's a great question. And we've had so many great questions. Where are we with per capita reductions in use? I think that we've cited that we've dropped 5% between 2008 and 2015 in per capita water use across the state. A lot of that has been driven by changes in the way we've used water in our urban landscapes. So I just wanted to touch on that. I think we're thinking really hard about how to address drought through the water plan, how to kind of fold in drought resilience as a major piece of the water plan. That means so many different things. There are so many different ways to do that. But one of them that is, I think, really critical is starting to understand what might prevent communities from fully completing drought planning. Are we making it too onerous? Are there things that we need to work through to simplify that process and make it more accessible? And there are so many steps that go along with that, but we're thinking about it every day. Megan O'Grady over here has been, she's new, but she's already thinking about it. She's thinking about ways to get on the ground and talk to our communities about drought. Educate. We're working with a number of contractors to examine drought plans that are in place, maybe that are not recorded with CWCB, and looking at the amount of coverage in the state, how thorough it is, how do we really know if we're prepared, and when we realize that we're not, what are our safety mechanisms? So we're looking at all of those things, and that's incorporated in the water plan in various ways. It's also incorporated in our day-to-day work with the Water Availability Task Force and our drought task forces. I think that's all I've got for you.
Thank you. John, do you have anything to add to that?
Sure. Again, a great question. I think to me, there's two key ways that we can help acknowledge and deal with this reality of drought as a way of life. One is efficiency, conservation, reuse. Maybe you think of reuse as a source of supply, but making the most of what we've got already. And then the second, with that one water lens, is diversification of supplies. There's real strength in that diversity of supplies. Groundwater won't be as impacted as surface water would be for drought, and there's vice versa in that equation as well. And also things like interconnecting to other communities to the degree that's feasible, depending on where you're at. But those are some strategies that we can put into place that can help kind of deal with that reality of drought as a way of life.
Great, thank you. All right, so we are going to move into the lunch break, and then we'll come back and do the next 3 sets of these. So great job with that. And just keep in mind, all these projects that have been presented are projects that the board has funded that are starting to make a difference and advance water policies and actions in Colorado. So just keep that in mind as you're spurring new ideas moving forward. So with that, we'll see you back at noon, and we'll have a working lunch. So bring your lunch back here. Thank you.
Recording in progress.
All right, we're going to get started. So before we kick off this next section on robust agriculture, I just want to set the tone a little bit that we are using these discussion times as brainstorming and also getting information from the presenters. So we will have more time at the end of the dialogue to really hear from you all as directors, but we don't want you to hesitate to bring your opinions into these conversations while the presenters are here, because I think that could be really great as well. So we're going to move into robust agriculture. We're going to start off with Nora Flynn with CWCB, and then move down to Mark Harris with Grand Valley Water Users, and Ken Curtis with the Dolores Water Conservancy District, and Aaron Derwingson with the Nature Conservancy will close us out. Just a reminder, we're doing rapid presentations. For those of you presenters that just joined us, we'll be moving through all the presentations first and then opening it up to Q&A and discussion. And if you are on Zoom, I will let you know what your time is when you're, like how much time you have, and then I can jump in and cut you off if you're taking too long. So with that, I will turn it over to Nora.
Thanks, Stacy. Hi, I'm Nora Flynn, new to CWCB. Happy to be here as the storyteller of what CWCB is doing with agriculture, but really when I say we, I'm giving the credit to current and former CWCB staff, the project proponents, and our collaborators at different agencies. I can tell about, I can really feel how strong the relationships are that Alex built with CDA and DWR and DOLA, because it's just been so wonderful and easy to get in touch with those people and pick up where he left off with those relationships. So CWCB has been supporting projects that are working on a variety of paths to support agriculture. We are helping people to try new things that they otherwise wouldn't be able to take on the risk, the time, or the cost to do on their own. Our projects are supplying data and information, empowering agricultural water users to make decisions. Our projects are growing connections between the agriculture sector and environment and recreation and other economic sectors of Colorado. Our grants are also helping programs reach more people and leverage funding from other sources. So the first project I want to highlight is one of those that's helping people try new things and give them data and information to help with future decision making, and that's the Upper Colorado Conservation Project. This project addresses questions about what happens in agricultural systems when irrigation is reduced or temporarily fallowed in high elevation pastures. And I know there's someone here who could tell us a lot more detail about this project. This project is thinking creatively about how to best recover fields when irrigation returns, and about so much more. This project is collecting data that producers really didn't have access to before, so is helping them think about future decision making. And I know that this project is without a doubt moving the conversation forward about how to sustain these important high elevation meadow and pasture systems. Next, I want to highlight an example of a CWCB-funded project that is helping to bring together diverse stakeholders and leverage federal funding, and that's the Asagia Conservation Initiative, which is led by Colorado Open Lands, and they use CWCB funding as a match to get a regional conservation partnership program grant through the USDA. And this project provides critical cost share funding for Asagia landowners to access to be a part of these conservation type projects that require that match. And sometimes these landowners did not have the means to make that match. And so this project is really lowering that barrier to participating and helping them achieve their soil and water conservation goals. The last project on this slide that I wanted to highlight is a really great example of how our CWCB water plan grants are helping grow relationships between the agriculture and environmental sector. And that's the Upper Gunnison Diversion Modernization Project. It's a collaboration between Trout Unlimited and the Upper Gunnison River Conservation District and several agricultural producers. And this project is designing new structures that have benefits for agriculture and the environment, reduces labor, improves function of the channel, and improves the aquatic habitat. Two projects that I wanted to feature together were Drought Advisors and Master Irrigator. These are projects that take to heart that there's no one-size-fits-all solution for agriculture, and they are empowering producers to take on water resource issues in their area. So Master Irrigator is a multi-day course that brings farmers together, and they leave with skills and knowledge to access data and information that help them start saving money right away in the near term. And it also empowers them to get involved with water conservation in their area. This program is voluntary and incentivized. Farmers get paid to participate. It has engaged over 100 producers that represent 100,000 irrigated acres in the Republican Basin and the San Luis Valley. Drought Advisors is a collaboration between CSU, Rocky Mountain Farmers Union, again, is an incentivized participatory program that provides group and one-on-one support to farmers and ranchers. And they facilitate conversations around forecasting tools, drought planning, risk management, estate planning, and mental health. Again, farmers get paid to participate, their time is highly valued, and they get access to the professional help they need in writing a drought plan. Some of the key things that we heard in scoping is that we need to demonstrate, value, amplify the benefits that agriculture has for the environment and for the economy of Colorado. Another overarching theme we heard was that we need to focus on adaptive measures that can help Colorado agricultural producers adapt to current conditions and also stay flexible and able to adapt to future conditions as we know they change so quickly. So 2 actions that we are considering. This first one actually ties in really well with questions and comments that were brought up in the previous section about providing more information and collaboration with county level planners and other local government officials. So from the agricultural perspective, we've thought that this could include educating county commissioners or other local government about how land use planning, for example, home development, water dedication policies, how those really can drive agricultural dry up in their region or elsewhere nearby where they're getting their water from. Could also include discussion about how to include alternative transfer methods to fulfill part of their water portfolio. And is also important to talk about how having the ecosystem services, community buffers, and local food production that really benefit small towns and big towns alike. This second one is connecting soil and water conservation practices to economic opportunities. And in other words, this means connecting stewardship of land and water to the food and the other agricultural products that we enjoy. The goal would be to identify more ways to add value to Colorado agricultural products. And this could be, for example, with the Department of Ag Soil Health Initiative and coming up with other sort of water smart ways or ways to market water smart agricultural practices and local food. And this is certainly a space where we need to think creatively and are very excited to work with the Department of Ag and other agencies in Colorado. So Thank you. I hope this brings about some good ideas for your discussion, and I yield my time.
Great, thank you, Nora. All right, so next we have Mark Harris with Grand Valley Water Users, and you'll have about 5 minutes, so wrapping up at about 12:17.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Mark Harris, General Manager of Grand Valley Water Users in Grand Junction. We thank you for having us here this afternoon. We, like you, are fully aware of the challenges facing the Colorado water community, and I'm not going to spend any time on those issues. Those need no further elaboration. But we understand the logic of the so-called hard pause that on the demand management component of DCP announced by CWCB, and applaud all the efforts on the part of CWCB and the participants throughout the state in pursuing that conversation to date. We recognize that the board and the entire Colorado water community does indeed support the further investigation of what we have called for some time lowercase demand management, or demand management that's not a part of DCP, or as Hannah Holmes, I think, cleverly has termed it, strategic water conservation. The demand management DCP discussions of the last several years have been far from a waste of time, as some critics contend. Many of us know from continuing experience that you learn nothing if you try nothing. In the brief time we have today, I want to make just a few points that we believe can produce productive, actionable items for CWCB and the larger water community. Number one, there's an existing and growing willingness on the part of agriculture to identify, investigate, and pursue ways and means of identifying, understanding, and addressing the need for increased resiliency in their individual ag operations, their organizations, and in their communities. The difficulty, concern, distaste, and so forth for such actions have not in the past and will not in the future stop agriculture from trying to actively participate in preparing for its future. There are many examples of these past and existing progressive actions, some of which Nora mentioned, that agriculture has taken over the last few years, and those will continue. Number two, we know that this is not the right time this afternoon for a detailed description of the action ideas we would like to suggest and propose to you. These suggestions are informed by the activities of the Grand Valley water users in our system conservation pilot program activities, as well as my own farm activities in system conservation for 3 years. Our conserved consumptive use pilot project, which was partially funded by Colorado Water Conservation Board, and our Beyond Conserved Consumptive Use projects, the Ag Impacts Group, and our ongoing formal and informal discussions with our peers and associates in all 4 basins on the Western Slope. These ideas can be pursued, supported, and directed administratively and financially by CWCB and the broader water community in collaboration and cooperation with the local interests, recognizing the geographically specific needs and concerns of actual water users and their providers, a theme you will hear again this afternoon. Number 3, if you want to support robust agriculture and viable rural communities, we respectfully request that in the next 60 days, you identify and sustain an agricultural work group under the direction of CWCB, perhaps modeled on the demand management work groups. Then in the subsequent 60 days, this working group would identify the ways and means to reach out to the ag and rural community, seeking their ideas and suggestions as how they would address locally and specifically agronomic, economic, environmental, and legal resiliency, and how the board and the state of Colorado might support those efforts. It is important to let people be self-serving in this endeavor. Benefits from these selfish explorations and activities will accrue to the needs of the state and the river as well, but that cannot be the primary consideration in reviewing and selecting such potential locally beneficial projects. And finally, specific suggestions and proposals related to the initiation and support of these collaborative approaches exist now. When appropriate, several of us are ready and willing to share these details with you We strongly urge you to use these resources which we are putting at your disposal and to do it quickly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. And next we have Ken Curtis, and you'll have about 5 minutes. So concluding at 12:22.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Ken Curtis with Dolores Water Conservancy District, General Manager. I am speaking specifically about the Dolores project and the 74,000 acres of irrigated ag that we deliver water to. So without belaboring the point, we've all experienced 20 years of drought exacerbated by rising temperatures and climate change and continued shortages. The only thing I'd point out is clearly it appears to be hitting the southern tier a little bit harder than other parts of Colorado that are likewise seeing changes. In our specific case, we are a reclamation project. We were built on the historic hydrology and are supported by water users' fees. Therefore, without the water, no crops, no revenue. Given that we do spend a lot of time discussing the future and climate change, we have learned a lot, but there is more that we may potentially unpack. And I commend past CWCB efforts and hope they'll continue. But specifically coming from the Dolores project, that's where we're facing our specific issues is we are not, as we are designed, we do not scale well to these continued shortages. Other geographies that were built earlier or projects built earlier in different conditions may have different opportunities than the Dolores project. What we're immediately trying to come to grips to locally are the two timeframes involved. Obviously, short term, we're in an emergency. We're doing what we can to continue supporting our farmers and taking what short-term adaptive efforts we can financially to help everybody out. But longer term is probably where we're going to get the most bang from CWCB's efforts. And that's a tough time horizon to define. I do think it's very important that we stay focused on the locally driven solutions within the prior appropriation systems. Although obviously CWCB and Colorado does talk about trans-basin diversions, largely we're not going to be creating new transfers of water. Therefore, everybody's going to have to work locally within their basins to solve their local issues. With that said, what can the CWCB assist us with? Well, you're doing a great job. I think the workshop's been great so far, and you're on the right track. You're going to build, I hope, on your existing strengths, bringing us together like today and continued, and maybe Mark's suggestion, getting the stakeholders together. You're strong in planning, technical support, technical studies, education, and funding. You're going to continue that, I hope, and you're providing the leadership in all those places where you need to. Building off these past efforts, I appreciated how Russ started us off and captured real well how he's going to bring out the Colorado Water Plan. I can see how he has to unpack that at a very local level for all of us. So you've built a lot of tools in the past, and you're going to keep working off of them. I do see some need for bringing them down to a more localized level than perhaps has been done in the past. You'll continue working with your partners, DWR, the roundtables. You've given great support. I would just point out in the Southwest, we are 9 individual basins, and our quarterly meetings are probably going to need supplemented presentations at a more local scale. And we'll be working with Russ and his team to do that. What may help? Well, I would throw in a plug for the CHASM group that was presented earlier by Nathan. I would say I am on that working group, and we are trying to get a report out within the next month or so. We are busy operationally with airplanes in the air today. Dolores was just flown. That's a great tool. We will ultimately have to bring the details back to the CWCB board and see if the value is there to continue it. Forest health, that's going to remain in our conversation. I appreciate Robert bringing it up earlier. And obviously, Director Gibbs has been in the middle of that for a long time. And that's a long haul that we need to keep focused on. Other issues may be continued cloud seeding and the Friata And I was remiss in not mentioning support from Director Greenberg's Department of Ag. That has been helpful locally, and I hope that will continue. And we appreciate it, but it obviously is just one of the potential solutions. Where we go from here, I'm not sure. Flexible water sharing, you have studied and becomes problematic, but we need to keep working on it. Ultimately, on the long term, we are discussing fundamental structural changes. We'll see where we go, but I appreciate your leadership and look forward to the continued conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. All right, next we have Aaron Derwingson with the Nature Conservancy.
Hi, good afternoon, all. Thanks so much for the opportunity to talk with you all today, and thanks for dedicating your time to these important issues. There's no doubt we're facing some pretty serious challenges, now and in the next few years to come. And normally pretty optimistic, but I'm starting to worry a little bit that we're not doing enough fast enough to address these challenges. And I worry about the consequences of that for our streams and for ag and for our communities. So again, I appreciate y'all inviting TNC to speak during this section on agriculture, because ag and the environment are so intertwined in our state. And when we think about drought resilience for ag, we've also got to be thinking about drought resilience for our streams and for our associated wildlife habitat. And I think what I'd like to do with my little bit of time today is just lay out some work that we've done and some thoughts for the future that you can hopefully incorporate into your discussions, and can maybe even take action today to step up this work to support ag and everything that goes along with it, and adapting to a future with substantially less water. The good news, I think, is that, as you've already heard, we have a number of past and current projects to draw on, and a number of existing tools that are already available. And so I think part of the conversation is, how do we do a better job of putting those tools to work in more places and at a greater scale? That includes, all the work that Mark mentioned, and similar efforts exploring the ins and outs of temporary ag water conservation. And we recently worked with Hannah Holm and Colorado Mesa University to put together a short summary report highlighting the lessons learned and resources available from those various research and pilot project efforts. And I would love to make that report available to the board. I think the recent pause on demand management certainly makes sense, but it doesn't mean we should forego all efforts that can advance our understanding of the role that water conservation can play in addressing drought at all levels, right? I think that type of action has a place in the toolbox on its own or in conjunction with other activities. But we also know that it's got to include other things. And I want to add to the list of examples you've already heard from and mention the work with Pueblo and the Bessemer Ditch, right? An effort that's creating some new tools that can help protect prime ag lands, create new economic opportunities, and provide water quality benefits in the future with less water. I want to mention our work in Ken's area in Cortez with the Montezuma Orchard Restoration Project, where we're exploring how alternative crops and high efficiency irrigation can address drought and provide economic resilience. And I don't want to also lose sight of sort of the bread and butter infrastructure projects. We've got a big one right now in the Yampa River with the Maybell Irrigation District doing a diversion and headgate rehabilitation, which is going to aim to provide reliable irrigation water along with fish passage and river benefits. And so when we think about those tools and we think about the toolkit, I think a few thoughts that we have for, from our team, from our side moving forward, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. I think we're all feeling a sense of urgency right now. And so encourage, continued and additional support for communities in doing something that they can then build from. I think it's also important to think about how we make both short and long-term investments in drought resilience. That's the work mentioned above, and continued investments in temporary water conservation, in improved infrastructure, in measurement and management, but also in addressing watershed function and forest health that might take a longer term to realize some benefits. And then on top of that, I think it's really important to support community capacity. You've already heard about the importance of developing local solutions. That can really only happen when communities have the capacity to do that. And so it's absolutely essential to have that for building long-term resilience. And the CWCB has a role for that, as well as partner state agencies like the Department of Ag and like DOLA, right? And other partners like CNC that can provide appropriate support and resources to communities to help identify and develop and advance their own priorities for drought resilience. Again, as Ken and others mentioned, the best work is going to be built from the ground up, and those local benefits are going to be the starting point. But I think it's also really key to think about how we can nest or stack other benefits and build from the local level to provide that regional and state resiliency as well. So maybe some final thoughts on where that leaves us today and specific points I think you all can consider. Like Mark did a really good job of mentioning, we have ideas that are ready to go, and we have some work to do to surface other ideas. So one thing to consider would be doing that community outreach, go out, talk to folks, figure out what projects are ready to go now, what ones are in development that can be lined up for future funding, and which ones are just conceptual and need additional support to develop and advance. And whether that's the work group, whether that's the state or another entity, that's work we can start now and get communities addressing this challenge, building out the toolkit for their areas, and getting ready to apply for grant funds, next month, in December and next year, and getting that pipeline of work going. I think, again, we do have really good tools already at our disposal, but with some of these new challenges, it's possible we'll need new creative solutions, and we could help identify and develop those ideas through something like an innovation contest, which has been done in other states. And that's something the state could look at granting funds right now to support, and a third-party contractor could facilitate that contest with input and guidance from the state and other partners. I think it's important to recognize there probably is some low-hanging fruit out there, like measurement engaging we could start to tackle now. I think it's also, again, on the longer-term investments, there are some hard conversations ahead with no easy or simple solutions. And so to tackle that, I think it's important that there is funding available for community capacity and for that, more in-depth planning, right? And Mark's helped me, right? We call this thinking money, and that can support local communities in having those conversations and considering appropriate responses for longer-term resilience. And then lastly, I think just want to encourage y'all to think about how you can align your existing resources and some of the new incoming resources that are coming, out of the state legislature or from the federal government, and provide guidance on where those resources are best applied, right? Are they best applied as a match for some of the bigger federal programs in combination with private dollars? Are they best used for project implementation or idea development? Help us parse those to the different efforts that are going on and really be able to make the best use of those resources. And then tie that back to the community capacity piece, right? I've got to address that issue and how we can really streamline those various funding sources to put it to work on the ground where it's going to matter. So thank you for your time, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Aaron. All right, so now it's time. Questions, ideas, what does all this bring to mind for drought resilience for you? And I might just start by order of mention since your project was brought up first. Director Boucher, if you want to start us off. What do you think?
You want me to talk about the project?
Or whatever, but just that you were up there, Nora gave you an in, so I make sure you don't have anything to add.
The wonderful thing that I'd like to stimulate while these gentlemen are all on is if Mark could take a little deeper dive into his thoughts on the Ag Working Group. I really like the sounds of that, but I would be curious, Mark, if you could give some more insight, and then both to Ken and Aaron, if you guys would follow up too, if you have thoughts.
Great. Go ahead, Mark.
Okay, yeah, thanks, Paul. Well, the idea is relatively simple. We would support a group whose goal was to determine and revisit once again how the best way is to go out to these various communities and get their ideas. Paul, we know you had an idea, we had ideas here. those came from our local circumstances, and there needs to be, we believe, a more organized approach to doing that. What we would propose in broad sweeps is that, again, trying to find a way that CWCB can advance the agenda and get some small wins on the way to larger solutions to some of these problems. Is that, again, if it was something that's set up kind of like the Ag Impacts Group, for example, is the idea would be, is how do we get out into the communities with an RFP, for example, to do a couple of things: generate ideas about personal organizational resiliency, to let people be just a little bit selfish. If we're talking about Colorado water resiliency, we have to start with the individual user and their providers. So that group, we would suggest, needs to inform what an RFP that could be carried to various organizations in various ways with the contacts that we already have, to do two things. And you have all seen some of this information before, but we think it should seek out two things. Number one, as Aaron mentioned, identify some amounts of money that would allow people to do some basic research, some thinking about how they want to proceed from a very basic level in their organization or on their operation. And it could be largely and mostly self-serving. You might get extra bonus points for extra benefit, but how can you make your operation or your company, your irrigation district more efficient, more resilient? Secondly, then there should be the opportunity for bigger projects, whether they are large, complicated thinking projects, or as reclamation might call them, pencil-ready projects that really need significant amount of professional and design participation. But by the same token, if there are people that, for example, in your project, Paul, if there are people out there who have ideas that they think that they want to execute now to create real water, real strategic conservation, Anna, we think that should be part of the RFP request as well. So that would be the phase one, was to decide if that's a reasonable way to proceed to distribute the idea. And then the next step would be to actually create, either internally with CWCB or with private contractor, to create that RFP, and then use the existing vehicles and venues that we have to get those ideas out there. So as briefly as I can tell a story, Paul, that's kind of what we have been thinking.
Thanks, Mark. Ken, do you have a follow-up on that?
I would agree. I mean, I see CWCB, you're acting as state leaders. Mark has given you proposed one method for you to try and offer to initiate a very localized conversation and then support it. And so, yes, we are trying to drive this down locally, and I think Mark's idea is one viable option to move in that conversation to the appropriate level, lower than even the roundtables.
Thanks, Ken. And Aaron, do you have anything to add?
No, nothing to add. I think it'd be great to get going.
Thanks. All right. Do you have a follow-up?
Yeah, that's all right.
Yep.
Thank you. I really like the concept, Mark, and I think we'll spend some time talking about it this afternoon. The one thing, too, not to leave out within that, I think, is some information sharing. Commissioner Greenberg and I were having a little chat yesterday about some of this on statewide levels about how we get some of this information out. And what I like about these ideas and concepts is it seems, and I wasn't dodging the request to talk about the project, I can talk about it for 3 weeks if you want to, but that once you start on work like that, the way that it webs out and opens doors to other opportunities, other projects, other locations, they never end. And so I think that some of that information sharing within some form of a work group would be a critical part of it as well.
Thank you. Dr. Anderson?
Yeah, I'd start out by saluting the three gentlemen here, Mark Harrison, Ken Curtis, and Aaron Dirksen. They've been involved with, beyond conserved consumptive use for a long time now, and really we're the leaders in the case of Mark Harris and the project on the Grand Valley project for drought. A couple of my thoughts. The ag projects that we do to make agriculture more efficient, that's directly going to benefit the environment, the recreation, the other stakeholders in the group. I can tell you what has happened on my farm. In the 50s, my dad started putting in concrete ditches, and believe it or not, we're still using them today. We didn't use less water doing that, but we saved enough water that we could farm more of our farm. Well, today the farm is farmed from fence row to fence row to the plight of the pheasants that we used to have in the valley, but we're farming fence row to fence row. So any waters, as I become more efficient on my farm, the water that is basically fixed. Our consumptive use is basically fixed there. We aren't magically going to, consume more water there. If you look at the textbooks numbers on water loss in open ditches between infiltration and evaporation, it's something like 30%. You take a look at the Uncompahgre project, which diverts something like 600,000 acre feet a year. We're talking 200,000 acre feet of water that could be left in the system. Again, they're going back to my farm level. That project is farmed out. We're basically farming everything we can. So you aren't going to increase the consumptive use with that water elsewhere. You're gonna make the farmer's life a lot more easy because he's gonna have a steady, reliable supply of water there. But anything we can do to finance making agricultural water use more efficient is going to pay dividends to the other stakeholders in this game. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Brody.
So again, thank you all for your comments and your great ideas. One of the challenges that I'm hearing from some of your comments that we've heard in the past is that, we've got all these different funding buckets that do slightly different things. And it can be challenging sometimes to figure out where do you belong, how do you cobble it together to make a program work. And I wonder if it might be worth the exercise to say, if we could start fresh, blue sky, and if the funding, streams weren't a constraint, what would the priorities be for the ag sector? And then maybe from there, the CWCB could look at how do we retool the funding that we have to meet the need instead of those with the need trying to figure out how to meet within the various buckets that we have. Because I think, coming from Denver and speaking on my own behalf, I think, the ag sector is vital to our state. And I personally want to see ag continue to be healthy and vibrant and sustainable going forward. And we need to figure out how to support the producers who are critical to who we are as Coloradans.
Thank you. We'll go to Commissioner Greenberg.
Great, thank you. I have one question and a couple comments, if that's all right. So my first question actually came up during the municipal update earlier, but I think kind of transcends all of the working groups today. So I'll pitch it to Nora and Mark and Ken and Aaron to see how you want to kind of take it on. But I think, Nora, you mentioned this, and part of the water plan's framing is around the ecosystem services that agriculture and natural and working lands can provide. And during the Muni update, I was thinking about this as well, of, the co-benefits that agriculture provides beyond food production or, sort of revenue for the industry. And it's really, in my mind, the kind of future I see and hope for in Colorado involves a much more sort of integrated community where we recognize our co-benefits to one another across our different kinds of communities and production. So I guess my question to this group is, how are you all thinking about the kind of co-benefits of integrated planning, and maybe taking, to make it more specific, the integrated land use planning discussion that we had earlier, and how, kind of what would you offer maybe to the municipal thinking about how to embed those co-benefits of agriculture and natural and working lands into local planning efforts?
Thank you. Well, let's start from the top. Nora, do you have a response?
I think I don't have a great response. I want to let that percolate and let the other three speakers go first, and happy to hear from anyone else as well. Thank you.
Great. All right, Mark, we'll start with you.
Well, that's a very incredibly important question, and the best that I could possibly do would be to talk about from our perspective, and I don't know that we necessarily have time to do that today. I guess what I'm suggesting is that would be one of the kinds of answers that this working group and this process would attempt to find, is what helps Ken, what helps Aaron, what helps Paul, what helps us is going to be different, and how we embed and, more importantly, monetize those benefits, those multiple benefits for municipalities, for environment, for stream flow, for aesthetics, as well as for agriculture, is key to answering the challenges we have. So at this point, all I can do is to say that I very much support the question. We've been working under an umbrella of combined resource and economic community benefits since 2015, starting with putting together BIP for the roundtable ideas that benefited not just us, which they must, but also benefit others. Given our location on the main stem of the Colorado, things we do well have lots of benefits for many people. The fish programs, the 5 irrigation districts and power plant that we deliver water to, et cetera. In many regards, we're quite fortunate in that we have benefits that we can clearly identify that matter to other people, and we can monetize those. One thing I want to be sure and point out is that not everyone is that fortunate. There are people who have issues that have very limited benefit, but are extremely still valid. And I think there should be some mechanism that at least part of funding continues to identify some of these on-farm or on-system kinds of things that Steve was talking about, because we hear him loud and clear. The answers are going to vary, but I think that most people, like it or not, realize that we're all in this together. And although as much as I have come to detest the term, we're all citizens of the basin, doggone it, I guess maybe it's true, is that sometimes we can't look after our own best interests without coming to understand at least the needs and concerns of others. So, and I'm not sure which commissioner asked that question, but it's an important question, and it needs to stay at the forefront of these discussions. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Ken and then Aaron and then back to Commissioner Greenberg.
Yeah, Commissioner Greenberg, it is a good question. I think it's going to take more thought because it does vary from our rural areas to maybe a more metropolitan area. The Grand Valley has its own unique history and culture that's different from the Southwest, that's different from the Rio Grande Valley on up to the South Platte. So I do think you should insert that question into these future discussions, but I do think Mark's right. It's going to take a longer in-depth dive to fully integrate the values in our land use planning and the mutual benefits, but we'll continue.
Thanks, Ken. Aaron?
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner Greenberg, and I'll maybe build on some of Mark's thoughts. I mean, I think for us, co-benefits it's everything, or almost everything we think about is the way that we build lasting conservation success is to stack those benefits. And when we work with Mark on the pilot project, it's very much about the ins and outs of ag water conservation, from the perspective of an irrigation entity that's supplying that water and what it means for the community and those that participate and those that don't. But none of that could happen in a vacuum without considering the impacts on the 15-mile reach. So I think that, the co-benefits is the way to think about it, but I think our challenge is that the funding and evaluation doesn't always align with that. I'll talk about that project again. We tried to build in other pieces of that project that would think about the aesthetics of how it looks for a community that's dependent on tourism as much as it is on ag. We tried to think about soil health implications on the farm. We tried to think about other environmental benefits. There are those that want to fund ag water conservation that maybe don't want to fund those other things. And so I think if we want co-benefits, we've got to put it up front as a priority. We've got to provide the appropriate resources, like Mark said, to understand the needs and concerns of those that would come, that are thinking about those other benefits. And then we've got to provide the resources to track whether or not we're seeing those. So I think it's a great principle, and we can maybe do a better job. And this is maybe where the conversations, Ken and Mark were mentioning can go next. We should spend some more time on, can do a better job of thinking about how we support those and how we, effectively get them in our project work and in our program approach.
Thank you. So we'll go to your comments and then we'll go to Director Boucher.
Okay, great. Thank you all. And thank you to the four of you for all of your fantastic work on behalf of the state. And my apologies to the board and staff. I'm going to have to leave after this session. So I'm going to put all my other thoughts for today out there. But I want to mention, in addition to what's been said, the importance of profitability in this equation. And I think, again, Nora touched on this in looking at ways to connect adaptive practices to economic opportunities. That's very much in line with what we're building at CDA. Obviously, what we're doing is not by any means everything that's going on, but we're trying to be part of this ecosystem. So I think there's a lot of alignment there. And then this concept of community buffers that's within the water plan, I think it's a really exciting concept that kind of gets at my question as well of, how do we see each other in our various communities and then integrate the work that we do, the economies that we provide, the stewardship that we engage in, whether it's urban or rural, but see that as part of one another's success and ability to thrive here. Mark, I'm certainly interested in, just like Director Boucher was mentioning, in pursuing the concept of Ag Working Group, whichever direction the board or staff want to take it. Just know that myself and CDA would be very supportive of that, and in whatever way we can do that, and would encourage us just to think maybe outside of the box of the folks that we're used to working with. Maybe ask who's not at the table that we need to engage in that sort of working group, just to make sure we are getting as much diverse perspectives as we can. The other thing I want to mention is, the ecosystem services and local food production. I'm really excited to see that in here. I think that it's all connected here, and it's really, really neat seeing the overlap that CWCB staff has integrated into this new draft and to their thinking. One last thing I want to add, which, I think might feel out of the box from a water planning standpoint, but I think is really critical, especially as we learn from other cultures and communities about what water means to them, what water means to the future for our kids and future generations. I was talking to a class at Fort Lewis that is in the sociology department, led by my dear friend Carrie Brandt, who's both a rancher and a professor at FLC. And we were talking about our soil health work and regenerative agriculture, and the students said, my family, an indigenous family, we've been doing regenerative agriculture for centuries, for generations. We just don't call it that. So I think recognizing where we have deep knowledge, where we can find leadership that we don't necessarily see at this table or see out in the field, is really key. And part of that, I don't know how we work this into planning, but I think like if you go back to the humanity of what we're trying to do, right, which is build a vibrant future for Colorado. Like for me, I come originally from Minnesota, which is land of 10,000 lakes. And I grew up just immersed in water all day, every day of every summer. Spent every summer canoeing, swimming, sitting under waterfalls. And there's this element of what we're doing that touches on something more fundamental than the transactions we're planning for or the conservation we're planning for. It's somehow, I think, keeping in mind the intangible importance of water to our lives and to our communities. For some communities, that's a spiritual foundation in water, and that's true for many communities in Colorado. There's a renewal that happens when we are able to be in or near water. And so I hope that we can find a way to kind of keep that center of mind, even as we're thinking about planning and conservation and reducing consumptive use and sort of these other technical tools, just knowing that I hope in 50 years I can immerse myself in a river that isn't full of algae and has living creatures in it and is part of an irrigated, meadow or farm situation that I can go buy food from somebody I know down the road who's growing or raising that food. I think that's it. Thank you for entertaining my brain dump right now.
Thank you. All right, Director Boucher, and then we have Director Hawkins online after.
Thank you, and I didn't want to hog the conversation here, but to another answer to Commissioner Greenberg's question to add to the guest speakers so that we didn't make Mr. Sands and his team sad today, that tool and that interface between land use planning as some form of water sharing tool as a prevention of agriculture by and dry, as called out within the plan, too, as a connectivity.
Thank you. Director Hawkins.
Thank you. And I just have to say that in an area where I'm seeing so much stress, I have so much hope after hearing from our three presenters. So thank you so much for sharing your time with us today. I'm going to limit myself to 2 questions given time, and I hope it's okay if I have 2. And one, I'd like to hear from each of our presenters, what's our North Star in the new water plan when it comes to ag? What should our goal be as a state?
Thanks, Celine. Director Hawkins, we will go starting from the bottom this time, starting with Aaron.
Well, I would really actually hope to go third on that one, but I'll maybe defer a little bit of time to Ken and Mark. I mean, I think when I think about the future of ag in the state, I really align with Kate's vision. That's speaks well to me where she left. And I would just also strive to put importance on the incredible overlap between ag and the environment in this state. And when we think about that future of ag, that we really are protecting those prime ag lands for food production, but prime ag lands for wildlife habitat as well. There's so many rivers and riparian areas that happen on private lands. It's of outstanding importance in our state. And then I would hope there's also a nod to stewardship, which is something that I think about a lot. The Nature Conservancy in Colorado has, I think, about 250,000 acres of agricultural land that we have protected through conservation easements, or is land that we outright own and manage, like the Zapata Ranch. And those lands can thrive for both ag and the environment because of stewardship. And I think that's a really vital piece of the future of ag in the state too, is promoting that stewardship and training the next generation.
Thanks, Aaron. We'll go to Ken next.
Thanks, Director Hawkins. I mean, we're talking about resiliency today, and the farmers that I know have not survived this long, multi-generation, et cetera, by not being resilient. We definitely have some daunting challenges, but the people here on this panel and the people on the CWCB board are all trying to work on getting us to the future. So I guess short answer is agriculture has to be viable long-term. And that's a really broad brush in that it's Commissioner Greenberg's profitability. It's the things Aaron said about interacting with the environment that we want to live in, with the stewardship. So it's a broad brush, but we are talking about the long-term viability of ag, and then how it integrates into our communities, our environment, our land use. But they have been resilient, and with your CWCB leadership, we hope to provide the tools to keep it. But it is going to be defined by the local communities themselves. Thank you.
Selena, I think that probably is number one from what Ken just said, is that we know from experience, spending a fair amount of time in your neck of the woods and other places, that viability, sustainability, and resiliency are kind of in the eye of the beholder. They're going to be different things to different folks. And I have to mention that one of the things that we heard from the very first Ag Impacts group, Paul Kmeyer, as a producer, came and visited with that group, and he said, and I'm going to use a word here that may not be fully appropriate, but he said, don't hang all of the intangible, desirable needs that Colorado has on the back of the farmer that's trying to add his resiliency to his operation. I think that it is important that North Star has to recognize that the intangibles are a bonus of viable, sustainable, resilient, profitable agriculture. And I think that they can happen together. You know, the board that I serve is, as I tell Taylor, is not a bastion of environmentalists, but they see the difference between living in Blythe and living in Grand Junction, you know. And I think that the recognition that there are things beyond the farm or the ranch that matter, I think we've come a long way. And I have to give credit to many of our environmental partners, including TNC, for doing that. But those two issues, I think, continue to guide our thinking. There's probably other things that could answer your question, Celine, but those are a couple that are important to us.
Thank you. So before we go, one second. Before we go to the next group, we're scheduled to take a break at 1. Do you guys need that break, or could we continue this conversation for 10 minutes? Okay, we'll have another break at 2. So, okay, great. All right, Nora, go ahead.
I was just going to thank Celine for that question, and I'm on the same page as the previous speakers. I think, that it's about, can the next generation and current generation of agricultural producers see themselves thriving in that role? And that's not just the profitability piece that we all know is very important, but the lifestyle, the quality of life, access to mental health resources and education, schools for their kids, and the streams that they can take their families fishing in. I think that all plays into it. And so, really happy to hear some aligning of thinking on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Nora. All right, Director Hawkins, your next question.
Thank you. So I am really excited about the ideas that I heard around, an innovation contest, an ag working group, and RFP. Do you think we need to do some restructuring in our ag component of the Colorado Water Plan grant funding to allow for what to me sounds like a little bit more thoughtful work in how we invite applications for CWCB funding? Do we need to make changes, in your opinion?
Thank you. Mark, do you want to start us off on that one?
I think it's a good question. And as many of you who have been upside down and trying to figure out how we access and then use productively these various funds that are available to us now, both from the state and from the feds. I think so. Sometimes, every grant, every RFP, just as the ones that we put out for our projects and that you all put out, have to have some meat to them. They have to have some deliverables. They have to have some clear identification of benefit. But I do think that thinking about what those benefits are should be broadened some to allow for some of that self-serving approach to what a good idea might be. And I use the board that I serve is they're not opposed to the common good getting some benefit from what they do if it doesn't cost them too much to do it. So if the idea is that, we really, on a very basic level, Pat Stanko mentioned it some time ago. He said, there are some of us who just don't know exactly what to do. We just need to think about it and talk about it. It's hard to find a grant to support that, but that's what it needs, is you need some help with due diligence. On the other hand of things, on the larger scale of projects, if you're looking at some large projects where you need some assistance, some matching funds on some design consideration, again, they need to be well formulated. They need to have, they need to be going someplace. They need to be part of a larger plan. Many of the things that the state has and that Reclamation and others have do that. Field services, grants that we've gotten from CWCB and the Water Resources account. But yes, Celine, I think that those need to be reviewed to make sure that they're not unduly sorting out ideas whose time is just a little bit too early to fit what many grant applications require.
Thank you. Ken?
Yeah, I would just say yes, you probably need some increased flexibility because we may not be doing the type of ag projects that we've done historically. And so certainly ought to have the flexibility within the program to support where CWCB leadership wants to support the ag community going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Aaron?
I'll add my concurrence. I think Mark's had a good point about the, sort of the thinking money, that if we want to support communities and helping them identify how they're going to, strategies to adapt to a future with less water, there's not a great grant program to help start that thinking and build that local knowledge and community capacity. And so I think that's important. The other one I think a lot about too is the ATM grant, which we've used for several projects that are not really true ATMs, and so sort of a retooling of that program to bring it in line with the great work it's been able to support over the years would be something to consider also.
And it's one of the important things, one of the reasons that Ken and I are both on here is that both for geographical and in some cases philosophical differences amongst the people that we serve, our goals and objectives some days are quite different, but we agree that we'd like to have some determination of our future, our destinies. And it's sometimes difficult with the different approaches that we're taking to find a financing vehicle that would serve both Ken's interests and mine as the general manager here. So we think that that's of critical importance, a way to continue those kinds of conversations amongst people who aren't going to agree or come to immediate consensus is critical. Celine.
Thank you. Nora, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I will add that we frequently meet with applicants to our grant programs before the application process. And so we're always ready to meet with people. And also that it sounds like there's a lot of interest in this. So I might suggest that at a future board meeting, we build in some time to further discuss the guidelines for the agriculture section of the water plan grants.
Great, thank you. Any other? Director Dutton.
Thanks everybody for the great conversation. And, just to pause a second, Ken and Mark and Aaron, you guys were very kind and, thanked us for the work that we're doing, but we'd be nothing without you guys. You guys are part of the people that always show up and always provide super useful comments and input that's really useful as well. And so thank you guys for always coming with that attitude and mindset, and for being here today with this great conversation.
Well, if there's anything good in what we're saying, we've picked it up from the folks that we serve. And all of the bad things, can't speak for Aaron, but Ken and I are willing to take the heat for it. So thank you very much. Appreciate those kind words.
That's a way to be. Quickly with the last comment that was just made about about the ag guidelines. I think we're recognizing too that we're in a different place now than we were when we initially put together the water plan grant program. So I think it would be useful to look at everything, to look at all the different programs and think through, are we unnecessarily putting ourselves into boxes, or just how do we need to respond going forward within all the categories? I know some have been looked at more recently than others, like environment and rec, but just a comment there. And then I had just maybe wanted to ask Aaron for specifics. You mentioned some maybe short-term solutions and then solutions to build long-term resilience, and you keyed in on capacity and planning. And I'm just wondering, Aaron, are you seeing, this board funds a lot of capacity and planning. So was that to encourage us to continue to do it, or are you seeing a specific need that we're not responding to?
Yeah, it's a good question, Heather, and do acknowledge all the great work you have supported in terms of capacity. One thing I've seen, and y'all can discuss, is we've worked with folks like Mark in the Grand Valley that has staff and has resources and has capacity to engage with us to do the creative thinking. There are many other ditch companies that don't have that capacity, right? They don't have any staff. They may not, they don't have an office. Their files may be, in the backseat of the pickup truck. And so how do we help? What I think about is how do we help, bring those folks to the table when they're really, maybe fully consumed with job one, right, of providing the irrigation water, of keeping the ditch running, and don't have a lot of resources to put towards something like drought resilience, or even think about a grant that may already be available. And so how do we bring capacity to that level?
Great, thank you. Director Brown, this is the last question.
I don't have a question. I just think that one of my takeaways from this was that I think we're really just seeing positive benefits to how we transition in agriculture when those conversations are specific in basin and can really be built around the needs and the operations of ag and the water systems locally. So when we have that longer conversation, as Nora suggested, I'm just wondering how we can think about it in that vein, as well as, from a statewide perspective, because every community is so different that I think the best work that we're going to get done to be vibrant or resilient or innovative it's not going to be statewide necessarily. It sounds like it's really going to be built off of the specific needs of the local folks. So I just wanted to kind of summarize that I heard.
Great, thank you. All right, so we're going to move on to our next section. So we'll hold your thought for the board discussion at the end. And I'll move the break to 2:10. So if you're on the line and you're in the resilient planning group, we're going to start that at 2:20 so that we can get a break in.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you all for being here. All right, so next we're going to Thriving Watersheds, and we're going to have Chris Sturm with CWCB kick us off, and then Abby Burke with Audubon Rockies, Angela Bogue with Department of Natural Resources, and then we'll move into board discussion. So Chris, you have 10 minutes. Take it away.
Okay, Chris Sturm, CWCB staff for the record. Good afternoon, everyone. I am going to try to move as fast as those fifth graders today so we can really get this going. Take a page out of their book. Am I going to get the slides on this screen too? Cool. Great, thank you. Okay, well, a lot of you have seen this before, and I always like to revisit the science so that we all know what baseline we're starting from. And so thriving watersheds are healthy watersheds. Healthy watersheds are resilient, and resilient ecosystems are able to absorb repeated disturbances and adapt to change without, I can't read it all because something's up on the screen, without fundamentally changing the services in which society and the environment depend. Anybody recognize this language? This is straight out of the guidance for the watershed health and recreation criteria that you approved yesterday. I bring that up because this is language I've also proposed for the water plan update. And I think that it's really important to have continuity between those two things, because the strength of what we can achieve to protect and enhance watershed health is done by working with our stakeholders and more specifically our grantees. And that's a really important thing to remember. We used to be in a paradigm with our grantees at the very beginning when I started the watershed restoration program of just responding to whatever they had. You want to do a riparian revegetation project? That sounds good. It meets our criteria. Let's fund it. We're out of that paradigm. We're now working in very close cooperation with our stakeholder groups to help them come up with strategies to develop capacity so that they can plan for different strategies to impart watershed health in their areas and to have that lead to implementation. So we're there every step of the way, not just with funding, but also with technical support. And I think that's an important thing for us to keep in mind as we get through this topic today. Our stakeholders and our grantees are asking us for tools to help them more efficiently plan and prioritize and implement. They're doing the work, but they want to do it more efficiently, and they want help to do that. So next slide, please. And the next slide, we're just going to go through some project examples real quick to illustrate a few points. And I thought it'd be cool to have some project examples from where we are. So these are Summit County examples. And this first one's the Swan River, right down the street from us, I think. And on the upper left there, this is, you know, what it looked like 100 years after gold mining in the Swan River Valley. Nothing was ever going to change here. The ecosystem, the watershed was not repairing itself. Interestingly enough, in this example, there's an in-stream flow water right upstream of it and through it, which I think was really a good play, because then, you know, a few years back, we got a restoration project. And that's what the restoration project looks like, that bottom one. Single thread meandering stream through a depositional area. Some folks may not be too happy about that. I love this because in the first example, it absolutely needed restoration. In the second two examples, what we're seeing there is a nudge towards this area now being able to heal itself and adapt to whatever hydrology it's going to be presented with moving forward. It really set up to be the best architect of itself. And next slide, please. So in this next slide, I just put this up here because I think this is what the Swan River could look like in the next generation. And this is a really valuable part of our watershed, these types of areas here. These areas, we need to protect them. We need to restore them. We need to nudge them towards these types of conditions. These are the natural buffers that impart watershed resiliency. Next slide, please. Oh, geez, I could be doing it the whole time, sorry. All right, I'm gonna start over. One more example. This is the Blue River Integrated Watershed Management Plan. They've completed their phase 1. I think they're in phase 2B now, maybe 3. Further downstream, the Swan River is tributary to the Blue River. And what we're looking at here is a functional assessment of Colorado streams. How do we start making decisions with the data that we're collecting in these integrated watershed management plans? I like this one a lot because on top, the 1.1, 1.2, those are the different stream reaches. And then we're looking at different scales. We're looking at a watershed scale, the variables within that watershed scale, the riparian scale, and the stream scale. And so by using this scoring matrix, which is developed part by science, part by the stakeholders with their values, we can start identifying patterns. Like, we're in good shape in some areas, we're not in great shape in some areas. 1.4, I think, is a good example where a lot of things seem to be functioning very well, but the water quality isn't so great. So this helps us to get to decisions pretty quickly. Our stakeholders are telling us that they want more data, but I think they really need more frameworks and tools that guide them on what types of data they need and how to turn that data quickly into decision-making. And those decisions should lead to implementation. And so this isn't meant for you guys to read all this. This is more for me to get through what I'm trying to explain. But for a while, what was out there was a framework called the Colorado, it was called COSHAF, the Colorado Stream Health Assessment Framework. And people were getting confused about what that was. They thought it was maybe an assessment tool. They thought it was maybe a methodology on how to assess stream health. But in actuality, it was just a framework. So something that we're doing moving forward is trying to help. We're building this, what I'm now calling the Colorado River Health Assessment Framework, or CORAF, to help our stakeholders understand how to get through this iterative process of working with stakeholder groups. We need to define our local values. We need to define what natural attributes of streams are, what those variables are. That's the blue box at the bottom there. How to evaluate those variables, and then how to select the methods and criteria to assess them. We were in the iteration of the water plan that you guys reviewed, calling that your own unique stream health assessment framework. That wasn't to be cheeky. In fact, I had to ask a lot of younger people if it was inappropriate because I didn't get it at first, but I get it now. So we will let you shaft go and we'll move on to something else. But your own unique stream health assessment framework was defined that way because we really wanted people to think about, this is yours. We're not going to put you in a box and tell you how you're going, what variables you're going to pick, how you're going to assess them. You know, we're going to have overarching themes of what you need to look at, but there's flexibility in there. And these different levels here are important too, because there may be low intensity assessments that are done through a desktop exercise, or moderate intensity, or rapid assessment, or there may be like a lot of field work where we're going out and actually surveying channels to do those assessments. This hopefully is going to get through some very difficult arguments that we've had, or issues with stream management planning and IWMPs, specifically related to flow needs, by defining more specifically what we expect out of a hydrological assessment. I think we can get past those really hard conversations, because defining what flows we need for objectives doesn't mean we're necessarily going to get them. But if we don't define them, it's going to be very difficult to talk about what we need. Okay, just a couple more, moving quick. The Colorado Fluvial Hazard Zone is a program that's nationally recognized. I'm incredibly proud of it. We do have a video on the homepage now. That's why I threw up the website address here. Please have a look at it. Our own Eric Sky narrated it. It's great. It's about 8 minutes long, so I didn't have enough time to show that to you. But the reason I brought it up is we're trying to put all these tools, frameworks together. And here's an example that's illustrative of that, where defining an active stream corridor, that's part of the FHZ program. And this is the Boulder Watershed Collective that's working through a grant with us and the Watershed Science and Design as their consultant to be more resilient to fires. And they're using a lot of different tools here together. They're using assessment tools that we might do in stream management planning to define these depositional areas in green. And further look at them to say, these are depositional areas on a map, but when we get out in the field, do they function that way? Well, the one on the top does, so it's been identified for conservation. The one on the bottom does not, so it's been identified for restoration. You'll see that green area on the bottom is downstream of where they've identified a lot of debris flow paths. Those are potential debris flow paths after fire, or even just in the face of climate change with more intense rain events. We've seen that. And then there's recommendations about forest management practices. So this is taking not only what we do in stream management planning and fluvial hazard zone and mapping, but it's also marrying that with traditional forest health planning. So just one example of how we're moving forward with recommendations for actions in the water plan. And that is all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we have Abby Burke with Audubon Rockies.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's literally good to see you. I feel a little out of practice. It's been some time. So thank you so much for inviting me. And I'm Abby Burke, Western Rivers Regional Program Manager for Audubon Rockies, for the record. And it's an honor to present to you today during the watershed resilience portion of this workshop. Colorado and the West face unprecedented drought conditions, impacts from wildfires and water scarcity driven by climate change. We've certainly gone into a lot of this conversation statistics today, but we live these changes and impacts, and these changes threaten our water supplies, our food supply, bird habitat, economies, and our quality of life. Watersheds support all of us. We depend on natural systems for clean and reliable water, people and wildlife alike. The inner water world, kind of our echo chamber, can feel small. But Coloradans are paying attention. From the 2022 Colorado College Conservation in the West Poll, concern about drought and low water levels is at an all-time high. Low levels of water in rivers as well, all-time high of concern. 88% of Coloradans polled are concerned about more frequent and severe wildfires, and 89% are concerned about droughts and reduced snowpack. We've got two thought streams for actions for the board to consider, kind of similar to Chris's presentation, and it's been a joy to really work with Chris in forwarding a lot of these different initiatives here. Okay, I'm not sure if I'm clicking at the right spot. There we go. All right, bless you. And during 2020 and 21, I had the privilege of visiting with Basin Roundtable environmental and recreational representatives and subcommittees regarding BIP updates and river health data challenges relating to needs to generate strong projects to improve water resilience. During year one, I met with all 9 basins on location and visited and discussed data needs and river condition assessments, such as the example here from City of Fort Collins. There was a lot of interest, like Chris was mentioning. In fact, many didn't know about all the different possibilities out there and would have loved to utilize them in their outreach processes. And filling the river condition data gaps was offered, key gaps, was offered up as a CWP update action item by a representative. ENR representatives certainly often remarked that data needs hindered their pipeline projects. Year two, based on the successful CWCB ENR mapping workshop, which basins unanimously remarked that filling key environmental data gaps was their top need for project planning and prioritization, plus interviews by the Stream Management Plan 5-year progress report and a second round of BRT visits. And Audubon convened a river health expert workshop. We actually funneled some of the top 5 common data gaps across the state. And so you might be curious what they are, but high resolution topographic data of the riverscape was one. Riparian vegetation extent and condition data was another. Movement of wood in the river. Biotic data describing fish and macroinvertebrate populations, and flow gauging data to describe flow regimes were all needs. A key finding in this research was that some of the information does exist. There's a lot of good work that has been funded by CWCB, but this work is not known about or often consolidated into a publicly accessible or approachable format. So lack of access to or the lack of knowledge of existing data sources is an important kind of de facto data gap, So river condition data is housed in a multitude of sources, from academia to agencies, and is not easily accessed. So project proponents often reinvent the wheel because there is not a consolidated and user-friendly clearinghouse of river condition data. So I just have a request, for the board to consider. There's an innovative area here that I hope Colorado dives into more, and maybe encourage cities in each basin across the state to take on a river health challenge, kind of assessing their river conditions for their source and local waters. Maybe manifest a publicly accessible and understandable report card for the water that they swim in and drink. So it's kind of thought stream number 1. Basin interviews also reveal that there is a desire to understand where restoration of wetlands and riverscapes can occur to help improve our resilience to drought and wildfire. Although there are questions in regards to hydrologic impacts on whether or not restoration practices can impact water rights, There is a need to learn more in Colorado without assuming harm. Watersheds are our primary water supply delivery infrastructure, from snowpack to wet meadow to rivers to tap or headgate. There's relatively affordable natural solutions are critical to have in these toolboxes alongside traditional strategies. One such natural affordable method for restoring our source watersheds is called low-tech process-based restoration. Process-based restoration is a low-cost, high-benefit option designed to restore headwater rivers, floodplains, wet meadows, and wetlands. These methods benefit rivers and communities by restoring natural river processes like hydrology, sediment movement, and nutrient cycling by reconnecting deeply cut to degraded streams with their floodplains and adjacent wetlands, if historically present. In the absence of beavers, this is a human-initiated restoration technique with hopes that beaver will recolonize the project area and do drought resiliency far better than we can. Riparian areas, floodplains, and wetlands slow runoff and promote groundwater recharge by effectively storing water and slowly releasing it back to the surface water system. In this way, these natural systems fill a role similar to traditional reservoirs. The hydrologic characteristics of these natural systems also improve water quality by filtering sediment and pollutants. I'd like to acknowledge the Watershed Biodiversity Initiative in Pitkin County, who shows this practice so elegantly and simply as in on this slide. As the first snowpack, what we receive as winter and spring precipitation, to the second snowpack of our wetlands and wet meadows, essentially showing the difference of a dry riparian area where there is a degraded and incised channel and a flashy rapid runoff to a riparian area where we have water slowed and spread so that it can release as a slow seep from a wet sponge. Here's what the benefits look like. They don't happen overnight, but they do. By re-wetting the sponge of the riverscape, soil moisture, productivity, and resiliency are all improved, essentially turning a dry gully into this resilient natural water delivery infrastructure. I'd like to acknowledge this slide is from NRCS, who works directly with ranchers to restore resiliency on the land. And this is the very picture of resiliency. And if I could have AV's help with queuing up a video, I'm hoping that will play. So fingers crossed here. In the wake of Colorado's 3 historic wildfires in 2020 and future wildfires, stream and wetland restoration is a key resilient strategy. Stream and wet meadow restoration projects are critical for drought resilience, wildfire mitigation, and soaking up post-fire debris flows and floodwaters. They achieve these benefits by reconnecting streams with their floodplains, re-wetting the soil sponge, and slowing runoff to support late season stream flows. Restoration of source water streams and wetlands provides important public benefits such as sequestering carbon, enhancing drinking water quality, and helping address critical threats to infrastructure such as post-fire debris flows and flooding, which can lead to significant costs for water providers. In agricultural systems, stream restoration projects show benefits to producers through increased forage and more reliable water supply. Several municipalities are implementing stream restoration projects to help meet state water quality requirements and improve water quality. Taking care of natural watershed systems takes care of wetlands. It breaks down water user silos. This is not just an environmental practice, this is a key practice to take care of our primary water supply infrastructure. We have an urgency to scale up to our resilience to climate change and pre-wildfire preparedness, post-wildfire recovery, and both drought and flood. Thank you for getting that video. Thank you. All right, one more slide here. It can come back up. Okay, sorry. We do have the opportunity to work with nature to enhance the reliability of traditional storage projects. We have to seize the opportunity to leverage the recently secured $15 million in ARPA funding from House Bill 1379. And that speaks directly to these nature-based practices for resilient watersheds and rivers. Sorry, one more. We need to seize the moment to gain an additional estimated $40 million in federal IIJA funding for Colorado that could directly benefit our watersheds through these restoration practices. And to wrap up, to me, the water plan is about how people implement projects together to better Colorado's water future. Right now, I've got a Western Slope ranching partner who wants to restore their water quality, resiliency of their water supply and habitat through these nature-based projects after the Pine Gulch fire. Their water resources were devastated by debris flows and channel incisions of 18 to 20 feet after a monsoon broke on that burn scar. There's a real need for these restoration projects. Benefits of restoring floodplains work for people and nature from the top of the watershed to the bottom. People need to understand how these nature-based projects work for their basins. We have enough science that points to the positive benefits of these projects. Numerous studies have shown that healthy, functioning natural water infrastructure, our headwater streams, floodplains, and wetlands, delivers a much higher level of ecosystem services than degraded streams. CWCB has been a leader in Colorado in funding river restoration, and I urge the board to scale up based on the urgency we see and need across Colorado. We need demonstration projects across the state. These projects need to go forward with monitoring to better understand the hydrologic impacts and effects and benefits. That's what I'm requesting, that the board consider active support for these demonstration projects so we can learn together and meet this confluence of generational funding availability and drought resiliency need. So with that, I'm going to say thank you for your time, and I really appreciate CWCB's active movement towards drought resiliency. If I can be of assistance or my partners, happy to help and answer any questions. So thank you.
Thank you, Abby. All right, next we have Angela Bogue from DNR, and she's with us virtually.
Hello, everyone. Thanks so much for having me. And can I clarify with the organizers, am I presenting or do you have my slides? Great, thank you. So hello, everyone. My name is Angela Bogue. I'm the Assistant Director for Climate, Forest Health, and Energy at the Colorado Department of Natural Resources. So it's wonderful to meet you all virtually today. I really wish I could be there, but I had a few other meeting conflicts. So I'm pleased that there is this hybrid option. So today I'm going to provide a quick update on some of the changes to the state forestry programs. We had a busy legislative session, and I think we had some big wins for forest management and wildfire mitigation in Colorado, and want to make sure that the board understands these latest updates, as well as the existing resources that our Colorado State Forest Service has in addressing the dramatic needs that we have around forest management and wildfire mitigation broadly. Next slide. So I'm going to break this quick talk down into sort of 3 stages. As Director and Chair Gibbs likes to say, you plan and you implement. You plan and you implement when it comes to wildfire mitigation and forest management. It's a never-ending process. And so at the state, I think it makes sense to break down our programs in terms of the tools that are available to help communities plan forest management efforts, implement those efforts, and then also to do post-fire watershed restoration, which Chris Sturm spoke to quite a bit today already in some of CWCB's resources. So on the planning side, our Colorado State Forest Service are the lead agency in the state providing public technical forestry assistance, wildfire mitigation expertise, outreach and education, and they're the folks who actually implement a lot of forestry projects as well. We also have our Colorado Forest Health Council, which is a newly imagined body that's been newly established this past year to provide forest management policy recommendations to the legislature and the governor. And finally, one of the documents that really guides forest management in the state is the 2020 Colorado Forest Action Plan. This map you see here is from that plan. It's really a map showing in red those highest priority areas of the state when it comes to forest management. And that plan estimates it would require about $4.2 billion to restore just the top 10% of at-risk forests in Colorado. Next slide. So when it comes to wildfire risk, which as the other speakers today have really highlighted is obviously a substantial threat to our watersheds and our communities in Colorado, the Colorado State Forest Service does provide some tools to help communities and collaborative groups plan their work. The primary tool that they have is the Colorado Forest Atlas. This atlas contains quite a lot of information, including wildfire risk public viewer that's publicly accessible. You can search any address in the state and look at your wildfire risk, look at fire intensity that's projected, and that's that map you see there on the right. And I'm really pleased that the Colorado Water Conservation Board, led by Chris Sturm, is having those close conversations with our State Forest Service about how to integrate these existing assessments and planning tools into the wildfire ready watersheds work that they are doing. Next slide. So now I'm going to dive into some of the state's programs, and apologies for all of this text, but we have a lot of programs dedicated to wildfire risk mitigation that I think it's important the board understands and really how they break down and what they can be used for. So when it comes to implementing wildfire risk reduction in Colorado, the sort of longstanding program at the State Forest Service is the Forest Restoration and Wildfire Risk Mitigation Grant Program, affectionately known by its acronym FIRWORM. That is a statewide program, and it's seen substantial increases in funding just in the last few years. There will be over $15 million available in that program this year, and the next request for applications will open in the fall. A couple important bills to highlight from this last legislative session. HB 22-1011 will create a new grant program at the Colorado State Forest Service that currently has $10 million allocated to match local funding for wildfire mitigation or local programs for wildfire mitigation. So to really leverage those local dollars. SB 22007 requires the State Forest Service and the Division of Fire Prevention and Control to enhance state wildfire risk awareness campaigns, basically really ramp up the public education that's happening. And then finally, this legislation also secured additional funds, over $5 million, for the State Forest Service to perform work on federal lands, on U.S. Forest Service lands, and adjacent lands under what's called Good Neighbor Authority. On the federal side, I just want to provide a quick update here on some of the substantial federal investments that were rolled out this spring. Under the 10-year wildfire crisis strategy, the U.S. Forest Service is making over $18 million of investments in front range forests. So these are on national forest lands, and you'll see that map there on the right of some of the fire sheds, as they call them, that they see at greatest risk, primarily from an exposure to property and population perspective. And then they anticipate investing over $170 million in these areas moving forward over the next few years. And we've also seen about $6 million of new investment in southwestern Colorado through the Collaborative Forest Landscape Restoration Program in the past year. Next slide. So the final state program that I want to highlight on wildfire risk mitigation and in terms of actually getting the fuels reduction work done on the ground is COSWAP. So this is the Colorado Strategic Wildfire Action Program. This was a new program created last year through state stimulus funds. And it's exciting because it addresses one of the big needs that we have on the forest management side, which is workforce development. So it provides funds to support Department of Corrections, state wildland inmate fire crew teams, as well as conservation corps to go out and do fuels reduction work. And that's a statewide program. It also provides funding to make strategic investments in some of the focused areas around the state where we do see, again, the greatest exposure of property and population to wildfire risk. And you see those areas on the right. And this program in total has received $4 million of additional funds this past ledge session, and so we'll see it continue. Next slide. So I just want to finish up talking about post-fire watershed restoration. Chris Sturm, provided a great overview of the work that CWCB is really leading on this. And so what I want to highlight are the ways that the Colorado State Forest Service, I think, can help support some of this work. So again, this year, busy ledge session, HB 22-1323 provided $5 million to the Colorado State Forest Service Nursery to upgrade and expand our state nursery, which is really the primary source for post-fire watershed restoration and other forest restoration projects around the state when it comes to seedlings. HB 22-1012 also creates a new forest carbon position at the State Forest Service. And the reason I'm highlighting that in this presentation here to you on the board is that forest carbon and forest carbon credits, as well as carbon markets more generally, do present an interesting opportunity that could potentially fund some of the restoration work that we're looking to do. And so this position will situate the state to be able to potentially take advantage of some of those opportunities and just understand our carbon situation better when it comes to our forests and riparian areas. So I'll leave it there, and I look forward to all the questions that you have about forest management in Colorado and wildfire risk mitigation programs.
Great, thank you. All right, so what questions, ideas, thoughts come to mind for this panel? Director Boucher.
Thank you. Chris, I just wanted to say thank you. Your passion is so clear and kind of gives energy to all of us. And hopefully you have all the tools you need. And if you don't, please let us know to keep that rolling. Abby, I also wanted to say thanks for all of your work in the state and the way it really supplements, a lot of the mission of the CWCB and how grateful I am. And also, there were some outstanding bets on which guest speaker would be the first to bring up process-based restoration today. You didn't disappoint. Thank you, Abby.
No, I think we're going to start.
Thank you. Any other? Go ahead, Director Dutton.
My question is it's for Angela and maybe a little bit Director Gibbs. Sorry to put you on the spot here, but maybe could we scroll back and look at the COSWAP map? I think it's super, it was just there. Sorry, 2 forward. Next one. Thank you. I have been pondering the delicate dance here, recognizing that we could spend a gazillion dollars infinity times on forest treatments. And so I understand that we have to be super targeted, but I've also been concerned to see the COSWAP funding be narrowed to just the 2020 fire areas and the RMRI focus areas. And especially, I appreciate, Angela, you highlighting that CFLRP funding that just came to the Southern Rio Grande Basin. We're super excited about that. It's going to be $3 million a year for the next few years. That's a lot of money. One thing CFLRP does not fund is staff or kind of that capacity thing. And so I think that's a theme today too, is we need people to do these projects. And so is there any appetite for kind of having a conversation, especially given the $4 million in additional going to COSWAP from this year's legislative session? Is there any appetite for us to think through, is there a way to broaden the tent here and let some of the other areas in the state be applicable for some of these funds?
Yeah, thank you so much. Excellent question. So a few thoughts to start with COSWAP. When we kicked off this program, the guidance per the bill and in legislation was to prioritize funding and direct funding to areas that would protect life, property, and infrastructure. And this program is jointly administered between the State Forest Service, Division of Fire Prevention and Control, and DNR. And the leadership of those agencies decided collectively that they wanted to look most specifically at protecting life and property, and recognizing that our water resources infrastructure is still critically important. But with these initial state stimulus funds, which at the time were one-time funds, the parameters of sort of life and property were how we wanted to initially prioritize. And so that's what we really looked at. We looked at occupied home density population exposed to high wildfire risk, essentially. And then the RMRI areas, which really popped out as sort of areas that did have some shovel-ready opportunities and had done a lot of this planning and were sort of ready to go. And so that's how we ended up with this initial set of priorities. And I completely hear you that, let's now have a conversation about, what are the other areas of the state that potentially need these resources? And we're certainly open to that conversation. We're even talking to our AG staff about how much flexibility we have given the statutory requirement to strategically prioritize and sort of how we can interpret that. So we're having those conversations, and I'd love to have more of those conversations with you. In the meantime, I will say that FIRWORM, the Forest Restoration and Wildfire Risk Mitigation Grant Program, we made changes to that program last year that now include a broadened capacity bucket for funding. So you've always been able to apply for FIRWORM to fund things like equipment purchases, but now that capacity bucket includes sort of planning capacity, which in my interpretation could potentially include staff. And so that program will be soliciting applications this fall, and they're currently crafting those new criteria for the capacity funds. And so I can share contact info for the State Forest Service folks who are working on that. And I would really encourage you to have conversations with them, because it could be a resource that's available as early as this fall. And then I guess the last thing I'll say is, with the couple new programs that are going to be created, including 1011, which is that $10 million match program that will match local funds or sort of program investments. I think there's also a lot of opportunity there to have conversations about what types of things that grant program at the State Forest Service can fund. And I'll leave it to Director Gibbs if he wants to add on at all.
Yeah, thanks, Angela. That was great. And I'll just add, the bill was very specific in making sure we were spending money through a lens of, number one, protecting lives, number two, protecting homes, and number three, critical infrastructure. Water obviously is critical infrastructure. But almost like the genesis of getting to be more specific in the state was trying to get away from, the term random acts of restoration, where it's been, pretty known throughout the West that especially our federal land managers have certain quotas from Washington, D.C., and they say you have to produce X amount of board feet from a particular forest. I would argue, like, hey, let's take a hard look at those landscapes to really figure out, are those the best acres, the most critical? If you ask, like when I was on the Cameron Peak fire, that was, the largest in state history, if you ask people that were really impacted by it, when I say impacted, either lost their homes or were on evacuation orders, what acres they cared about the most, you know what they're going to say, the acres that are right around my house, probably, right? And so we worked, Governor Polis, along with Senator Hickenlooper and Bennett, and a total bipartisan cast of legislators, federal and state, signed a letter to Secretary Howland and Secretary Vilsack to kind of early on, even before this bill, urging them to bring in a Type 1 National Incident Management Team. So instead of waiting for these big fire scenarios, that we bring in the best of the best to do these, modeling. And this modeling that we have right here, this map, is kind of a result of bringing in the best of the feds, the state resources, utilizing community wildfire protection plans as well. But this doesn't share the whole picture. This just shares the landscape scale funding. We also have what's called the workforce development component, and that can be utilized anywhere in the state of Colorado. So, on that list, for example, Summit County is not highlighted. I know this community very, very well and have been very supportive of major fuel breaks around the community. If Summit County has an area that they want to pursue, or Mesa County is not listed on there, or Jackson County, they are eligible for the funds where we bring in the DOC, the Department of Corrections crews, and the Youth Corps, Conservation Corps to come in. So there's money statewide. And, when I've been asked by JBC members, hey, what more can we do in Colorado? It's not going from 0 to 100 overnight. It's long-term consistency that we need. And this $17.5 million is really, really positive. When I was a legislator, I remember so vividly, and some of you have heard me tell a story, 2007, drove to a CWCB meeting in Grand Junction, urging CWCB board members to support, I was trying to get $10,000, like anything, to support Forest Health. And now we're having these discussions where, hey, Forest Health is going to be in the water plan. Like, I can't believe it. That's really amazing. So we need to do a heck of a lot more. I personally feel like we need to ramp up more, and I'll have some recommendations on maybe how we do that. But there are funds available statewide, and these state funds, for the first time this year, can be used on federal, state, private, or tribal lands. This is the first time ever, because there used to be a prohibition on that. It could not be used on federal lands. So we're trying to look through a lens of management and fire to pretend there's no boundaries between federal, state, private, or tribal lands. I don't know if I answered your question, but yeah, along about.
I think you did answer my question, and definitely it helps to understand the history. And but it's still, doesn't satisfy me, I guess, to hear the answer is that, yes, we know there are areas that are not included, and that's just the way it is. And I totally, again, I get that it's like, we don't want shotgun conservation, we don't want random acts of restoration, but is there a way to think through in some of these other areas that still have propped up forest collaboratives in the time since these areas were chosen? Can we have a conversation about what it would mean to bring them along too? Because it's not random anymore. It's not just me being like, oh yeah, I'm going to go thin or like half of this subdivision and half of that. Like, yeah, I get it. That's not helpful. But in these areas where things really are moving, and a hindrance is the inability to bring matching funds with, especially a restore program being limited to these areas, it just kind of shuts the door and keeps us at a slower pace than some of these other areas.
Yeah, Heather, if you can help get projects off the ground, I'll show up, personally. So it's when Angela mentioned earlier that implement, plan, implement. When I used to be Summit County's wildfire mitigation specialist, I can't tell you, like, even we had a local funding source similar to what Chaffey County has. You can't just come to the table with money. It takes like a lot of local support. It takes like really looking at maps to figure out, okay, like I worked last year on a prescribed fire in Vail, and that was all done on town of Vail land. I asked my friend who's the crew boss chief, it's like, why aren't we doing this landscape right next to it? Well, we can't because it's U.S. Forest Service. So the more we can coordinate, the more we can come together to look at these landscape skills that make sense and not just looking at geographic boundaries, we need to do more of.
Thank you. I know we have a question from Director Hawkins.
Thanks, and thanks for the great discussion. I loved the diversity of presentations and just a ton of good information. My question is, what I haven't heard talked about in this, group of discussions today is some of the impacts that we're seeing a little bit lower down Headwaters State, and there's a ton of good work to be done higher in the headwaters. But in my part of the state, as we're getting into our communities and where there's agricultural and municipal water use, we're starting to see rivers running dry. We're seeing fish kills. I'm seeing some concerning trends around sensitive species and big fish kills that we didn't used to see happen. We're seeing water managers having to sort of sweep rivers and fragment habitat more often, which is sort of exacerbating some of these drought and climate stresses in the system. And I'm wondering, is this an area where we need to be empowering more localized solutions? How does that happen? How are we resourcing that? This might be a Chris Sturm question, but where does that fit in this discussion that we're having today?
Thank you. Chris?
Well, not an easy question. And not surprising either. There's plenty of places around the state where we see dry up, and people have the legal right to do that, and it happens. But we have the tools to bring stakeholders together to start identifying what the priorities are in those reaches that are dry. Let's say the priority is a plains minnow fish. We can work with CPW to understand what the flow needs are for that species and identify that in the planning. But the next step is really up to the stakeholders to decide if they want to move forward in achieving the objectives of acquiring the water to put in those dried up reaches. So I think all the tools are there to address that, Director Hawkins. Capacity is never easy, but we have a lot of really good watershed groups around the state that are looking at stream management planning. And I'm encouraged because I think the Animas River has just started a stream management plan effort. So maybe they're the best group to start addressing that one small stream in your system, and we can look to them for examples to develop solutions for other areas in the Southwest Basin and the rest of the state.
Thank you. Abby, do you have anything to add?
Thank you, Stacy. And I'd love to just add on to Chris's response there. What comes to mind immediately to me, we've heard capacity mentioned a number of times. You know, when we're looking at this infusion of generational federal funding, there are capacity bottlenecks all across, whether we, you know, how do we manage this money? How do we make it touch the ground? How can we look over our shoulders in 5 years and say, look what we've done with this moment that we have? And what continues to come to mind for me is people. People are our greatest resource. But as Chris mentioned, this is bringing stakeholders together. It's bringing people together for common goals and values and management strategies. And I feel that there's a moment in time where we're really looking at rehumanizing our connection to water, whether we are looking at our connection to natural systems, whether we're looking at our connection to each other. But there is a moment in time right now where I think some folks who and I have spoken before, I call it the art of peopling, that bringing people together, that we can really access these resources together and move together on common values. I think it's more critical than ever at this point. So I just wanted to add that in. Thanks.
Thank you. Angela, do you have anything to add on that?
No, thank you though.
Thanks. Other questions, comments? Director Pelt.
Yeah, I want to go back to Director Dutton's question or issue, because I think it is an important one. You know, the RMRI process was designed to be a pilot project, had limited resources, and yeah, that was 2.5 years ago, and it was, it's weird, but that seems like a different time now. There were great projects. I know Dan was there for that day where everybody presented. There were great projects from all over the state. And I guess I'm glad that they, in the end, decided to fully fund one and partially fund two, because I think initially they were just going to go with one. And, you know, we were able to, I guess, impress upon them maybe that there was enough reason to try several. I'm really grateful they did that. And it was a fork in the path a bit, because those three landscapes have received a lot of support and you know, some preferential support because of that day, in a way. I mean, the day fell from a lot of background work, but it sort of came down to that day. But I think that you know, just speaking for the Upper Arkansas landscape, we have always felt several things. One, we're not an island, so we can do the best job in the world and still not succeed if we aren't able to bring the rest of the state along with us. Two, everything we've been working on has had two goals, I think, of trying to do things that are transferable solutions and scalable solutions. And maybe three, we've tried to then take what we've learned and evangelize it, so to speak, and get out around the state and talk to different groups. I just spoke with Routt County maybe 3 weeks ago or something. We've been talking to other areas and statewide. But I think it is time, in a way, to take the pilot project, knowing that the actual implementation of what we put forward, or what Southwest put forward, or Upper South Platte, you know, it's going to take a long time. But we do need to circle back soon, I think, and say, yeah, this was a success in these ways, or perhaps not in others. I don't know. That remains to be seen. And then figure out, Dan, how to try to make funding available to these other great projects that some were shovel ready, some weren't. But to the extent that they can be implemented, I think it's really important that we keep pushing that out. And all I can say from your neighbors to the north is we are totally there to help. In fact, we shared a fire, right, in 2019, and we really are committed to that. And I think the other landscapes are too. But I just hope we can all work on that funding side so that we can make this available. We had, I don't know, what was it, a dozen presentations, 15, something? Tremendous work throughout the state. and that it all does need to be supported with best practices and lessons learned, and then funding too. So we're with you. We feel really fortunate, but we're also very much with you and supportive of seeing this spread like wildfire.
So connecting this back to the questions we had for you is like, besides funding, are there other ways that you could see this presenting in the water plan?
I do, yes. I think we could, either in the plan or appended to the plan maybe, as a resource or reference, is the things that we've learned. I'm speaking for our landscape, things we've learned and are learning and then are trying to share. Does this model work for everybody? Probably not, but there's probably a lot that could be taken from that as a case study. And so I think we're very open about that. Even admitting that it may cut into future funding for us if we share our ideas with others. But again, we all got to be in this together, from the not just wildfire, but all the things we talked about today and are talking about. But yeah, I think there is great potential for that. I think any plan, the more you can maybe skin it down, but then in this digital age, append lots of other resources to it, then the readership can really delve into the things that are important to them. So I think there's things that we could provide now or soon that would maybe be helpful for other communities.
So digging into that sharing of lessons and co-learning as we move forward. Okay.
Yeah.
Other thoughts or questions, Dr. Gibbs?
Yeah, I'd be curious for the panelists. You all call it panelists, I'm not sure. For Chris and Abby and Angela, just kind of your thoughts on in the water plan. There's subsections of like support for action or agency actions and recommendations and so forth. Just any items you think that we should really not miss, I guess? Anything come to mind that we should just make sure is in the water plan?
Yeah, great question, Director Gibbs, because there's a lot of disparate action items in there, or proposed ones that I've put in. So I think as you're looking at those, it'd be really helpful and would certainly help me to think about how they fold into other efforts. And Director Dutton, you brought it up with your questions. I immediately started thinking about wildfire-ready watersheds. Well, that's a program to get us ready for post-wildfire impacts, but it's something that should be dovetailing into traditional forest management planning, and it can be very readily done. In fact, we're actually talking to state and U.S. Forest Service about a pilot idea for that. I think it helps us in a lot of different ways, but at the very beginning and most practical way, it's very much my intent to write guidance for the new funding that can support wildfire-ready watersheds so that it could be match funding for traditional forest treatment planning. And I think that's a kind of an easy win out of the gate to connect those two things together so that we have those planning together. So overall, those action items, as I said, I'm working very hard with stakeholders to not make those tools seem like, oh, I've got to go shopping at this store to get this one done, and then I got to drive over here and do this one. But no, they can all, or many of them, be used together within one overall watershed planning effort. I think that could save us a lot of money and time and hopefully lead to better outcomes.
Thanks, Chris. Abby?
Thank you. And I'd like to expand a bit too. I want to just thank CWCB staff and all of your work as well as this water plan update has been going forward. And it's been terrific actually to create relationships throughout the basins and the environmental and recreational representatives and really listen from them and learning and partnering with Chris and his team on some of these actions. And what I find is that there are so many tools out there, as Chris was mentioning. How can we we shine a light on the good work that's there, and then also be able to open to discussion of the needs of the folks on the ground, how to improve and connect with additional layers of potentially tools that are needed. But I find that there's just a really ground floor orientation need as we see some turnover in the water world, whether it's Basin Roundtable or Watershed Organization or other. How do we continue this kind of legacy of knowledge of what's out there, what can be used so that we can continue to gain ground and not necessarily have to go back and feel like you're starting from scratch with that. So I just feel that there's, it's kind of hard to put my finger on it, but I think that there is a lineage piece with the tools that we have, how to use them, how to access them, and then expanding upon that, what's the next level that's necessary and needed with that. So that would be my comment.
Thank you. Angela?
Yeah, thanks. I think one thing to sort of look for is, are we doing enough to connect the folks who are thinking hard about water focused projects and those who are thinking hard about forest management projects? And to what extent can the state help to support those connections at the local level? I think there are many places around the state where these conversations are happening and wonderful synergies are happening. Perhaps in other places, not as much, often just due to capacity limitations. So are there opportunities for the state to help strengthen those connections between the water folks and the forest folks as we look to identify priorities at that local level? So that would be one thing. And then I think second, more of just an FYI, we understand and appreciate that the forest management and wildfire mitigation funding landscape is very complicated. And we understand it, that our federal partners get it. And as part of our shared stewardship efforts with our federal partners, we're looking at ways to make this all much easier to navigate, both for folks who are using these programs at the local level, but even folks within the agencies themselves. To Chris's point about ensuring his program can potentially be used as match or leverage other funds, I think, all of us at the state and with our federal partners, we should be taking on the responsibility of understanding how our programs can potentially leverage other programs and be able to organize that information to communicate it effectively too. So those would be two things I would say we should, be looking at the new draft water plan, focusing on making sure we have in there.
Thank you.
I just had one final thought on that. Angela really helped me out. Director Gibbs, one other thing I would recommend as everyone's looking through there, think about areas around the state where we can implement pilot projects for those actions that we've identified. We actually have a little bit of money in existing budgets to support our own technical consultant teams to come out to get those demonstration projects going. So sometimes it's really helpful to do that, to actually show other stakeholders around the state, yes, we've done this. This is what we've learned from it. And we would love to come shop it to your watershed. So thank you.
Thank you. So it's 2:10. So I'm going to stick to our goal here of having a break at 2:10 because we missed the last one. So hold your thought, please. But we'll come back and do resilient planning and then also the general discussion. And I also want to note that one of the other goals of today was to hear from everybody. And so if you haven't contributed yet, we definitely want to hear from you in one of the next two sections of discussion. So we'll see you back here at 2:20. Thanks. We're going to get started. We're missing a few people, so I'm just going to give them a minute. Okay, I think we should get started. Thank you. All right, as we're getting everyone back here, I'll just introduce the next section. So we're moving on to resilient planning. And this is the last set of our rapid presentations. And then we're gonna try and bring this all together and hear from everybody for the rest of the afternoon. So this section, we have Elizabeth Schroeder with CWCB and Joel Miner with Colorado Department of Health and the Environment, and Jared Romero with the Theodore Roosevelt Conservation Partnership, Ann Miller with DOLA, and Kathy Rawl with the Southern Ute Tribe. So we have quite a few presenters that are going to be in rapid fire succession. So with that, I'll turn it over to Elizabeth.
Thanks, Stacy. I'm Elizabeth Schroeder, the Community Outreach Specialist with the Water Supply Planning section of the CWCB. Thanks so much for hanging in a long but very fruitful board workshop. I'm going to be talking about the resilient planning action area of the water plan. Okay. Perfect. So I'm going to be highlighting some of the work that the board has supported and championed in the resilient planning space, as well as highlight the direction we're headed in the water plan update. When we talk about resilient planning, all of the following are encompassed in this space, and they really all work together in tandem. As our water supplies grow more vulnerable to climate impacts, increasing demands from growing populations, and threats from natural disasters, Colorado needs an equitable response to address these vulnerabilities, bringing more people into the conversation and recognizing those who are disproportionately impacted by these impacts. Resilient planning means looking at all of these areas interconnectedly. We need strategic decisions and programs to minimize future risks while staying flexible and responsive to new challenges, building better awareness and engagement on water issues among all Coloradans, empowering innovation across sectors to push forward creative and collaborative resilient solutions, and supportive government policies that include access to equitable funding opportunities. All of these are areas that the board has really shown leadership, not only for CWCB, but also for stakeholders across the state. In our scoping process, 3 of the major themes we consistently heard in this space was, 1, the importance of building resilience and adaptive capacity to respond to changing conditions. 2, greater support and collaboration of education efforts at all levels across the state. And 3, greater levels of inclusivity for different sectors, cultures, and perspectives in a way that's truly representative of Colorado as it grows and changes. And I want to highlight a few of the projects CWCB has funded and supported in these areas. So some of those key reports and tools in the climate adaptation space include the Climate Change in Colorado Report, a landmark report published in 2014 by Western Water Assessment and the University of Colorado. It's a synthesis of the climate science relevant for management and planning of Colorado's water resources, focusing on observed climate trends, climate modeling, projections of temperature, precipitation, snowpack, and stream flow. And the Colorado-specific data in this report was especially critical since so much of climate modeling is usually done on a larger scale. The climate change Colorado Climate Change Vulnerability Study published in 2015 by Western Water Assessment, CU, CSU, and the Colorado Energy Office provides an overview of key vulnerabilities that climate variability and change will pose for Colorado's economy and resources. And the purpose of this study was really to provide state agencies, local governments, and others with background for preparedness, training, and planning. What's exciting is the board just yesterday approved funding to move forward both of these projects at different areas and steps and where they are. So we're really excited to push forward this work and update it. Another really critical tool is the development of the FACE, or Future Avoided Cost Explorer Hazards tool. Really underline the cost of inaction for decision makers. This study quantified direct impacts of flood, drought, and wildfire on different sectors across Colorado and analyzed vulnerabilities today and at a 2050 planning horizon. And this interactive tool can help inform preparedness and resiliency policies, as well as adaptation investments. In our scoping phase, we also heard that education is really empowerment and a bridge to greater equity and resiliency. We heard about the need to provide more tools and resources for our local partners to thrive as local education champions, and to really encourage that cross-basin collaboration. So that's why we're so glad to support efforts like the Water 22 educational campaign. I won't say any more about that since you heard a lot about that yesterday from Jayla Poppleton. So this quote, I think we've thrown it around a couple times in presentations, but there is no resilience without equity. It came from a Colorado Resilience Office event. It really describes and underpins all of the efforts in the resilient planning space. I know the board's familiar with the Water Equity Task Force and have seen the guiding principles that have come out from the task force drafting them and are reflected in the water plan. Those also live online at engagecwcb.org. I won't read through all of them now, but they include bridging our rural and urban communities, not framing it as a divide, but really seeing it as a space for opportunity. One of our task force members, Ernest House Jr., really put that eloquently, and I know that's also been echoed by Director Gibbs. Some of those other equity task force principles include expanding our grant opportunities, as well as career and leadership pathways. And the CWCB continues to work closely with and support one of our sister agencies, CDPHE's environmental justice work and their task force, and we're going to hear a little bit more about that work in a moment. So I'd like to highlight two resilient planning areas we're thinking through in the water plan update. The first is how we can integrate and update tools to look at climate impacts, recognizing the suite of tools that CWCB and other agencies have already developed, and the importance of updating these tools in collaboration with other agencies, our partners, stakeholders, getting public feedback from statewide workshops, increasingly with attention and support for Colorado's disproportionately impacted communities. These conversations have been ongoing with CDPHE and DOLA, among others. The second is how we can really support increasing access and equity in grant making within CWCB and also across the state. And I think this ties in really well with some of the conversation that we were having in the robust agriculture section, but just recognizing that grant making is one of the most effective ways we as a non-regulatory agency can encourage EDI considerations in water projects and programs across the state. And we're working with our state partners to really think through how we can increase accessibility and reduce barriers to applying to our grant programs. This was an opportunity space that came up quite a bit in our Water Equity Task Force discussions. So with that, I'm really grateful to turn it over to Joel Miner, CDPHE's Environmental Justice Program Manager, to give you a brief overview of their work for your information and the intersections of CDPHE's and CWCB's work in the equity space. So thanks so much, Joel.
Thank Thank you, Elizabeth. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak with you all today. And if we can go to the next slide, I just want to give you all a couple of updates to provide a little more context for several of the things that Elizabeth just mentioned. So we are working hard on environmental justice at CDPHE, the Department of Public Health and the Environment. And really most of that involves implementing House Bill 21-1266, the Environmental Justice Act. So there are multiple things we're doing to implement that are relevant, I believe, for water quantity and for CWCB in particular. So first, many of the recommendations of the task force that Elizabeth is a member of and mentioned earlier could be relevant for the Water Conservation Board. Those include when things like an equity analysis might be an appropriate thing for an agency to do before making a decision, which could be some sort of equity analysis that informs a funding decision. Another example is that task force is considering the definition of disproportionately impacted community and whether that definition should be some sort of uniform definition across state agencies. The Environmental Justice Advisory Board is also a new entity created by the Environmental Justice Act. It is a grant-making body in many ways, and I think it will hopefully be well positioned to share best practices and hopefully engage in some two-way idea sharing with the Colorado Water Conservation Board going forward, since both entities are really thinking about how we can make our grant-making processes more accessible to the communities that perhaps need those grants the most, but don't always have the same resources to access a complicated grant-making process. Finally, we have we have a new environmental justice ombudsperson, Marcus Howell, who was appointed by Governor Polis in March and is now part of CDPHE. He is setting up a complaint system, and we know that water quantity and water quality are often pretty connected in the minds of the public. And so while we hope most of the complaints he get are the types of water quality concerns or complaints that we can address at CDPHE, it's certainly possible that he will get some water quality related complaints that it's worth sharing with our partners at DNR, including CWCB, if there's an avenue for CWCB or other DNR agencies to potentially help address the complaint. And then finally, we are working really hard on launching a new interactive environmental justice mapping tool called Colorado EnviroScreen. That will be our really state-of-the-art premier state mapping system to understand the intersection of environmental risk and where more vulnerable communities are located. We are going to be launching that tool in June, so stay tuned. It's coming very soon. It does have several indicators that may be relevant to CWCB, including indicators related to drought. And we hope that it's a useful tool for really the whole of state government, but especially our partners in DNR to use for understanding perhaps which communities could benefit the most from grant funding or otherwise understand where some of our disproportionately impacted communities are located. So I hope that was a helpful update. I'd be happy to, if you can go to the next slide, follow up with any questions. Please feel free to reach out to me via email, which is listed here on this slide. So thank you for your time today.
Thank you. And if you could stick around for this whole session, we'll have questions after all the presentations. All right, so next we have Jared Romero, and he's also joining us virtually, I believe.
All right, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So my name is Jared Romero. I'm the Director of Strategic Partnerships at Theodore Roosevelt Conservation Partnership here in Denver. I've been with them for about 1.5 years, and I'm really focused on external engagement and DEI-focused work. So the reason why I chose this organization was really their mission, and the mission spoke to me, saying that they are working to guarantee all Americans quality places to hunt and fish, which is really something that I didn't hear when thinking about conservation before. So, really wanted to join a forward-looking organization that was looking to do EDI work within conservation. So within this role, I started working with CWCB and was able to work with them on their equity task force and within their workshop that they did this fall. So help lead the equity in water, one of the panels there. And within the water world, I've heard the saying a lot that whiskey is for drinking and water is for fighting. And I would really disagree with that quote and really kind of pull to one of the other speakers who spoke earlier today, Abby Burke from the Audubon, who says that water is really that blue thread that stitches our communities together. And I would say that is really a more true statement and needs to be a more true statement going forward as we talk about resiliency. Next slide, please. So in terms of resilient planning, all of us, are Coloradans and we're aware of the increased risk that is currently ongoing in our state associated with water, but also the southwestern region. And how do we start communicating and talking to other communities about this? And it's really through creating educational materials where we can meet communities where they are. So as you see here in the photograph on the right, this comes from the Rio Grande Basin, and it's really an educational material of how do we educate about agriculture? How do we talk about groundwater? How do we talk about how water impacts ecosystems and birds and different habitats? And that's really through educational materials. So this year, as a build up to the release of the state water plan, for 22 days, we are going to be releasing different water words and their definitions. So what is a basin? How many river basins do we have in the state? And providing people an educational background on social media of these different water words and how they're going to help build that base of knowledge for them to provide public comment on the water plan. Next slide, please. So in terms of a digital public outreach campaign, we've been working with several partners. One of those partners is the Next 100 Colorado Coalition. So there on the left, we have Water is Life, and that story featured Patrick Ortiz from SLB Go. And that was a story that was released on their Instagram and really kind of told the story of the Rio Grande Basin and how RWR would affect that region. In addition to that, going forward this year, we're going to be doing a radio campaign on a Spanish radio up here in the Front Range. And that's going to be to build momentum towards the release of the state water plan and to reach other communities. So we're going to do 150 different ads on that radio station that are going to be 30-second commercials. And those are going to run through June to help create awareness about the state water plan. Next slide, please. In addition to that, we're going to be doing some in-person educational events. So we're calling them Water Education Pint Nights. So these are going to be held at Breckenridge Brewery July 20th and then August 10th. And really they're going to be events where we're trying to encourage different communities to come learn about water and the water issues here in the state. So our partners at Echo, so Hispanics Enjoying Camping, Hunting, and the Outdoors, have a video that they've prepared about the Rio Grande Basin. We are also going to share some of our videos where we've reached out to diverse stakeholders and are telling their story and their connection to the Colorado River as well. For these events, we're sending specific invites to Latino Outdoors, Outdoor Afro, the Next 100 Colorado Coalition, and to the public, and just encouraging them to attend the event. And there are room for 60 individuals at those events. We're also going to be providing resources in Spanish and English. Some of those resources are coming from Water Education Colorado, but also coming from the CWCB themselves. And so we're looking forward to hosting those events this summer. Next slide, please. In addition to that, during Latino Conservation Week, which is July 16th through the 24th this year, we are going to be helping facilitate a family recreation event where we're going to be educating about water conservation. So we're partnering with Environmental Learning for Kids, Echo, Hispanic Access Foundation, and several other organizations to have a family-friendly event where we're also going to embed educational material on water conservation. In addition to that, because it is a family-friendly event, there's going to be a climbing event, there's going to be fishing, so backyard bass will be facilitated by CPW and some of their volunteers. We're also going to have ice cream and food trucks, as well as music and a raffle. In addition to that, so what you guys are seeing in this photograph here are some of the links to our current storytellers who have told about their connection to the Colorado River and their different tributaries that they live on. So we actually have a story that's going to be probably released this week, a new story, and then we're working on 2 additional storytellers and capturing their stories to be told this summer as well. Can you hit enter one more time for this slide? And then here you can see a QR code associated with this flyer that was for the Equity in Water workshop from CWCB. We're also going to create a QR code that can be utilized at these events, whether they're the in-person water and taps nights or the water family recreation event, and really allow the audience who's in attendance to take a photo of that QR code and then be connected to the CWCB and the state water plan so that they can provide public comment and really help create a water future for the state that is also representative of them. Thank you for the time to present today.
Thank you, Jared. We really appreciate it. All right, next is Ann Miller with DOLA.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to join you today. I am the director of the Colorado Resiliency Office and Department of Local Affairs, and we have a lot of great partnerships with CWCB over the years. So I'm going to start by just telling you a little bit about resiliency planning in Colorado through the resiliency framework. Next slide. So in 2015, Colorado released its first resiliency framework in the wake of the 2013 floods and recovery efforts. And as you know, CWCB was at the heart of a lot of the resilient watershed and recovery work. In 2020, we updated that framework in the midst of a global pandemic. You can see the theme of disruptions driving our resiliency planning in Colorado. So this framework really is that overarching umbrella for cross-agency collaboration at the federal, state, local, and nonprofit level, all levels, kind of a whole of government approach to tackle the risks and vulnerabilities. And water is certainly at the center of our communities, our economies, and drought is a real challenge in the West, as I don't need to tell you about that. Within the framework, I'll focus in on watersheds and natural resources. That's really where there's the intersection of partnership work with CWCB and really connecting to elements in the resiliency planning section of the new water plan that we're really excited about. Partnering and deepening those that work that has to happen across the state. Next slide, please. So an example of the conversations that my office is partnering with multiple agencies and working in rural Colorado in 16 regions across the state right now for a 2-year effort to develop resiliency and recovery roadmaps that look at the shock event and the economic disruption caused by the pandemic, but really use that as a launching point to look to the future about the challenges and what it really means to build a resilient economy and a community that deals with the benefits all people. So as we heard before, resilience is not possible without equity. I'll just highlight one of the areas where we have brought in CWCB and tapped into the Basin Implementation Roundtable. And in Montezuma County, we have 4 regional recovery managers that are hired with this Economic Development Administration grant. And they're really doing an amazing job working across state partners with our Office of Economic Development, International Trade, and others to hold those critical conversations. And I heard the comment about, kind of meet communities where they're at so that they can identify what are their top priorities and really look toward building in risk reduction and kind of looking to the future. So Montezuma County we're facilitating some critical conversations to look at ag and water issues, and CWCB has been an incredible partner. We're aligning these conversations and these roadmaps with our 6 priority areas that are outlined in the resiliency framework from 2020. And you can see again, climate and natural hazards resiliency is a key intersection with CWCB. Next slide. Some other areas outside of the Resiliency Office and within the Division of Local Government where we are partnering with CWCB includes on water infrastructure funding. In fact, through our Energy and Mineral Assistance Fund, the largest source of projects are water and wastewater projects from local government. So we have a staff person who is kind of our point on providing technical assistance, working with our regional managers. We have 8 regional managers embedded in communities across the state. We also partner with CDPHE and the Water and Power Authority on the low interest loan program for drinking water and wastewater infrastructure. And they're getting infusion of additional money from the federal infrastructure bill. In addition, the Drought Task Force, we co-chair with CWCB, the Municipal Water Task Force when it's activated, and looking at how to support local governments to look at drought planning and implementation. Next slide. Another area where we go back several years in partnering with CWCB is on that intersection of water and land use. As you know, that was a central theme of the previous water plan. And we have some guidance for that partnership from Senate Bill 8. And we've worked for years developing some best practices, working across coalitions, the Water and Land Use Planning Alliance. And CWCB, thank you very much for helping fund the Colorado Growing Water Smart workshops that have reached over half of Colorado's populations have been involved in the strategic planning process to integrate land use and water. Next slide. I think it's the final one. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we have Kathy Rawl with the Southern Ute Tribe.
Good afternoon. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Great. Hi, I'm Kathy Rawl. I'm the manager of water resources for the Southern Ute Tribe, and I am also the newly appointed director on the Colorado Water Congress representing the Southern Ute Tribe. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to give you this update today. And with regards to the big picture that the presenters before me gave you, I'm going to focus on a tribal specific update on how the tribe is participating in resilient planning. Next slide, please. So I wanted to start with an update on the local drought and how it's impacting the tribe. Currently, the 2 reservoirs that serve the majority of the tribe's irrigators on the Pine and the Florida are both at 65% of average, and neither are expected to fill to capacity. The tribe has been in a declared drought for several years now. And as a matter of fact, last year, the water master cut the delivery of the tribe's water to 85% of normal. And however, because the tribe has senior surface water rights, the tribe could have ordered 100% of their water. But we gauged our irrigators' use and we determined that we could function at 85%. And we felt that it was important to go ahead and leave that 15% of unused tribal water in the Vallecito Reservoir to be a good neighbor and to partner for Vallecito, the partners for Vallecito and the other Pine water users. Next slide, please. So in 2018, the tribe took the proactive step and developed a drought management plan. And this plan was approved by Tribal Council in 2019. The drought management plan is based upon trigger indicators tied to water levels and water supply. So for example, when Vallecito is expected to fill below its 125,000 acre foot capacity, that trigger results in a response that for the tribe indicates that it's our responsibility to notify those water users that there are some of them who would not be receiving their full supply. So as the triggers become more severe, so do the drought responses. And the plan also has additional implementation measures that are based upon water shortages and water supply reduction in general. The tribe has, interestingly enough, has implemented the triggers for Vallecito for the last 2 irrigation seasons, which means that some of the irrigators have not received their full allocation, although all the tribal irrigators have. And for those of you who have seen presentations from our councilwoman, Ms. Cloud, I think she's explained to you the checkerboard nature of the reservation, which makes it very difficult to for delivery for water to tribal and non-tribal irrigators. So our goal is to serve our tribal irrigators first, and sometimes the non-tribal irrigators will take cuts that the tribal irrigators won't. Next slide, please. So I wanted to talk about the regional drought response and the stakeholder, go ahead and click again, please. So the stakeholders, as far as resilient planning, we're working together in both a basin-wide effort and just an upper basin effort as well. Basin-wide, we're working with BOR, and for tribal, they are giving the tribes continuous updates. And the states in the basin have just started a work group with the state water representatives and the tribal water representatives so that we can build this coalition together to help determine how we're going to best navigate this drought, both for upper and lower basin. And in the upper basin, we also have an upper basin tribal working group. And we also have the upper basin tribal and upper basin NGO working group. So my point for bringing this slide up is that we're trying to all work together for a solution that benefits the most of us and does the least harm to us. So, you know, as far as resilient planning goes, I think it's very important that all of us remember that we all need to work together, and how important it is that the tribes are being included into all of these discussions now. Next slide, please. One of the processes that the Tribal Council has just implemented is what we're calling the Water Use Options Team. And this is a team that's created from staff, tribal staff, also tribal members, and we also have an external water engineer consultant. And the goal of this team is to be proactive in the development of the tribe's unused water rights. With the looming shortages and the coordination of the Colorado New River Management Framework and process, the Tribal Council has determined that now is the time to begin evaluating the best uses for the tribe's unused water supplies to provide long-term resiliency and sustainability. The Tribal Council approved the development and the operation of this team as they desire to put all of their federal reserved water rights to use. And that there are folks out there who are having a difficult time understanding how and why tribes want to be able to put all of their water rights to use during the time of a drought. But for instance, the Southern Ute tribe has no water rights directly to the Colorado River. So all of their water rights are localized, and utilizing those water rights would not add a use to the water. The rights that are not being utilized now are flowing downstream into Lake Powell, which eventually flows into Mead. So the tribe, instead of having those water rights in Lake Powell, would like to be able to utilize those water rights. And there's another option that was brought up through the CWCB, which the tribe is still hoping to participate in, which is the demand management process. The tribe feels that being able to be incentivized perhaps for putting water aside and leaving it in Lake Powell would be a good partnership for resilient planning as well. And eventually, when the demand management process is up and running again, the tribe intends to fully participate with that with CWCB. And that is all I had today. I appreciate your time and thank you very much.
Thank you, Kathy. All right, so we're going to focus our questions and comments on this for this group of presenters, and then we'll probably take another quick break and then bring it all home for the rest of the day. So who has question, comment, reaction?
I just want to thank all the presenters. It's great to see how people are working to get these messages out within the different communities across the state. And I just really appreciate, some of the outreach happening ahead of the water plan and the efforts to ensure that people will take advantage of the comment period. So I just want to say thank you to the presenters. With regard to, I want to save some of my comments because they sort of span the entirety of our day. So I'm actually not going to answer those two questions right now.
Okay. Any other specific questions for this set of presenters? Anybody online? Director Brody.
I too want to thank all the presenters for sharing your thoughts and insights and for your time today. It's really helpful. And to me, this is a really important topic, and I want to make sure that our water plan reflects all the diverse voices, reflects the tribal needs and perspectives. And I just I don't know if CWCB staff wants to speak to that or if others want to speak to it, but to me, it's really important, and we've talked about this before, that the water plan truly reflect all of Colorado. And so I'm just eager to hear how we're doing that.
Thank you. Elizabeth?
Thanks, Director Brody, for that question. I think I would point to the intentional work of the Water Equity Task Force. That's something, in bringing that task force into being was the key goal of that, to really have the water plan be reflective of all Coloradans, much more so than the original plan, and to really elevate for the first time EDI principles. And so we had an amazing group of task force members, 21, and Kathy participated in that as well. And they really identified the key ways that EDI could be elevated and reflected in the plan. And I think the other part of that is really bridging that connection, and while we're doing outreach and getting across the state to really help different communities see themselves reflected in the plan, and bridge that connection and close that loop, that water is such an essential resource and touches all of us. So Russ, I don't know if you want to add anything else. Okay, great.
That's great. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Trick's hand is raised on Zoom. You want to go ahead?
Yes, thank you. My question was for the DOLA representative. I believe it was Anne, if she's still on. Hi. Yeah, looking at your rural resiliency program, I noticed that my basin was one of the only basins not covered by that. And I was wondering how we can get involved in that program or make the necessary connections to get folks connected with that resource.
Yeah, we had a application period for that, and so these folks that were selected applied and reviewed. So but we can connect you if you. I'll leave my email in there, and we can talk about making some connections with some of the learnings and some of the peer exchanges that are happening that are open for all. So we can chat offline as well. Happy to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Other reactions or questions? Director Boucher.
Thank you. Thanks to Elizabeth and all the presenters. I have to say to Jared, I did not know that TCRP or TRCP did that kind of water outreach. And I am thrilled about it. And also the way that those different programs, I mean, it looks like making water education and outreach fun. So continues with our Wednesday theme of hope. I appreciate it.
Great. Other questions?
Yeah, I guess I just had maybe one thing also, trying to reflect on how it's presented, how this aspect of it is presented. I am looking forward to hearing some more about how we look at, I'm sorry, I'm going back and forth from the water plan draft that I have in front of me and trying to connect the dots with our presenters and what we're talking about here. And so under this item, we have talked about two things, and I'm sorry, who was speaking on this? I think it was Joel. I see two things in here: support an interagency environmental justice mapping working group. And I think that is, a really neat idea. And I'm sort of assuming that this will go back through the state and define using some sort of metrics where more attention and therefore priority needs to be spent with both CWCB resources, but also it sounds like some of the resources that DOLA has. And I just wondered if there is any more information that Joel wanted to say on that, or Anne. And then I had a second question just regarding there was something in here, sorry, I now can't find it, about how we look. Yes, 4.6, developing an interagency framework for increasing grant funding access and opportunities. So those things seem sort of tied together, and I'm just wondering if there's any reflection on that.
Joel, you want to start us off?
So Joel had to step off for another meeting, and he wanted me to convey that any questions, he's really happy to follow up via email. But I can kind of try to speak to both of those questions, Director Brown. So the first is the looking at ways we can support an interagency mapping tool. So that was the EnviroScreen tool that he talked about that's coming out in June, and potentially other mapping efforts, but really to try to strengthen that data sharing and collaboration between different agencies. And he can definitely speak more to that, but CWCB would act as a support to that effort. I think once the Environmental Justice Task Force and the Environmental Justice Task Force wraps up in November of this year. And the other was just convening a work group to look at ways to make grant making more accessible across agencies. So that's something that is definitely a priority under the resilient planning section. And I think we heard a little bit about how that might be of interest across different water plan grants, but that was definitely identified as a need to try to make our grant information and structure more accessible. So we're looking at ways to do that, and always good to work with our partners at other agencies who might have already undergone similar efforts, and just act as a resource for them as well.
Thanks. So I guess what I'm hearing from both of those things, and I recognize that the EnviroScreen is more water quality and air quality focused, and maybe less has less of a nexus with our agency in its water projects realm. But I think there's still probably room to talk about where those ties are. I do understand where it came from, but I think there are disenfranchised communities that have less attractive and accessible waterways when it comes to recreation and access for kids. And, to go back to the through line of rivers being the thread that kind of weaves this together, I think it's pretty obvious that if you go to a community with less money, that they're not likely to have a nice river park or, a clean, clean river banks, because there's less of an effort there. There's less money and less coordination in those communities sometimes. But the second thing I guess I'm hearing from you with the grants is that this is kind of an overarching push at the state level. And so it really doesn't sound like it would be integrated into our criteria and guidelines when it comes to actually how we fund, but more on the accessibility of making sure that people know that these grants are out there. Is that the desire with this?
Okay, I'll answer that question first. Is I think we're just really at the preliminary start of this process. So I'm not, I don't think we're exactly sure of what that will look like in terms of changes to grant structure. But I would imagine it might be a bit of both, of just general awareness and accessibility, and also looking at if there are any barriers with how grants are written right now. But we're definitely at the beginning of that process. And then I just wanted to maybe clarify that the EnviroScreen tool absolutely has an equity component and is looking at disproportionately impacted communities in that tool. So,
great. Well, maybe one suggestion would be that for the interagency framework and potentially for this EnviroScreen too, is that the positions that we're able to fund that are going to be regional positions might be able to interact with those work groups, so that it's not just focus kind of out of the Front Range area, and you get some different voices from all over the state that can probably integrate the traits of EDI more locally back into the efforts that are being done there. And that ends my question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions, reactions? Okay. Do you guys need a break or do you want to keep going? Break. Okay. 10-minute break. We'll be back at 3:20, and that will officially put us ahead of schedule. So I want to thank all of our presenters for really staying on their time, and all of you for focusing your conversation so far, and we'll have plenty of time to wrap this all up. So thank you so much, and we'll see you back at 3:20.
Recording stopped.
bring this home. All right, well, so thank you all for going through that amazing amount of information this morning. That was 15 presenters that gave you overviews of the amazing work that CWCBs were supporting. I'm going to attempt really quickly just to kind of summarize some of the themes that I heard, which interestingly are the same, some of the many themes that we heard back in January. So you all are bringing through, at least from my perspective, a through line of things that are very important to you as a board. So the things I've heard so far, and this is like big picture themes, but being supportive of cultural changes, helping people try new things, making sure to think about the rural, tribal, and urban communities and supporting the whole state, collaboration, bringing people together and implement and plan projects, promoting co-learning and encouraging creative thinking through information exchange and just connection with each other, that we are in an urgent situation, so we need to be considering short-term and long-term solutions, help the existing tools to be better, emphasize local interpretation, support, design, and connection, that all of this is great at the state scale, but it needs to happen and trickle down locally as well. Be responsive, and grant programs was an example of how to do that. Investing in capacity, making sure that we are reflecting all diverse voices in the plan, and that our partners are doing good work and finding ways to make it fun. So that's kind of the big themes I saw and pulled. And for this part of the conversation, what I'd like to do is really hone in on these two questions again, but really think about, what are the places that you think we need to embrace for drought resilience? What are the places that you see as important for the water plan? And then what else did you want to say today that you haven't gotten to? So I really want to hear from everybody. So I'm thinking we can kind of go around. Oh, sorry. And Director Brown, if you want to kick us off, that would be great. If you don't, we can pass it to somebody else. But I do want to hear from everybody, and we'll circulate on the virtual board members as well. Does that work?
Sure.
Okay.
So yeah, I do really appreciate the speakers coming and spending the time. I guess, something that I am struggling with is that connecting the speakers back to the plan, and what I guess I have a couple things to say about it. I think that the speakers helped us understand the different types of projects that exist out there that are supportive of the general goals that we have set out, and that's great. I do appreciate that. I am not sure that today we are coming away with not yet, we still have time, what the priorities of this water plan are, maybe across the board in a big picture. A lot of this stuff is stuff that we need to, I'm trying to connect back what some of the examples we heard back into our action items. And it was a little difficult for me to be able to do that today. So we talked a lot about just examples of things that we want to do over the next 10 years, but we did not connect that back into our water plan that we have been studying and reflecting on. And so it's a little bit difficult. I'm trying to do that on the fly, scrolling through this document and, see where our connections are. And I think it's a really important opportunity for this board to wrap our arms around the big priorities that we, in 10 years, what success looks like for this water plan and what we've done that, allowed us to accomplish those successes. And I did, frankly, I heard a couple things that concerned me, and it made me think about some questions or some things that we can talk about maybe today or at another time. one of those, I guess, overarching things is this idea that this board has been facilitating the reinvention of wheels, and that there is not accessible data, and that especially seemed to be discussed in the healthy watersheds thing. Sorry, my vocabulary is probably going to start to wane through this, but I don't feel that way. I feel like my basin has just done excellent work with utilizing the stream management plan section, and that we know where our data is. And I'm concerned that it's possible that people are doing projects and the consultants that they're hiring don't have access to the volumes of data that this agency has funded over decades and decades. That's very concerning to me. And I don't know where that's reflected necessarily in the plan besides more framework and more planning. And I'm having trouble connecting the dots of how we get out of planning for planning and, putting more websites together for more data management, when I'm also hearing within my own basin that, for instance, one of the employees over at Upper Yampa is creating a Yampa River dashboard so we can have easy, quick access to data within our own basin, and that's great. And I think that's something that we haven't exactly had beyond our roundtable website. This is going to be more real-time data, and I think that that's fabulous. I don't want to see that then reinvented at a state level, or I don't want CWCB to create a program that is going to come back to my basin and said, you just did 5 years of integrated water management planning, and now I want you to do a different type of planning in order to see if, your community understands its water quality or your drinking water. I think we have that. And so my concern and my goal for the next 10 years is, how do we do big things? How do we utilize our new employees to organize granting opportunities to get big projects done? And that is taking the culmination of the last 5 years of planning that all of our basins have done. And now, even if your basin doesn't have stream management planning, they've done 2 BIPs. We have planned, and now we need to do. And I want to do that work in a way that is big. And, I think change is often talked about in a way where change should make us all uncomfortable, right? We should all feel like we're being pushed out of our comfort zone and into something that is making us wonder if it's going to be okay on the other side, right? Or, you're letting go of the rope, you're doing something big. And I want to see us push that a little bit harder in this plan of how we can see big work get accomplished. And I love how we are talking about it in terms of what our agencies can do and what our stakeholders can do. But I'm concerned that we're remaining in a planning and collection phase, and we're not pushing ourselves into the implementation of these big ideas. And I will just also say that if we are, it was just difficult for me to make the connections today from, for example, the reuse conversation, which was great, right? So in 10 years, do we want to see reuse projects being implemented? And how can CWCB through this water plan support that reuse project? And I heard, from that first set of people with the ASO, they need money, right? So we need money to make sure that we have ASO, that we have snowpack data, that we have soil moisture sensors. We don't seem to need to plan for that anymore. We need that implementation money. And when it comes to reuse, it seems like they're really moving the needle on the regulatory aspects of things, the technical, the outreach, but then I heard financial viability and the reusability of water rights. So, what are the things, how's that going to be reflected in this water plan? Where does this board need to talk about, hey, maybe we need to recommend to the interim committee that they tackle a view of what could be done with water law to reuse water more often than just our Trans Mountain diversions, where we can use that in its entirety. So those are some examples that I'm seeing, and I'll just throw out just one thing. Like, if we could have LiDAR flyovers for $2 million a year, and it could cover the entire state, I mean, that seems like a great box to check. We should be able to come up with that money. So those are the things where I see that's a success. And that's a success that this agency can consider in a big way, right? So I'll stop there. Thank you for letting me go first. And I hope that in my words, there is not lost the appreciation. It's just a big effort and a big desire to want to make sure that we push ourselves into that uncomfortable zone a little bit as we move through these final planning phases.
Thank you. Before we go around, does anyone have any direct responses or anything to build off of? Go ahead, Director Boucher.
Thank you. Director Brown, do you mind being a little bit more specific with some of the information that you feel is being duplicated or unavailable that you heard today?
I heard specifically from Abby that we seem to be reinventing the wheel, that projects are, that we're having projects done, apparently that people are doing projects that have already been done, or they don't have accessible data. That was what I wrote down, is that we're reinventing the wheel. So I don't know specifically. I think I wouldn't say that every project is being reinvented. I think that that's absolutely not true. But those words concern me, that somehow there's not access to that information. And if I heard that incorrectly, then I would like to be corrected. But that's what I heard. Did you hear that differently?
No, I wanted clarification, so thank you.
Russ, do you want to weigh in on this one?
Sure, and maybe I'll Russ Sands for the record, and maybe I will, kind of take a broad brush and then circle back and probably phone a friend and bring Chris Sturm in. To that specific issue, and Chris can go into more detail, but we've talked to Abby, and I really appreciate the great work that she's doing to take the time to coordinate with our stakeholders at a more direct level. To be totally fair, I don't think we always get that level of deep connection with some of the NGO groups, and it's nice that it's coming down to the Basin Roundtable level, and it's coming down to the local watershed group level, and finding out what we're doing right and what we could be doing better is what I think we're striving for. So getting feedback that there's a better way to do this. I mean, when the first water plan came out, what did your phone look like? What were the capabilities, right? We're advancing, and I think Abby and I talked a lot about there's just better ways that we can show this, make it more available. How do we increase accessibility? And I think that for me strikes a chord with a accessibility and equity lens as much as it does just for a practicality lens. I think that's what we're all shooting for. And I give Chris' programs kudos for pushing the boundaries and creating websites and making things more accessible. We, as a part of the water plan, are thinking about a data visualization tool. I mean, we've been talking about how we can better utilize GIS, and even staff we've hired have great new skills to help us in that area the data is only so good as it's easy to find and easy to access and that you can use it. So I think that builds on a bigger theme for me, is when you look back, and Director Felt and I had this conversation as long as I've been at CWCB, or if we go back to this, everything started with 2002, and you look at the history of what we've done as an agency. When we talk about frameworks, when we talk about plans, when we talk about tools, That is the work that we do. We don't build projects, but we help facilitate those projects getting built. And so I would push back a little gently that it's not us, I think, reinventing the wheel or that we're only in planning. It's exactly what I heard Angela Bogue say, that quoting Director Gibbs, that it's plan, implement. And that's what we're doing. We're in that iterative learning process where I think we're getting better. The water plan, as we've built it, I think is broad enough to house, and should be broad enough to house, all the things that you said. And I point to explicitly action, I think it's 5.10 in the water plan, where we talk about having annual strategic plans or annual operation plans for the CWCB board. The level of detail of how, I heard a lot today about criteria and guidelines and how we might adjust those. That's always open to the board. I would suggest locking that into a 10-year plan is probably not the direction you want to go, but allowing some flexibility where you can be nimble at an annual scale to say, what do we want to focus on? And to be fair, we're never going to capture all the big things in the plan. We had so much that was done outside of the plan, big things like DM or anti-speculation discussions, right? We are trying to cast a broad enough net that we can say, our North Star, what should we be doing? I think that question came up. What's the North Star around ag? And we should probably be saving as much as we possibly can. But those conversations are incredibly nuanced and difficult, and we're trying to set the frameworks that help us scaffold to take the next steps that advance those conversations. So when we talk about, this drought resilience toolkit, when we talk about the work of wildfire-ready watersheds, I see those as very much aligned. Bringing local asset mapping down to the local scale. We heard that today. I think do a better job of taking it deeper, more locally. That was Ken Curtis' comment. I thought was completely on point. Put those tools in local hands and try to see how we can help make a difference, because I think the magic does happen at the local level. And the best thing that we can do is be supporting that, be conduits for that. And if there's something that we can be doing to improve, again, pointing back to the FHZ tool, if that's getting embedded in code and that's a transformative tool, to have a stakeholder tell us that's a game changer, I get it. When we talk about planning, it doesn't sound sexy, but really the reality is what we do is moving the needle in transformative ways. And I think the water plan, as it's set, is everything we heard today has a roadmap back, right? So when you think about the reuse, there's a goal in there about, yes, we do need to support reuse projects. I think that's explicitly the goal, that we need to help build these projects, but there's a planning element, right? And we can't do it. We need to work with CDPHE. They're gonna have to work on the next regulatory step of that. And huge shout out to Kevin Reedy for being kind of in that process the whole time and getting us there, right? And that's what the first water plan helped us get to, and we're continuing that legacy. When you hear Ann Miller talk about DOLA's work, right? And the cross, there's so many plans out there. It's how we integrate these things to a bigger scale, right? So when you talk about her work in the Southwest and these resilience roadmaps, we're not talking to the same stakeholders. I was on that meeting. It's a lot of stakeholder adjacent people. How do we connect the dots? And to your point, we've done this good work in planning, right? So maybe we're not recreating the wheel, but I do see, because we're not always talking, there's projects that are being planned over here and there's projects that are in the BIPs. Let's create some alignment, right? And let's put those tools more easily, more accessible in people's hands. So that'd be my broad comments. I'll call up Chris.
Well, let me just respond to that, because I feel like I put you on the defense, and that wasn't my goal at all. What I'm saying is that I just want to make clear the big goals that are coming out of this water plan that are going to help us push the needle. I am not at all saying that the items that are in here are not doing that. I'm expressing a concern specifically with, that we aren't, that are, show me how we're going to move this data in a different direction that our stakeholders need. But maybe let's not couch this as that our project proponents are reinventing the wheel. I don't like that. And if that's true, then we need to solve whatever that issue is. And if we solve that by more mapping tools, or, I think you have to help us connect those dots. And that's what I'm trying to bring back, is that I'm hearing the speakers, and then I'm looking at the plan, and I'm just trying to understand, what number these people, these speakers are kind of speaking to. So if we could say under 3.10, we're talking about specifically, we need to build these better tools for our communities and we're hearing the roundtables say that they need better access to data, then that helps us understand that we're making this progress. But I think that's where my brain just operates a little bit better when I can connect. You're showing me things that we have done that show success and ideas that we can push going forward, but I need them to be connected back into this plan a little bit more specifically to understand how we're, that these are ready for prime time, right? We're in the drafting stage. This workshop was meant for the board to get on the same page about, is this the draft we feel comfortable sending out for public comment? What do we need to do differently? So I'm just trying to connect those dots and not criticize the work that is done, but understand how we're doing that work and see if there is room to, like I said a million times now, push us into a little bit of a different comfort zone if it's possible.
Yeah, no, understood.
And Chris Sturm has done a just absolutely magnificent job with all of his programs, so you certainly don't need to come up here and defend them to me. That is not what I am asking. I think all of staff, all of our programs are great, but if we're doing water planning, I'm just asking, let's push ourselves a little bit and see where we get.
Absolutely, understood. And maybe just I'll add, after a year in scoping, and we didn't, maybe do that crosswalk specifically, and we could certainly kind of show you where some of those ideas came from. But we took in, the water plan's about 200 pages. We have about 200 pages of notes that we got, and we distilled that and said, what are the areas that we can help advance? In the scope of what we do as an agency and where our partners are willing to go, how can we do that? So that through line is 100% there, and I'm happy to let Chris speak to some of that too.
Chris Sturm, for the record. I'll be brief and I won't defend what we're doing. But I will say we're not reinventing the wheel. We're putting nicer tires on it. Some of the work that we've been doing is educating the larger nonprofits about where this data is, how it's being used, and what our small local watersheds are doing. I think there's still a disconnect between our larger environmental nonprofits and their knowledge base on what our local watershed groups are doing and how our local watershed groups are using data that exists and how they're developing new data that they need. I feel that I represent those groups better because I'm working with them on the ground on a day-to-day basis. So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Chris, thank you for that clarification or that addition, and thank you for everything that you do. And I think this is maybe it's not necessarily something that we dig in right in this moment when we're talking about the water plan update, but this it's an interesting thing to come to light. And as an act or just being involved in a watershed group for over a decade now, what Chris just described happened all the time. There's a webinar next week for the State of the Rio Grande report card. Nobody talked to us, and they're saying there's no data for the Upper Rio Grande. But the CWCB has probably given us $1 million in grants to study that baby up and down. And so that's where I think you're exactly right, that it's this disconnect. And so we've got the best staff in the world to continue to do that education. And I don't know if there is an action in the water plan to continue to point people to the small groups, but it's pretty frustrating when you're on the ground and you see some report talk about how there's no data here. And it not only is it reinventing the wheel, but it minimizes all the good work that's been happening for decades.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to move us along. Director Brody.
So again, I want to thank everyone who spoke today and all the staff who helped put this together. I think it was a lot of good information. It was helpful for me to hear about kind of the variety of different efforts that are happening. Maybe one piece that would have been helpful to hear a little bit more about is what is the expected outcome, or what is the goal for each of these efforts? Some of them, I think it was fairly obvious. Some of them maybe a little bit less so. But to me, when I think about a strategic plan, I always start from what's the goal? Where are we today? Where are we trying to get to? And how does this effort help close that gap? In terms of the plan, I think staff has done an incredible job on the draft plan. I think it's really good shape for the type of document it is and for what it's trying to do, which is to set out this very high level, very broad framework and organize it in a way that hopefully is accessible and understandable. So I want to say that and commend you all. And I'm really excited to see what kind of feedback you get from the public. To me, the harder piece, and I think a piece that we've sort of been struggling with the board, is how do you get from this big high level plan with, probably hundreds of things we could do to advance the plan? How do you get from that to a business plan that you can actually go out and implement over 1 year, 3 year, 5 years? And that's sort of been the missing gap. We have this huge water plan, which is a great document and a great kind of very high level framework. And we have this little bit of money. It really is a drop in the bucket when you think about all of the things that the water plan describes and talks about. So how do we figure out how to use whatever resources we have, and prioritize it to make the most difference in the areas that the board thinks are sort of most important over that, again, 1 year, 3 year, 5 year planning horizon. And for me, that's sort of the missing link. And we talked about it a little bit yesterday in terms of kind of that funding allocation. At a gut level, yeah, maybe it makes sense to say, well, this is generally how much we spent in these areas, so that's kind of what we're going to plan for. But to me, we really should be starting from the opposite point of what's the objective? What are we hoping to achieve? What can we realistically do with the resources we have? And how do we make sure that that money is being directed, that we're not just reacting to requests for funding, but we are prioritizing based on staff recommendations and board input as to what is most meaningful, what is most necessary for our state, where can we have the greatest impact with those dollars. But again, I'll come back to really good work. I think, I'm sure it's been an incredible effort over the last many months. I think you should all feel really proud of the draft you put together.
Thank you. Does anybody want to build on that or respond to that?
Can I just make a comment? I think that's a really good point, because when you look, I just pulled up those numbers that we approved yesterday. When you look at it in terms of, agriculture, $1.6 million for the next fiscal year, which we did identify, lands in the old water plan land and not the new water plan land. But if we're doing that times 10, that's what are we going to do with $15 million over the next 10 years? It's a really different way to look at that, right? And I appreciate you kind of connecting those dots. I think that's a unique perspective.
Thank you. Russ?
Just going to say thank you for the kind comments, Director Brown and Director Brody. I also would add that I completely agree. And I think we started today's conversation about this igniting the start of a conversation, not being, one drop in the bucket and we're done, we checked a box. That's not it, right? We're building something here. And the water plan's a piece of that. Another piece of that, I think, is these ongoing board discussions as action, as I noted in the plan, but I think specifically leveraging finance committee discussions and maybe board meetings after to wrestle with that kind of operational planning level is something to think about. And if, again, changing the grant criteria is always something available to the board, but it's a deep discussion, because in prioritizing one thing, you're in effect deprioritizing something else. You have to say no to things, or, there's probably differences in times that we have more funding or times that we have less. And it just warrants a deep conversation, but I think we're all supportive of and certainly committed to having that with you.
You're right. It does mean saying no to things, but to me that really is the role of the board, to say, of all the things we could be doing, this is what's most important for us to be doing now. And yeah, it may mean that in some years there's perhaps less money for rec because we've decided that there's a huge need in ag and it's urgent, and it's something that we have the ability to do if we focus more on one as opposed to kind of always taking the peanut butter approach of like spreading it all around to the point where sometimes the numbers are so small that you can't achieve those larger, more impactful goals that maybe over the long run would have a greater benefit to the state. I mean, that to me is the conversation we should be having, is where is that biggest bang for the buck? And over time, it hopefully will kind of work itself out. But I think we could be doing more good with the resources that we have if we approached it from a different perspective.
Understood.
Thank you. Director Anderson.
I too would like to commend all the presenters, very professional and lots of information there. It makes you really think about where we are in the big stream of things. And if I could just go back to a couple things. I attended that Growing Water Smart with a group in the Uncompahgre Valley with planners, irrigation water suppliers, and myself, and then domestic water suppliers. And we really got a lot out of it. That group is still together, is working hard on the issues of the day. One of my big motives of getting involved in it was, one of my pet peeves is using domestic water to irrigate your yard with. When you have a canal, and you probably have rights to it before there was a subdivision there, but the developer didn't put into systems of water. That's not the case everywhere. Some subdivisions do have dual, domestic water and landscape water. So, but anyway, it's I give a shout out to Kevin Reddy. He come and spoke to our group and then got us involved with that Water Smart group, and of course the Sonora Institute. My hat's off to them. They did a great job with it. I think so often you think about development as being the issues of the Front Range. Well, that's not the case. I drive around my valley and there's a new house coming up everywhere I look, and so it's an issue statewide. The other thing I heard today, and I heard Ken Curtis specifically said this, is local. And whatever, what works in the Uncompahgre Valley may not work in the Gunnison Valley. In fact, I can point to certain things that wouldn't work in the Gunnison Valley that work fine in our valley, and the same from across the various basins in the state. So there's not going to be a fits-all, if you will. There's going to be no crescent wrench that you can just adjust to turn the right bolts. It's going to have to be site-specific, and we're going to have to rely on the local leaders and the people involved on a local basis, so what they think will work for their area. My last comment, and this, and many of you probably heard this before, but it all boils down to dollars, and we flat don't have enough money to do everything. So it boils down to, it's our responsibility as directors of this organization to decide which projects should move ahead. And obviously we've got a great staff helping us do that, but it winds up being in our court when it comes to that point. I guess I would quit there. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody want to build on that or respond? Okay. Director Boucher.
Thank you. Special thanks to all of the guest speakers today and for staff for putting this together. I found it incredibly helpful. And I've been struggling with the water plan in this new role, joining the board, because I feel like I've rode so hard for the brand of the Roundtable for a long time, and an actual user of the plan over the last decade, that to try and put myself in a position of looking at it, from a structural standpoint. But I had an aha moment last night where I realized that actually might make my input, to this board actually important and valuable, because, when I read through it, I'm still at a level where, in some way I'm connected to, 3 projects that are ongoing that, are touched by the CWCB, that were identified in Water Plan 1.0, identified in the BIP 1.0, in multiple ways. And I feel a great success in local communities about some of the things that we've achieved. And, when I look at this, which I do want to put, after today, I'd like more time to still review the draft, obviously. But I feel, I look at this plan, and for people, projects, communities that are in need, looking at this as a planning document, knowing that we have some limited funding, but then also looking to some of the federal opportunities right now about how we can work together as a state on some of the bigger projects. I'm actually really excited about it. And I think that, having consolidated it makes it much more user-friendly. And I think that when we go to the action items, I think there are certain things that should be discussed as this goes out for public viewing. As discussed today, with Mark Harris, we look at these ideas that we might have for some innovations in agriculture, and it's like, should we have funds available to get the ball rolling so that we can act quicker and be a little bit more rapid with potential projects and ideas? I don't know, but I'm not sure that that's in any way a criticism of the plan. Different idea based on how fast the world is adapting, and that we might need to adapt with it. But so far from the perspective of, if I'm going to look at this document as a resource and tool for stakeholders that I know about how to build projects and do good work, I'm just very excited right now. And I think that, if we continue to demonstrate in the state that we are doing good work, and we are, on the lead of adaptation and innovation, that we will find additional funding to come through to assist with projects. So thank you all very much.
Thank you. Any responses or wanting to build off that? Okay, I'm going to move us online and then get the other directors, and then we'll come back. Okay. So Director Sakata, are you still with us?
Yes, I am. Thank you. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Great. Thank you. I would echo what everybody said. Thank you very much. It's been a great presentation, and learned a lot. Let's see. So my comments are going to really range all over the place as I was taking notes through the program. And again, I really love what the water plan looks like as well, and just really appreciate the work. When I think about all the scoping that's gone on, all the meetings that you organized with the agricultural group, it's really is amazing how you put this all together. A couple things that came to mind for me were just kind of general concepts, and I thought I remember hearing some of this in the scoping process, and some of it we had in the other plans, is that, sometimes I think we're our own worst enemy in the sense. And was there any input with regard to regulatory barriers for some of the goals, and what we can be done? I know in the early plans we talked about trying to strive to remove some of the barriers for building storage. I know when I was on the West Slope, when they were talking about investing money in our watersheds, some of the regulatory barriers to do some of that. Was there any type of, and I could have missed it in the plan, is there any talk about those type of efforts?
Russ?
Thank you, Director Sagata. I think that has been this, and I think even at our January board meeting where we had our first water plan workshop, a bit of that discussion around flexibility. And we are in that position of, with the water plan, walking that delicate balance too, that doesn't kind of dictate how things need to be, but also sets that stage of the things that we want to explore. So we have done a crosswalk of all the statements and all the original statements that were in the water plan, unless there was something that was intentionally left behind, something that just wasn't working or we didn't want to repeat, I would say 99% of the stuff from the original water plan is carried forward in terms of a statement. In terms of an action around that, I mean, so a statement like exploring how we can reduce regulatory barriers is something that I can triple check, but something to that effect, I believe, is in there, Director Sakata. But that doesn't translate probably into a specific action that we can complete. And so our intent on the actions that we are writing in the plan are that those are the checklist that, at least as we're having these annual operational decisions, as we're kind of moving the needle or advancing things in areas that we didn't even contemplate, as stakeholders are coming in and applying for grants that help us push those boundaries, help us do that new thinking, that we are kind of be able to have these specific deliverables that we're advancing. So it doesn't, I guess to answer your question, it doesn't appear as an action, but it is a sentiment in the plan.
Thanks, Russ. Because I know one issue that I've been dealing with forever that I wish we could garner more support for is we're running into issues on our mutual ditch companies of losing their nonprofit status. When we look for outside funds to help support our project, all of a sudden we become a taxable entity, and we've been trying to get that law changed forever. Something, you know, that would seem like would help us invest in ourselves is something that we can't get done. Something else too, and do you talk very much about the loan program? I think that's, you know, a great resource that CWCB has. We all know how important it is, and I know there was some discussions in the outreach on the agricultural side about, you know, when we're going out there and maybe helping educate the ditch companies that don't have a lot of expertise in there, that loan program is also an option when we're looking to improve our infrastructure.
Thank you, Director Sakata. But yes, absolutely, and I couldn't agree with you more. It's also, as you know, how we help fund our agency and all the good work we can do and the grants that we can give out. So it is mentioned. We've got some feedback on kind of shortening I kind of believe it appears in draft chapter 3 of shortening some of the section around CWCB and what we do, but certainly that at the same time we got feedback to augment more related to water plan grants, but we could certainly in both the instances you talked about, just go back and make sure that we're doing a good job of being really clear and on point about that. Another thing that we're trying to do in the spirit of keeping it short is to make sure that in the final draft we have hyperlinks that get you to the deeper detail, but that story of our loan program, especially as it comes to aging infrastructure, which continues to be a major topic, is one that we definitely need to call out.
And thanks. And you know, Russ, too, that I'm a technology geek. I love technology, and it does provide us all a lot of opportunity. But as you know, with the constraints I've had over the last month, I'm sorry if I sound like I was complaining, but it was really hard for me to review the draft with my tablet. And so I thank you so much for dropping off that paper copy. So I think we have to keep that in mind, too, in our outreach, that not everybody has the technology available there, that sometimes we have to go back to the old style of things when we're doing outreach.
Absolutely. And I will just say that to meet and stay compliant with Colorado open meeting laws, we had to kind of devise a way where we were not sharing feedback between directors. So it was a bit wonky, including for staff. And so, yeah, we've been sharing the pain with you, but absolutely, when we go out to the public, we will do everything we can to put this in people's hands.
And I think, too, I see the word collaboration throughout the plan. I think that's critical. As I've learned more about, investing in our soil health, I've had some wild ideas about, maybe farmers in the off season with the equipment they have can help in forest management, or maybe the seasonal labor situation. Maybe we can combine efforts. I mean, I've talked to our city about, hey, can our farm help move snow in the winter months? I hope we continue to move forward in encouraging the development of ideas that may be of economic benefit to all the partners involved. So thanks again, Russ, and your staff. I think that you've done a great job, and I really enjoyed reading the plan. Oh, one other last comment is I hope you would include a picture of food in there. I really want to make a connection that farming is food. And so I think that was the one thing that I noted it was missing.
Noted. Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Thank you. Any other responses or wanting to build off those comments? Okay, Director Trick.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm not sure that I can articulate any of these issues better than what's already been said. I mean, Director Brody hit the nail on the head of how do we take this document and maximize our resources to the goals that we identify is the challenge. And I thought that was a great summary of the tasks that we are tasked with right now. And I also,
gosh, it's hot out.
Oops. That wasn't me.
You're good.
Lost my train of thought. Anyway, and Director Brown, I also appreciated your comments on, identifying how we can fix any issues that we have with data or not reinventing the wheel, because there have been a lot of things funded that maybe people aren't accessing. So I thought that was a great comment as well. So I guess all that I would really add again is that I think we've seen or identified that most of the solutions here are going to be local, and they're going to be locally driven. And how do we best facilitate that, especially when, as Director Anderson said, not every area of the state is the same, and not every solution for one area is going to work for another area. So we definitely need to keep in mind that the local solutions are what we should be reaching for, and how do we get them the resources that they need, especially in an area like mine where we don't have the resources even to know that funding is available sometimes, or that projects can be done. It's like volunteer fatigue, where the people are just so overtaxed with what they're already doing. It's hard to get volunteers to provide feedback for things that are needed here. So how do we get over that hurdle when it's just a matter of connecting people to the resources that are there? And I guess also propping up the local economy in the best way that we can, with job creation, et cetera, with projects that we're funding. I mean, is sending in some kind of crew from outside of the state or outside of the basin to do on the ground work really helping the local economy, or should we be trying to create jobs in a local economy with these projects? So that's really all I have to say. And great comments, everybody. Like I said, everybody's already articulated it better than I have. And great presentations. And thank you, Russ, and all the staff for all your hard work.
Thank you. Any responses or wanting to build off of that? Okay, and thank you for your grace in handling the technical hybrid meeting snafus that we experience all the time. All right, Director Hawkins.
Thanks. I don't know that this is going to be terribly organized, but it's the end of a long day. One thing that I've been thinking about is I think my response to the day is, I love it, but is it enough? And so I think that as we look at the water plan, we need to ask ourselves, are these Band-Aids? Are we in emergency response mode? And I guess my comment is, I don't want to be performing CPR on our rivers and economies. So I really want us to think about that sort of near term and long term, and whether we're making progress towards solutions. I think another thing that I've been thinking about today is, I was thinking a lot about Kelsey McElroy's presentation and about the point at which there's sufficient motivation for people building that scaffolding and starting to find solutions. And so I think I was thinking about that, and then I heard Mark tell us that we need to allow for selfish planning. And that, I think that's something that's really gotten me thinking. And so I think that we may need to be sort of setting the values and the vision, but really allowing local communities to stand up to steward the resource. And so One thing that brings up for me is, I think I've seen instances where a single water use has been prioritized in planning in my basin. And so I do think we might need to set some vision that, like, we don't want to see solutions that buy and dry and just collapse local economies, but we also don't want to see solutions that result in catastrophic species loss or insecure water supplies for people. So I think that maybe where our role in the water plan is setting some of that big picture vision and where we're working towards and how funding will be prioritized, but really trying to advance local stewardship. So again, maybe not terribly organized, but that's what's been on my mind today.
Thank you. Any responses or building on that? Go ahead.
Thanks, Director Hawkins. Good to see you on the screen. And I feel like we're definitely on the same wavelength here. And I would just say that, today was a lot different than I was expecting. And, I really appreciate all the presenters, and I thought everything was super interesting, inspiring. Appreciate staff's efforts to get people from all different areas across the state and a lot of different backgrounds. But I think I was expecting the discussion today to be a little bit more focused and targeted on the water plan itself, and working through together as a board and really thinking about what is, like Director Hawkins just said, what is that big picture vision, and kind of actually, working as more of a dialogue and more of a group together to say, if we're setting our big picture vision and priorities and messaging for this plan, what are the things that we all agree on, and what are the things that are the most important to us? And I think I'm feeling like that still might be lacking, that, we came away like, oh, wow, we really, really enjoyed that stuff. But I don't think it was all there, or that we had the space to really have that big picture conversation together. And while I've got the floor, I'd say, personally for me, getting to our vision for the plan, and then also the part of the workshop that I feel like we also haven't quite got to, and looking at the time, I don't think we are going to get to, is what separates the plan from the resiliency toolkit. What are the things that are actionable now in the short term versus our long-term 10-year plan? And for me, I've distilled it down to 3 M's. So making water work harder through measuring it, managing it, and maximizing it. So when I'm talking about measuring it, I think that we heard a lot today, and we've had discussions among ourselves about how there is an urgency to better measure our snowpack and the models, to better inform the models that are helping us with snowpack and streamflow forecasting. There is a need to better measure streamflow through both gauges and head gates, actual measurement of physical flow in rivers and ditches, and then measuring aquifers, of course. In some of our areas of the state are more important than others in that aspect. Not more important, but more urgent. As far as managing it, I go back to we have to prioritize improving our infrastructure, improving our ability to store water. That terrible stream flow graph that I threw up for you guys this morning, our rivers are going to be in rough shape in the southern part of the state this year, and it's only that stored water that's going to save us. And so just think of how much more we could have done if every single pre-compact reservoir was fully functional and operational. And so how do we prioritize that so that we can make the most out of it? And we're not just talking about, oh yeah, we stored water so we helped ag, which is paramount, but by storing water, we're going to be able to keep fish alive. We're going to be able to keep boaters boating. And then maximizing it, how do we continue to be a catalyst for helping people build creative partnerships to do multi-benefit projects, and how do we continue? And I think this is the thing we did do today, is we were a space to support creative thinking, bringing people together, learning from each other, having this creative exchange. So I think that's something that went really well today, and I'd like more of, but yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody have response or thoughts to build on Director Brown?
Yeah, thanks for that last piece. I've been thinking about how we can bring some of that connection and learning from each other back. And one suggestion, and as this board knows, I give lots of suggestions, and sometimes they're received and sometimes people look at me like I'm crazy, which is totally fine with me, is that we could at each board meeting pick a theme. So like in July, our theme could be recreation and environment, and each of the board members during our director's report could either invite or present on a project or a concept that has been very successful in their basin. And the theme was recreation, and the next time it could be ag, or the next time it could be municipal supply, or we solved a crazy problem that happened that was sort of outside all of the boxes, and here's what it looked like. And then, you know, people that are interested in those themes would tune in and maybe learn something from that. Because I think it is really important, and using this time where we get to be back in person together would be really neat too. Maybe it would just, you know, be exciting, an exciting thing to change it up a little bit. So I like that you called that out. Thank you. We do not need to respond to that idea now.
Thank you. Other responses or questions to build on that? Okay. Well, do you have anything else to add, Director Dutton? Because it's your turn. Okay. All right, Director Felt.
Okay. Well, I am struggling a little bit with what to say. I read the whole thing, the first draft. I read the whole thing cover to cover. I met with Russ and Matt for 2.5 hours. We had a fantastic conversation. I haven't read the new one yet, just new draft. And then we were sort of siloed from one another a bit with our thoughts, at least as far as Russ knows. But I do think that, how can I say this? I really like the structure. I like the visions. I like the calling out of, or cataloging sort of everything, and trying to frame that in a way that it makes sense. You'll remember, Russ, I asked you, who's the audience? I mean, who's going to read this, right? And that it was a hard question to answer for sure, because it, you know, at least as far as the whole thing, it's tough to say exactly, which I think really helped me zero in on there's a difference between the audience for the document and the people that document is meant to serve, right? One's everybody and one's hardly anybody, maybe, when it comes to, you know, reading the whole thing. And so I think that whether it's, I don't know, there's been the word prioritization has been used by a number of people, and I think that is absolutely critical. Whether that is, Russ, you and your team trying to figure out priorities, or whether it's more maybe what you did, building this whole sort of global picture, and then we have to step forward. We're going to have to one way or the other. We do it every meeting, but I think this in the context of, you know, demographic pressure, let's say, on our water supply, or more demand, hydrology cutting the exact opposite direction, and then all of it depending on forest health, which is for a large part of the state questionable and increasingly flammable. It really feels to me like we can't do all those things because the money question. And so, as I shared with Russ, I recently went through a county comprehensive plan process, And I was very distracted by COVID. My COVID role didn't give it a lot of attention. And we failed to really prioritize. And so what we're dealing with now is anything that's in that catalog, somebody comes to you and it's their top priority, so therefore it's yours. Why don't we have this bike lane or something, and you're thinking about much bigger, different things. And so we talked about an executive summary or something like that, or a letter from the board or something. I think it's really important that we do lay out what we view as our priorities in a time of, I always seem to be coming up with these war analogies and then I try to back away from them, but, a time of serious threat. And there's just a lot of things piling up and there is no ready solution on the horizon. And so whether we make significant change to the draft or we approach it as a board and add something else on top of that, I think it's really critical that we lay out the top priorities. And they're kind of like, you can't have B without A. We have to do A first. And so I'm not going to polemicize, if that's a word, about what I think those are. I think, we can do that fairly easily, but I think it's really critical that people be able to, in this document or this packet, that people be able to see what those are. And that even though we don't have enough money, that doesn't mean we don't have tremendous influence by laying out those priorities. It's a fact that, like in 2010, I think it was, the SWASI came out with a one-pager, all these bullet points, right? And it was like, man, if you could hit all those, like you had a perfect project, theoretically. Well, it didn't mean that everybody who hit a bunch of those buttons got funded, but it had a big impact on how people designed their projects and how people looked outside of their little need, their narrow need, I should say, and tried to create additional beneficial consumptive and non-consumptive use with their projects. And so I think that we can still really lead the state in addressing our huge challenges by calling out priorities, articulating them clearly, and then tying funding to those. Even though we can't fund them all, it will spin off into other things, right? That's what RMRI did, right? What Heather and I were kind of talking about, our upper arc landscape's getting funded by totally different funding sources because we met the criteria, let's just say, to simplify it. And I think the same thing could happen here, that we could use this plan or putting our stamp on this plan to guide more than we are going to be able to control for the good. And I think that's what we need to think about now, is how do we take this global thing and turn it into something that's like an instrument, and that when people read that executive summary or a letter from Jackie or a letter from all of us, I'd prefer that we all sign it. And it's like, here's how we see it now. 10 years is going to go by quick. Most of these problems are still going to be here. Here's how we see it. And here's how we're going to prioritize our time and our staff efforts and our budget. And go out and advocate for great projects to other funding sources. Because what I saw today, like, it was great having Commissioner Kate here, and there was so much overlap between Department of Ag and CWCB. And so who's to say if we make a really strong statement that Department of Ag doesn't adopt the same priorities? Or maybe we influence NRCS or USDA. I mean, a lot of people are worried about reinventing the wheel. I think this is a chance to invent the wheel in a way, a new wheel. Maybe that's reinventing the wheel. Forget that analogy. But we have an opportunity right now, not to just get our homework done, but to like influence the conversation for the next 10 years or more. And we have to do that because we're not in a rising tide that's raising all boats. To address the equity question, and I know that not everyone has a boat, we are in a falling tide, and that beaches all boats. Everybody's stuck. So we really have to lead here. And I think it's just so important that we make a really strong statement. It will influence everything around us, including the legislature, the governor. They're looking to us for that. Maybe even the Secretary of the Interior and the President of the United States, right? So just as Becky is doing, I think, in our compact negotiations, I think we can do that internally, right? This internal conversation that we've been talking about with the water plan and the resiliency toolkit, we can have that same leadership role. And so we, as a board, I think that's really the way to sort of pull some of these things together, is we as the board need to take what you guys have done, it's great, and somehow bring it into focus for people and make people understand this is what we're prioritizing here. And then really go beyond our agency and our borders to try and influence policy to make it happen, get it done.
Thank you. Anyone? Go ahead, Director Boucher.
So, Director Felt, I really appreciate those comments, and I think that some kind of a letter from the board, or however we would do that, to spell out specific priorities that would give us a good action to follow. I think that follows the line of what I was talking about earlier for the basins, for local stakeholders, for local communities. To be able to follow that plan. I failed in my conversation to say the second part of what I was going to talk about because I was so excited. But I don't remember how long ago, not very long ago, I was taking an actual vacation with my wife and kids, which is pretty rare. I had a meeting on Zoom from the airport. We got on the plane. I just sat down. I was like, honey, no more water or forage talk for 16 hours a day for at least the next 4 days, I promise. And I was sitting there and the plane hadn't even taken off yet. And there was a couple sitting in front of me from Carbondale that started a conversation with the woman in her row about how they're scared of water uncertainty in the future and they're considering relocating from Colorado. And like, I looked at my wife and I'm like, staying out of it, like not going to engage in this. And then they kept going how there's no information or resources available to even learn about it. And I'm like, I have to. Like, sorry. So then I spent the next 3 hours talking water on the airplane on my vacation. But to have that resource be flexible enough in the plan that it's used for potential high-level policy, potential local communities, but then also still reflective of if there's a couple in Carbondale that needs to get engaged in water, they have specific resources that they can go to. And that's one of the things that I appreciate about, the way that it's laid out. So I like your idea a lot.
Thank you. Any other thoughts? Oh, yeah. Do you have anything to add?
I'm very much interested too in digging in more on kind of the forest health stuff. That's really part of my background that I want to bring to the table and make sure that that's reflective in terms of what our needs are over the next 7 years. When you think about 7 years since we've updated this, so I just really, Russ, you and your team really appreciate all of your amazing work of listening to all of us, incorporating what you've incorporated so far, and I know it's going to change as we go.
Thank you. I'm going to bring Russ up to talk a little bit about the design of today and maybe what next steps look like.
Thank you. Thank you for all the comments. Can I just get back to Director Feld maybe? So I just want to say great comments, Director Feld, and I would just say yes, yes, and yes, and maybe to unpack those a little bit. I think some of the things that we talked about that didn't make it in, but I think just as a function of time, one of those things that we were hoping to do is create an executive summary. I think we have a very rough draft of that, but being cognizant that it would change again, as Director Gibbs just noted, we wanted to wait on that because we really want that to be the shining example and be reflective. I think absolutely, and I have I definitely think it would be appropriate and helpful for the board to write a letter that, and we have a placeholder for that in the draft. So definitely think that that would be an excellent step. And I couldn't agree more. I think everybody signing that would show some unity and leadership for the state or broader, as you noted. On the prioritization piece, and I think when we met, we talked a bit about this, and it'd be good to just unpack, but it kind of speaks to the different things we've talked about, right? We talked about the space that we occupy as an agency, the way we're trying to advance things. And in that space, you know, those actions that are in there are very much more, rather than prioritize, right? Because they represent all the pieces of the agency that we do, all the, you know, we're not going to, I know you know this, but we can't prioritize ag efforts over environmental efforts or muni efforts. That's certainly, I know not what you're saying, but I think it's more about sequencing those efforts of actions. Certainly some of those things have to pace. It was 2019, I remember Director Dutton, Director Gibbs, Aaron Citron was there at the time too. All three, as soon as the tech update came out and said, how can we model forest health, right? That's an action in the plan. Before we get to the next tech update, we better have done that piece, right? So I think we can acknowledge how we need to sequence some of those things and put that in the next draft that we share. On the prioritization piece, I think that really, again, getting back to that action 510 about an operational plan for the board, certainly think that could be supported in a letter up front. But it also speaks to just being nimble, right? We're not talking a lot about flood right now, but we will be again. And the priorities like that, those big magnitude shifts are going to switch how we want to prioritize things. And having those discussions and keeping it nimble for the board, I think would be important. So I think I hit on all the things that you may have noted, but I couldn't agree more. I think it's great input.
Anything? Go ahead. I think you keep talking.
Okay. Well, I guess I'm not looking at the time, but to wrap things up, I just can't thank you enough. And I think that, just like I said, when we're getting input from our stakeholders, it's not always, you know, the first pass is like, wait, what is this? I mean, whatever the input's coming back, it's good because it's going to make it better. And I think we're all aligned on having this be an important piece for the state. And it's hard because we're trying to bite off, and we go down that road of what I kind of frequently quote, but we think about that climate change is water change. I mean, these are enormous challenges that we're trying to tackle in one plan that cover a broad range of areas, and it's not one size fits all. And as an agency, I really appreciate and take to heart every day. We shouldn't feel constrained because we can have this 10x value. And we've proven that, right? With our roundtables and IBCC and our NGO partners and all the other agencies that work with us, that we can continue to mine that space to do more. At the same time, I think we're trying to deliver a very honest plan that allows us to say, here's how we're making progress and show that progress. And that piece of tracking is the central question that we always struggled with the original plan is, where's the progress? They go immediately to the objective measures that were in there, and they're very hard, cumbersome, not easy to track, not easy to define. And so even that action around water saving communities and trying to define that and really harken back, Director Feld, I like that very much, to the kind of SWASI 2010, when we kind of said, like, here's where you should be targeting for water loss, or here's what you should be looking at for GPCD. And that's going to be different per community and how they're built, right? But I think taking a step to actually define that this time, that's the kind of thing where I don't think we're reinventing the wheel, or if we're updating that wheel or putting new tires on the car. It's critical work that allows us a benchmark to start from and move forward. So I'm really hopeful, and we will take this feedback to heart, that we can incorporate it. Today, I think our goal was to show and really, and I just think, all comments aside, it would be remiss not to say thank you for everything you heard today is stuff that you've funded or made happen or that we've partnered with. It's because of you. And I feel that over the last few years, I know that there's been a lot of press around various topics. It's not always glamorous. And again, planning topics aren't maybe getting a lot of press either, but we have done a lot of good things for Colorado. And I'm confident we can continue doing that with your help. So I look forward to taking this feedback and getting a next draft out.
Thanks, Russ. We have 10 minutes till we're supposed to go to public comment. Does anybody have anything else to add? Go ahead, Director Boucher.
Just if there's a little time, and I apologize if I'm not up to speed on this, but could you talk, Russ, a little bit about the toolkit and the plan and how you see those interacting?
Yeah, thank you, Director Boucher. I think great question. So what I think we heard very clearly is that we had talked about this drought resiliency toolkit, and that kind of became a thing. And I think even feedback we got initially is, how is this different from the water plan? And I've kind of said, in some level, the water plan is the biggest drought resilience tool we have, because we have to uplift all those areas. And again, the roots of the water plan were in resilience. But I think what we heard articulated pretty clearly is to put that tool, so it features as an action right now in the water plan. I think that there is a lingering question as we talk about this, that I bet each of you sitting here have a different idea what drought resilience is, maybe down to the sector scale. So like all the work that we do and many of those actions, I think really tee up a stakeholder process to bring people in and help define that. I think that that's probably a pretty critical first step. But if I had to just pencil out a foundation of it, I think there's kind of a few pieces underneath that, but I've very much really appreciated the leadership that Chris Sturm has shown in thinking about this Wildfire Ready Watersheds program and what it would look like. I see that as a pretty good baseline for what we could use. That underlying mapping really speaks to a lot of our flood issues, but is being expanded to look at wildfire. We can do the same thing for drought. We're looking at assets, we're doing asset mapping, we're talking about what local values are. When we're talking about reservoirs, there's a clear overlap in a lot of this mapping effort, and I think that we can build on that and expand. Again, not reinvent the wheel, but take the good tools we developed and make them bigger and make them better. I could almost see a future where we have a hazard ready Colorado, and underneath that there's modules for wildfire ready and drought ready and flood ready, and that they're pointing ultimately, I think, to different resources, but some of that base layer mapping is similar. So I think that that is kind of spelled out in the plan. As I think there's, similar to wildfire ready watersheds, a two-step process there that involves stakeholders and it involves mapping and involves creating tools we can, and I think increasingly we heard today, put in local hands to make local decisions on where they want to take those steps. And to me, that integrates very nicely and I think should build upon, which is really just a kind of a 2-year funded effort for DOLA, but these roadmaps that they're creating around resilience, I think taking from that, learning from that, building on it to create these kind of regional plans that really help prioritize where are the biggest water challenges at regional scales for county that they need to be focusing on. And we talk a lot about what we could be doing, but and not to call anyone out, but I think in the state that we're in, is it the right thing that we should have county level comp plans that don't mention water? And we've had some good successes where we say, if you have a water element, you have to talk about water conservation and land use. But what if you don't have a water element? You don't have to have one, right? That seems like a pretty big starting point for us that to me, I would say that is ripe, fertile ground. We've eaten up a lot of the low-hanging fruit, I think, and that's what makes this hard conversation because we're trying to take that next dive. But that is absolutely a place I think we could mine and really speaks to kind of local control and helping coordinate at the county level and below to really help try to come up with some kind of prioritization, and that should be driven locally. I think there's some great tools in the resiliency framework from DOLA that allow for how you prioritize locally. So I think there's some room there. And then the other piece that's in there, I think, is that piece that we're hopefully kind of jump-starting a little bit with this June 1 launch of a Share Your Stories, but it's true. I think I know you and I have talked about this a lot too, but we need practical drought solutions yesterday. I think that those could be, Director Fell, in the forest health area, and we're talking about lessons learned, but we need to, and I think I would really love to have the board support in taking what studies come into, what case studies, what new ideas, what projects could scale, what things we should be doubling down on, and really use those. And I think Aaron Duringson might have spoken to this today too, but use those as a little bit of what are these ones that we really want to push forward? What's showing the way? What do we need to double down on? Maybe that gets to some of this prioritization discussion. But we do need to have a better way of highlighting the projects that are succeeding. And maybe this gets to what you were asking me to do that I didn't do, Stacy, but today was meant to be a little bit of that, of highlight the good projects. I think it's awesome that the board passed 50 grants, but out of context, it doesn't necessarily mean a lot. So today was unpacking that to say, this is good, meaningful work, right? And I think that we need to do the same thing around drought resilience in the state. What are those things that are showing the way? We talk a lot about them. When I talk to each of you, I would love to engage you in that effort to have you help mine those stories that are the highlights. Director Dutton talked to me about TARP projects. There's little things and there's big things that are showing the way that we can build upon. And I think we need to call those out. So those kind of 4 components are under that drought ready toolkit now. But like everything we do, I think that's shaped in part by stakeholder input and helping us. Do we get it right? What do we need more of? How do we shape this?
Thank you. Any other comments? Thoughts?
Yeah, I guess Thank you so much for everything today. I know you haven't had much time to process it, but what do you think the next steps for this board are, just kind of from what you've heard today? And seems like there is still some desire to have some more conversation around the water plan. Where do you think that lands us?
So we have a couple of folks, I will say thank you, because we haven't given them any love, that are on the phone that are listening and taking copious notes. And I know some of my staff, who I should thank as well, are doing the same. So I think we need to kind of mind that and have a couple days to sit with it. But I would imagine, right now, I think we said for the next draft, we'd like input by Monday. If there are specific things coming out of today that you'd like to highlight, I think it would be good to have you continue that path. But if it's just easier to say, let's meet again, I'm happy to drive out to see you all again or make the trip, and bring whoever we want to bring. But I mean, I'm committed to making it good. I think we are under a little bit of a tight timeline. We don't need to feel overly constrained, but I think we've kind of committed publicly to getting something out on the 30th. I think we want time to create this executive summary. I think we want time to translate that, which would be the first time we ever did something like that. So my hope is that we can kind of stick to our timeline, but I will clear my schedule to make it happen and follow up with each of you. Where do we get it right? Where do we get it wrong? How can we make it better? How can we work on this draft letter? And Director Brown, I think next step I learned is I'm bringing those fifth graders with me next time. So these tough questions go a little easier.
And I think that's fine. I also think it would probably be fine to do a virtual meeting with this board and give us a chance to read the draft that you guys sent us at the end of last week, and maybe talk through some of these high level things that we touched on. We don't have to get into the details of everything, but I think one of the hardest parts, and I think it's probably been articulated a little bit by Director Felt, is that we've been water planning in a silo. So when I give you my comments, and then when I sit with that, and frankly, I also didn't have time to read that draft between Friday night and whenever our board meeting started. And so I want to hear how other people feel, because it influences, am I reading this from a biased perspective? Am I reacting to something that, just hit a chord that I'm not understanding in the right way? And I think we all have that ability to sit in, a 2-day, 8-hour meetings, and at the end of it kind of feel overwhelmed. And it's nice to hear Paul say, what, I love it, right? And it's good to hear Director Felt say, I want to look at this big picture. And it's great to hear Jessica's talk about looking at this in big money, looking at the big money part of this over 10 years of how we back out of that. And I really loved Heather's, the things that Heather talked about with the 3 M's. And so, it's not what can we add, how can we add work to your plate, but maybe how can we just come back around and fill this out so that you're not chasing us all around the state, and we make it a better plan by hearing what one another are saying, instead of me just reacting to the way that I'm going to read this and everybody doing that individually.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's the challenge of time of getting everybody on the same schedule, but we can certainly look to do that and get a poll out to find a time. I would encourage the board, as you're thinking through it, to just unpack those pieces that we talked about, right? When you're looking at the agency actions, it's really the things we are doing. So if that's, if we need to do a better job of articulating how that maps back to the feedback that we got or what we're trying to achieve, and that it's not clear, I think some are probably self-evident, but if they're not, that's the kind of feedback that would be helpful. On the actions that we're looking for from partners that are really helping advance us, I do think that's the place that we can lean in and absolutely kind of set a broad vision. And I think that would definitely be supported by a letter from the board. So kind of unpacking those things. And then that third piece that I think, well, maybe fourth piece, the third piece is, I think, this piece around prioritization and what the board wants to do in terms of priorities. We have priorities, I would argue, in the legislative buckets that are outlined in the water plan, and that's what sets up our grant programs. But we can certainly dive into criteria and talk about that more. So I think that's a separately tracking discussion that's teed up by that 5.10 action. And then that fourth piece is, is this kind of, and I think we framed that up this morning, what are the other pieces the board is still wrestling with around drought resiliency that really need to remain with the board? And maybe they fit into those 3M buckets potentially. But those are the kind of 4 pieces I would encourage as you're going back to look at it, separating those pieces out and seeing in those specific contexts, what's your feedback? And we can certainly look for time to meet and talk more.
That's great. I mean, can we do like a thumbs up if people would rather meet together versus a thumbs down if you don't want to, so that we kind of have an idea of how motivated we are to clear our schedules? I don't know what the virtual folks are doing. Because I can't see you.
I think you're right on, Director Brown, and I would just emphasize that, Russ, if you run all around the state, you're going to be tired, and also you're going to get my priorities, not our priorities, and you're going to have that happen 9 times. And so I think for this to be something that's truly our vision and where we're in lockstep, and for you to say, what if Jackie and I disagree on something and then you have to make the call? That's weird. So I think it's better if we can get together.
Sounds good.
Okay. Jackie, Director Brown, it's you to do public comment. Oh, one more from Director Boucher.
Yeah, I'm very sorry. Mark Harris in his comments today specifically called out action from the CWCB in 60 days. And we have a Colorado Basin Roundtable meeting on Monday. I have a feeling I'll be asked about it. So, Madam Chair, Nora, how do we kind of move forward with the conversation of this ag work group? Does anyone have any recommendations or ideas?
Why don't you tell us exactly what you think an ag work group looks like and what the time frame of that is, so that we can all be in agreement on the same concept. It's been a long day. I didn't write it down.
Perfect. No, I'm also not prepared for that. That's what I mean is.
I thought you were asking like right
structuring
now.
between board and staff, how we at least respond to Mark or put something moving forward.
When Mark brought that up, I thought the great thing about this board is that we all live around the state. And so do we need another work group, or is that homework for the board? Is that a conversation that we could take back to our roundtables and have discussions with the roundtables and then bring it back rather than creating a new group? That was just my reaction, that I appreciate where Mark's coming from and I appreciate the intent, but I'm not sure we need a new process when we already have the roundtable and IVCC process to facilitate conversations.
What do you think, Paul?
If everyone's comfortable with it, I'd be happy to talk to Mark a little bit more about it. It's intriguing when the Ag Impacts Work Group was formed for demand management feasibility. It was a very good think tank of people having a direct conversation, but I also agree with Director Dutton's, starting a whole new group and another process when there's already several processes that are working. So if the board's comfortable with it, I think I'll just talk to Mark about that and get back to you.
I'm wondering too, if we did take some thought back about theming our meetings, if, maybe September or July for that matter, if there is a time where that can coincide. I know a lot of people are going to be coming up, I think, for the July meeting because of the BIP highlights that we're going to be doing, but how can we help facilitate that conversation at this level without, as Director Dutton stated, starting a new process, but also, something that Russ drives home all the time is that if there's a special ag group, then there's going to need to be a special rec group, and there's going to need to be a special group for everybody if that's what we're going to start, because everyone's going to want to have input from there. I potentially, right?
I strongly agree, and I think also based on Commissioner Greenberg's comments, I think she should be part of that conversation too. So I think I'll look for feedback from Mark, talk about it at the roundtable on Monday, and then also have some conversation with Commissioner Greenberg.
Okay, great. Now it's public comment time. No one? Let's call someone. Okay, all right. Well then, I'm assuming there's no one in the room that wants to give public comment either? Okay. I just want to check in real quick before we end the day that there's nothing online. Any final comments from our 3 board members that are virtual? No? Okay, great. Well then, with no further ado, I cannot by myself end this meeting. We have a motion by Director Felt to adjourn the meeting at 4:51 and a second by both Directors Dutton and Anderson. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. Goodbye.